welcome to the fifth session of harness racing at the 2026 Paulding County Fair. If you're turning your programs at this time, I will give you the changes and corrections that we have and also your wagering possibilities. As far as wagering possibilities, there will only one daily double tonight, and that's on races 1 and 2. There'll be no show wagering tonight, and there'll be no trifectas. All 18 races will have win, place, and exacta. If you'll turn to race 2 in your program, race 2, number 1, Big Chance, change the driver to Ranger Stack. Ranger Stack will drive number 1, Big Chance, in race 2. Turn to race 3. Race 3, number 3, All of My Love. Make the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Mark St. Louis Jr. will drive number 3, All of My Love. race 18 in your program, number 7, Mind Your Own Business, is in to be claimed for $8,000. Race number 18, number 7, Mind Your Own Business, is in to be claimed for $8,000. Also, we need to know if that horse Hot Honor is here. The only horse that hasn't checked in is Hot Honor. We need to know if that horse is on the ground. It's the only colt stake horse that is not checked in. So if the horse Hot Honor is here, let the starter know.
Good evening, Ohio harness racing fans. Here we are. We're kicking it all off for the 2026 season. I'm Ashley Daly, and I have the privilege of being beside Doug Ballinger. Doug, we do a lot together.
We do.
But you weren't here last year at Paulding.
No, as a spectator one night.
Just a spectator. But now you're, of course, on air. You're a very familiar face and voice to all of us here in Ohio and beyond. But we've got 18 races to bring you this evening, kind of all across the board. I think our very first out are going to be our 2-year-old colt trotters, so some that are going to see their very first start, hopefully tomorrow's stars, right?
Otis L. Had him at the Urbana matinee. Several of them been matineed. Most of them only their second or third time probably away from home.
Say, especially, we can talk about it as we get a little bit deeper in the program. Hank has quite a bit, and I was fortunate enough to go over to their home track where they train all their horses. I want to say he told me roughly 30 head or so. He is very secluded. His track is very secluded, and so I'm sure his 2-year-olds are going to see lots of things for the first time, and hopefully all stay flat. Everybody, that's everybody's.
Talking about Hank Levan, today's Hank Levan's birthday.
Oh, it is. Happy birthday to Hank. And it looks like we are gathering. We have a full field of 6 here for race 1 at the Paulding County Fair, of course, in Paulding, Ohio.
First of 125 days of county fair racing.
True.
$1,728 in a blanket courtesy of Antwerp Exchange Bank. Number 1 is Otis L. Owned by Levan Stables and Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio, Richard Fries of Northfield, and Brake Farms of Richwood, trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 2 is Manny Mango, owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, and Wayne Weaver of Fredericksburg, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman and Conrad. Number 3 is Dublin's Elliott, owned by the Kathy G. LLC of Huntsville and Jonas Hirschberger of Middlefield, trained and driven by Jeff Neisonger. Number 4 is Liam's Prize, owned by Heartland Acres of Walhonding, Ohio, and Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Braden Rhodes.
Number 5 is You Envy Me, owned by Power Play Farms, LLC of Medina, Ohio, trained by James Day. The driver is Mark Hedworth. At number 6 is I Told Ya, owned by Dustin Heinzen of Marion, Indiana, trained and driven by Chad Clark. Horses will take one score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. There's win, place, and exacta wagering on race 1, daily double wagering on races 1 and 2.
Well, Ashley, Ohio Fair Racing Conference action. Field of 6, we begin with Otis L. Hank LeBand trains and drives the 2-year-old bay go to the son of Centurium out of the Donato Hanover mare. Windows shopping. This must be a private purchase. Nuts and Trotting Incorporated of Florida bred this, and no sale price is owned by LeVan Stable, R. Freeze, and Megan LeVan, and Hank LeVan, the one, Otis L.
Our 2 driven by Carson Conrad, Manny Mango. Herman Hagerman trains. This is a colt by What the Hill out of a credit winner mare owned by Hagerman Racing and Wayne Weaver of Ohio. Actually a $15,000 purchase out of the Ohio Selected Sale, originally bred by LMN Stables.
Jeff Nysunger, the 3, Dublin's Elliott. Jeff also trains. It's owned in partnership by Jonas Hirschberger and Kathy of Huntsville, Ohio. This is a Volstead, a $8,000 Buckeye Classic purchase.
Braden Rhodes on the 4 for Rosie Weaver. Liam's Prize. This is, of course, an Enterprise gelding out of a Cantab Hall mare owned by Rosie herself alongside Heartland Acres. Originally purchased out of the Blooded Horse Sale for $18,000. Bred by Dublin Valley Farm.
Number 5, You'll Envy Me. Mark Hedworth picks up the late driver's change. James Day trains. This is a $7,000 purchase as a yearling. A 2-year-old bay go to son of Uncle Peter out of the Conway Hall mare, Barn Diva.
Rounding out the field and starting from the second tier is the 6, I Told Ya. Chad Clark trains and drives. This is an in-range colt out of a Stormin Norman mare, Desert Storm. This is a homebred also for Dustin Heisen of Indiana.
Well, we look across the way. Mike Wepkenberg is getting set, Ashley and Matt, to start our 2 nights of racing and many nights here in Ohio.
Just a few drivers changes, but no horses are scratched tonight. We're bringing you, I think it's like 108 horses have been entered
108
just this evening, and then tomorrow we come back at 5 p.m. as well, and there's 19 races. So here we go. It's been 235 days since we have last seen an Ohio Fair race. We're kicking it all off.
Was that at Lancaster?
Yep, of course it was, Lancaster. 235 days, and here we go. Behind the gate now for the very first time the 2026 season. The 2-year-old Colt Trotters, the first division, going for $3,728. We will turn over to Bill Peters for the call of the first.
Here they come. Over toward that quarter-mile mark, Braden Rhodes has Liam's Prize on top by about 4.5 lengths. Trotting in there second is Dublin's Elliott, driven by Jeff Nysonger. Moving along third at the rail, that's You'll Envy Me, driven by Mark Hedworth. Moving up fourth along the rail now is I Told Ya, driven by Chad Clark. And on the outside fifth is Otis L, driven by Hank LeVan. The last horse off stride is Manny Mango, driven by Carson Conrad. First quarter was trotted in 34 and 1/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time. Out there on the front end, that is still Liam's Prize. Closing in second now is Dublin's Elliott. Moving up third is You'll Envy Me. Fourth is Otis L. Racing fifth, I Told Ya. And the last horse is Manny Mango. As they race past the half-mile mark, that is still Braden Rhodes with the lead with Liam's Prize. 2 lengths back second is Dublin's Elliott. First half trotted in 106. as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Liam's Prize. A length and a half back second is Dublin's Elliott. Third is You'll Envy Me. Then for the back fourth comes Otis L. Fifth is I Told Ya, and the last horse, Manny Mango. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. That's still Liam's Prize by a length and a half. Second is Dublin's Elliott. Moving up on the outside. Third now is You'll Envy Me. At fourth is Otis L. 3/4 trotted in 138 and 4/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Liam's Prize by 2 lengths. Dublin's Elliott still second with You'll Envy Me on the outside third. Less than an 1/8 mile to go. Liam's Prize with the lead. On the outside second, Dublin's Elliott, and 3 wide now comes You'll Envy Me. As they race through the lane, it's Liam's Prize and Dublin's Elliott. It's going to be Liam's Prize, wire to wire. Here's the outcome. Up for second is Dublin's Elliott. Up for third is You'll Envy Me. 1 mile in 2:09.
2:09 flat. And that's our 4-horse Liam's Prize to take the very first fair race of the season. I think it was our 3, then our 5. Is that what you caught across the wire, Doug?
Yes, I got 4, 3, and a 5. And Rosie Weaver teams up with Braden Rhodes. Rosie Weaver, our leading trainer last year.
Off to a good start already.
Off to a good start.
Not a bad race. Of course, it's still a little bit to be expected for the opener of the year, and especially with 2-year-old trotters, right? We had a few make a couple of miscues. As I mentioned, unfortunately, Hank, I figured he might have some oops just because I know for a fact, we talk about it on Freshman Focus, that especially his horses are just so secluded. It's hard. If once you've never been exposed to these things, it's might take a minute. But especially our front ends, though, they were strong. Those couple trotters were very strong trotters, and actually, I think it was our 3rd place horse made up quite a bit of ground there.
Fractions of 34 and 1, Ashley 106, 138 and 4, and a 209 back half at 103. Liam's Prize, Rosie Weaver, Braden Rhodes, owned by Heartland Acres, and Rosie Weaver. This an $18,000 yearling purchase. The 2-year-old Bay Go to the Sun is by Enterprise out of the Cantab Hall mare, Montague.
I don't see a dog with Rosie. That's kind of a... Here comes our winner.
Let's go. Coming in from Wall Hunting in Beach City, Ohio, comes number 4, Liam's Prize, owned by Heartland Acres and Rosie Weaver, trained by Rosie Weaver, and driven to victory this evening by Braden Rhodes. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Antwerp Exchange Bank. Rosie Weaver was the leading trainer in the Ohio Fair Racing Conference last year, and she's off to a good start here with this first race tonight. Got a blanket in blue and white colors. There for Rosie Weaver, Braden Rhodes, and Liam's Prize.
I believe, is that Katie Hirschberger out there? Anybody confirm or deny with Rosie?
I can't
tell. Was 4th. Number 2, Manny Mango was 6th. Number 3, Dublin's Elliott was 2nd. Number 4, Liam's Prize was the winner. Number 5, You'll Envy Me was 3rd. And number 6, I Told Ya was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 34 and 1/5. The half was in 106. The 3/4 in 138 and 4/5, with a mile in 2:09. From the top, it should read 4:62, 1:35, a mile in 2:09.
So as we mentioned last year, Rosie was our leading trainer for the Ohio Fair circuit. However, her groom, Katie Hirschberger, was also named Outstanding Groom of 2025. So we should mention that. And you talk about a good program up there. They have, she's got a lot of kids that work for her that try very hard. Rosie, I think, has a great program. Next up is race number 2. I'm going to move over to our 3-year-old Colt Pacers, going for a purse of $4,872, a very full field, actually a field of 7, so we're going to have 2 starters from the 2nd tier. But join us back here in just a moment. We want to thank our sponsors for allowing us to do what we do.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Hickory Lane Farm is proud to have bred or produced 3 Dan Patch champions over the last 3 years. Located in Findlay, Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm bred and sold world champion It's Academic. We also co-bred and sold sophomore Breeders' Crown winner Yo Tilly. Our stallion In Range set new sales records at the 2025 jug sale and is the sire of Set Your Sights High, who was last season's Dan Patch 2-year-old trotting filly. Find your next champion at the Hickory Lane Farm consignment.
Thanks for joining Doug and I this evening here at the Paulding County Fair to kick it all off for the 2026 fair season. This is just the first of 66 we will be at. I think, Doug, you said there's 125 racing cards this year.
125 racing cards. That includes the 5 days of Delaware, which is always a big week for the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association broadcast team. Next Generation's coming up. That'll be Saturday night at the races at the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. We'll be covering.
I was going to say it's a big year overall.
And the Breeders' Crown at Scioto Downs.
Hard to forget that one. Of course, we are always excited about our grassroots efforts at our fairs, but the Next Generation is just a few weeks away, and that's where we're going to see some of those really, really nice 2-year-olds kind of hit the stage for the very first time, and then we just keep rolling with the Sire Stakes and the Buckeye all season long. Finals per usual with our Ohio Sire Stakes Super Night and our Buckeye and everything else, but really the Breeders, Breeders' Crown, we are unbelievably excited to host this year.
Talking about breeding horses and the Breeders' Crown, the Ohio industry, there's 110 roughly racing here tonight.
Yes.
Tomorrow night, probably 110 or 120. 120 here at the Paulding County Fair tomorrow night. Scioto Downs will probably have 135 to 150 racing tomorrow night. I don't know for sure if Northfield goes on a Tuesday, but they would have about the same amount, 100 and a quarter. So there's 350, 375 horses in one night racing in Ohio.
There's a lot to go around for sure. This is not my expertise. Actually, Susan Schroeder is really who handles all of our nominations. And we, of course, talk about that kind of as a group when it came to our April board meeting. And I want to say she said they're up a little bit. They should be, right? As we're sitting here talking about how much racing is occurring across the state of Ohio just this evening alone. And then going into the week. But actually, I think there might have been a small dip in maybe the Sire Stake. But it's because we also have, it's new this year, the way that most of the fair circuits are structuring. No one other than outside of the Southern Valley, so the Ohio Fair Racing Conference, who's hosting today, the Ohio Colt Racing Association, and the Home Talent, you do not have to pay entry fees this year.
Correct.
So that's new, and that's going to be interesting to see. Really, that alone might increase entries because you've already paid into it. Why not give it a go?
Yes.
So that was something actually brought around. I think this is the 3rd year for Home Talent.
With no entry fees.
Yes, with no entry fees.
They started it, I believe.
And it worked very well for them, and here we are, a couple more as they have joined the bandwagon. So how that works is normally, I don't even know what an entry fee used to run.
Probably $100.
I think it was $100. But what happens now, instead of that entry fee, we're trying to make up that ground by raising the across-the-board nomination. So when nominations are due March 15th, which is at that point, you really don't know what you've got or where you should stake. You just hope for the best there. But for the OFRC, for example, I believe it was 500 across the board, and this year it was 700. So at the end of the day, when it comes to owners, they should save a little bit of money as long as their horse makes 3 starts.
Yep. Paul Combs and I rode up. He's the judge here. We both live in Salina. And we were talking how racing has changed. 15 years ago, 18 years ago, harness racing was dying in Ohio. Back then, we would probably breed, we were trying to guess, and I think the number was 800 or 900 a year back then because it was so down. What would it be now? Would you know it? 4,000?
I could probably ask Susan, and she'll have that number
4,000 to 5,000
quickly.
probably.
I don't know. I'd hate to throw out a guess out there, but it's going to be a lot better than it used to be. And really, at the end of the day, that's really because of the Racinos. That's how we came back, and we are as strong as we are. Those partnerships. Looks like we are mostly out on the track for race 2. These are going to be sophomore colt pacers. So we'll have for the field of 7. For most of them, we have some background. The 6 of 7 have raced at least once in their life. A quick driver change while we wait for them to gather. On the 1, Pierce Henry actually chose off, and so now on the 1, big chance we're going to put up Ranger Steck.
$4,872 and a blanket courtesy of Dooley Funeral Home. Number 1 is Big Chance, owned by Charles Little of Sunbury, Ohio, trained by Robbie Brooks. The driver is Ranger Steck. Number 2 is Smith & Western, owned by Red Rock Racing LLC of Convoy, trained by Chad Williamson. The driver is Pierce Henry. Number 3 is Rockin' Pippa, owned by Mick Foster of Lucky, Ohio, trained by Ty Bates. The driver, Jeff Neisonger. Number 4 is Always 18, owned and trained by Jerry Miller of Fredericksburg. The driver, Carson Conrad. Number 5 is Fire in the Rain, owned by Reese Racing Stable LLC and Janie Weller of Republic, trained by Janie Weller. The driver, Rod Adams Jr. Number 6 is ATI Barley the King, owned by Power Play Racing 87 LLC of Edina, Ohio, trained by James Day. Change the driver to Mark Hedworth. Mark Hedworth driving number 6 ATI Barley the King. And number 7 is GPA, owned by Larry Farley of Sylvania, Ohio, trained and driven by Greg Bateson. Horses will take 1 score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. Hurry and don't be shut out.
Well, Ashley, 3-year-old colt pacers, total purse for $14,616. 3 division, this division for $4,872. Off the rail will be the 3-year-old Bay Gold son of Big Bad Ray. Ranger Steck will drive. Big Chance for Robert Brooks, making his first career start. The 1, Big Chance.
Our 2, Pierce Henry for Chad Williamson. Smith & Western. This is a colt by Western fame out of Sunshine Leela, a Sunshine Beach mare owned by Red Rock Racing of Ohio. Just 2 starts on the year, so really just kicking it back into gear. Had a decent year last year, though, as a 2-year-old. 12 starts, 3 wins, 4 seconds, and 3 third-place finishes to make almost $18,000. Last start out for Smith & Western was in a Horse and Geldings non-winners of 1. Was it Scioto Downs? Not too long ago, just on June 4th, and actually was 3rd there in 1:52-4. This guy does like to close a little bit. He comes home pretty consistently in 28 and a piece.
Jeff Neisonger drives the 3. Rockin' Pippa, the 3-year-old Bay Gold son of Well Said, is trained by Tay Bates, owned by Mick Foster. Had 6 starts last year, hit the board once with a 3rd. 8 starts this year, 2 wins, 3 seconds, 8,500, 2 back, a winner at Northfield and 158 in a non-winners. But the last start out finished 3rd, pacing his mile in 54-4.
Carson Conrad to drive the 4. Always 18, Jerry Miller does own and train the Summa Cum Laude gelding out of Always Be Lindy and Always Be Mickey Mare. Actually just raced a couple nights ago on Saturday evening in the Buckeye Claiming Series. That's a line to be announced in the program. I don't know exactly how he finished in there, but I know it was not a winner because I made sure to remember who was our winners in that one. 10 starts already on the year, but with 3 wins, 1 second, and 1 third, has already racked up $16,000 on the year. We go back a little bit in the program at Northfield Park about a month ago on May 5th. Was a winner in 1:55 flat up there.
Number 5, Fire in the Rain, Rod Adams Jr. for Jane Weller. Reese Racing Stable, Republic, and Jane Weller own in partnership. The 3-year-old Brown gelding is by Catch the Fire. First start of the season last year as a 2-year-old, 13 starts, 4 wins, 2 seconds, 3 thirds, 23,159 and 4 last season at Tiffin.
Mark Hedworth now to drive the 6 ATI Barley the King. This is a James Day trainee owned by Power Play Racing. This is a Charlie Barley gelding. First start of the season, however, did qualify twice up at Northfield Park in April. Last qualifier ended up 4th, but went in at 2 minutes and 1/5. $12,000 made lifetime, and of course last year as a freshman for this colt.
Mark Hedworth will drive number 6 ATI Barley the King. 7 is GPA Greg Bateson. Trains and drives for Larry Farley. Zuma Kalade, 3-year-old bay gelding. 2 starts this year, has yet to hit the board, but as a 2-year-old, 17 starts, 5 wins, 6 seconds, 3 thirds, 27,159 at Piketon as a 2-year-old, the 7 GPA. And that's a look at the field for the first division of the 3-year-old colt and gelding pace.
So our GPA, our 7-horse leaving from that second tier, actually did make the Ohio Fair's consolation last year at Northfield Park. Fortunately, was just out of the money. Didn't have the luck of draw on his side, or maybe he did. Depends how you look at it. He actually started from the second tier there out of the 9 hole. Still went in 58, so I'm sure they have high hopes for this colt coming back this year.
We look across the way. Field of 7 making their way to Mike Wepkenberg. Wings of the Wepkenberg starting gate open. Big Chance, Smith and Western. Rockin' Pippa, always 18, Fire in the Rain on the gate. The Traders, ATI, Barley the King, and GPA. Let's send it up to Bill Peters. He's in his 67th year of calling races at Ohio County Fairs.
Here they come. Here, off and pacing the first horse away is Rockin' Pippa. Up on the outside second. Now comes along the rail, swooping through is Smith and Western to take over. Rockin' Pippa on the outside second. Along the rail third is GPA. Moving up on the outside fourth is Always 18. In their fifth, that's Fire in the Rain. Moving up sixth now, along the outside is ATI Barley the King. And the last horse is Big Chance. Going toward that quarter-mile mark. On the front end, it's Jeff Neitzonger with Rockin' Pippa. Now moving up on the outside second is Pierce Henry with Smith and Western. Right there third, GPA, driven by Greg Bateson. First quarter paced in 30 and 1/5 seconds. That's Smith and Western now by a length and a half as they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. In their second, along the rail, is Rockin' Pippa. Moving third is GPA. Fourth as they race down to the half is Always 18. Moving up fifth is Fire in the Rain. Racing sixth is ATI Barley the King, and the last horse is Big Chance. Past the half-mile mark, that's Smith and Western with the lead. On the outside, pouring on the pressure now is Always 18. First half paced in 101 and 2/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. Along the rail with the lead is Smith and Western. On the outside second is Always 18. At the rail third is Rockin' Pippa. Moving up on the outside fourth is Fire in the Rain. At the rail fifth is GPA. Sixth is ATI Barley the King, and the last horse is Big Chance. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. That's Smith and Western with the lead with Always 18 on the outside second. 3/4 in 1:31. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt, Pierce Henry is really working hard on Smith and Western. Smith and Western on top by a length. On the outside second is Always 18. At the rail third is Rockin' Pippa as they race for home. That's Smith and Western and Always 18. Along the rail is Rockin' Pippa. It's going to be Smith and Western, and here they all come. Always 18 up for second. Up for third is Rockin' Pippa. A mile and 2 minutes flat.
2 minutes. Gate to wire, 30 and a fifth, 101 and 2, 131 for the 3-year-old bay colt, the Western fame, Smith and Western. Chad Williamson for Red Rock Racing, a convoy. Pierce Henry gets the driving win.
I've got 2-4-3-5 is what I saw across the wire. 2 minutes flat. Just looking at his lines, I mean, Pierce did the right drive there. I mean, he probably should have went off his favorite. We went off even money, actually, is what he went off as.
Yes.
But Carson Conrad's horse, who was that? That was the 4, always 18. Put in a battle a little bit there. He held on. I thought he was going to get tired going into the final turn, but he came back. Came back a little bit and held on for that second place finish, so not a bad start at all. The only one, of course, I was just trying to figure it out was our one horse there, Big Chance. But hey, I believe he stayed flat. I don't have the best view here. I am a little blind in a corner, but I think everybody stayed flat in there.
Smith and Western actually getting his 4th career win. A winner last year took his mark and still his mark at Wauseon of 158-3 as a 2-year-old. A $10,000 Ohio Select purchase 2 years ago.
I think Pierce Henry, our winning driver, I believe him and his wife just announced that they are expecting their first child together.
I read that on Facebook.
Yeah, so
Maybe
congratulations to them.
November?
I don't know.
I think that's what I read.
The winners go. Coming in from Convoy, Ohio, comes number 2, Smith and Western. Owned by Red Rock Racing, LLC, trained by Chad Williamson, and driven to victory this evening by Pierce Henry. A blanket for this race is courtesy of Dooley Funeral Home.
Him had the 613-2475. Ranger Stack was on the 1, and Mark had
A big hand here for all concerned with the Red Rock Racing and Pierce Henry and Smith and Western and the Dooley Funeral Home, the donors of the blanket.
no, we have a 6-1.
Waiting for that final rundown from race 2, but I think across the wire it went 2-4-3-5. Looks like we're official on the tote board. Just
Doubled your money.
Things for race 2 from the top. Number 1, Big Chance was 6th. Number 2, Smith and Western was the winner. Number 3, Rockin' Pippa was 3rd. Number 4, Always 18 was 2nd. Number 5, Fire in the Rain was 4th. Number 6, ATI Barley the King was 7th. Number 7, GPA was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 30 1/5. The half was in 1:01 2/5. The 3/4 in 1:31 with a mile in 2 minutes. From the top at Charade, 6:13.247. 5 on the bottom. The mile in 2.
History, tradition, for over 100 years.
Number 3, All of My Love. The driver will be Mark St. Louis Jr. Mark St. Louis Jr. driving number 3, All of My Love. He's a representative of Schisler.
there we go. That was a change headed into the next race. The first division of 2-year-old Philly Pacers is coming up next for race 3, as you just kind of caught the tail end there. That our 3-horse, All of My Love, is now going to be driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. We have plenty of racing yet to come. Just 2 of 18
You can probably go through 3 or 4 bags of popcorn tonight.
I know. So we might have to switch on and off about going to go to the bathroom and going to go get something to eat for dinner eventually. It's going to be a long night. Actually, the weather, I mean, it's a little overcast, but it's been good to us so far. It is. I was going to say, it's roughly around 85 degrees, but there's a small breeze. Small breeze. It hasn't been too terrible, but it's just muggy, as you said, Doug. So join us back here in just a moment. Doug and I will introduce you to the field of 6 for the 3rd.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres' experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
Thanks for joining us here at Paulding County. Sorry, Doug. What were you saying?
Just checking. We have 326 viewers
All
tonight.
right. So some small changes I'm sure you guys have already caught on to. Unfortunately, we are not on Facebook as far as the video itself will not be streamed to Facebook this year, and that's just based on, well, our hand was forced on it. And so YouTube is the best solution. So if you never know where to find us, of course, we will link our YouTube directly on our Facebook. So that's going to be an easy way for you to just click on that link no matter where we are, and it will funnel you over to YouTube. You can always follow our YouTube channel, just ohioharnessracing.com, or we will be live on Harness Racing Ohio, and that's something I have not mentioned quite yet. The program will always be free and available to you about an hour before every single post time, and you can find that on harnessracingohio.com.
Passport. Several people picking up passports. What's new with the passports this year?
We have some changes for the passport itself, so I have given away quite a few already this evening. Of course, if you're listening, you're probably not here in person with us, but if you come to any fair, please come up over to the grandstand and you will find us. It's hard to miss us with the camera. Ask the crew for a passport and we'll get you started on that. It's completely free. Any age can join us, and what you do is every single fair that you attend, you come, bring your passport. We will have a signature in it, and you will turn it in at the end of the year for the chance at the grand prize. However, there are some additional prizes this year that are new in 2026. So as long as you attend 10 fairs, you will receive the souvenir Ohio Horse of the Year poker chip from last year. You attend 20 fairs, you receive a souvenir OHHA deck of playing cards from 2025. You attend 30 fairs. We actually had special t-shirts made for America's 250th. They're pretty cool, but that is 30 fairs. If you attend 40 fairs, then you're going to get a specialized OHHA hoodie. But of course, no matter how many you attend, make sure that you send them in at the end of the year to the OHHA office or give them to us, Lancaster, whatever your last fair is, and we do a big grand prize.
Mr. Passport from last year was Rich Miller.
Oh, yes.
I'm surprised he's not here tonight.
Well, he said he's not going to drive near as much this year. Last year, that was his goal. He actually is from Attica.
Yes.
And he put on probably 10,000 miles on his car last year. And it was amazing. He's such a great guy, and I'm so glad we got to meet him. But the competition probably should be a little bit different this year because he said he is not going to try to keep that title.
We got a guy here from London. I know the face, can't think of his name. I got to get he's been around for years. If I look, he's probably sitting at the top of the stands is where he always sits.
Yep.
He comes to every fair. He said he'd be back tomorrow night.
He said maybe. He said he did it
Maybe.
last year, but
be-
when people say maybe, they're usually back. That's right. But our passports actually have expanded outside of just the county fair racing this year. As Doug mentioned earlier, we also host Saturday night at the races. Our very first one is going to be the Next Generation at Eldorado Scioto Downs on July 4th. Of course, the Next Generation is a $150,000 stake race for really the up-and-coming, hopefully the best 2-year-olds we will see all season. If the passports are now included in the Saturday night at the races program. So the Next Gen, July 4th, and also all of the finals. So at the end of the year, September, October, whether it's the Super Night that we broadcast at, and the Buckeye finals, and also the Ohio Fair Championships. You'll be able to bring your passports to those as well. The only thing that is technically not included in those passport stamps are the Breeders' Crown.
Okay.
if you plan on coming to the Breeders' Crown, you better go get your tickets reserved. They're looking a little thin already.
Oh, really?
I believe in the clubhouse. I'm not even sure if there are any available in the clubhouse. If there are, they are a little thin, but there are plenty more like tents and other spots available if you're not looking to sit in the clubhouse that night. But
I'm sure Jason Roth and crew, they've got that all planned out. I'm sure there'll be a big tent. I'd have to think there could be a nice big tent at the top of the stretch.
Yep. I think they're having a few different, I don't want to call them like areas, really. Something similar to what I think of the Little Brown Jug, right? The pavilion tent versus the backstretch tent versus the new social club that they host. There's going to be a variety of places to hang out all night, and I'm sure there's going to be a ticket in everybody's budget. Thinking about Grand Circuit racing, Northfield Park just hosted the Battle of Lake Erie.
Grade 2.
Yes, yep. And, of course, the $100,000 distaff was attached to that. We saw an Ohio bred win it.
Yes.
Odds On Chesapeake won the mayor's distaff. We were also up at Northfield this past Saturday, not just to watch the Battle of Lake Erie, but OHHA also hosted its biannual. I say biannual because it hops around every track, different tracks each year, but charity night. Charity night at the races. That's a program that has been going for probably 13, 14 years now, way before I was ever involved with OHHA. But it's a cool program. Doug, have you ever been to a charity night?
Yes, I've worked a couple of them.
Have you?
Worked at Dayton one year, and then last March, I think I worked
Miami
at
Valley,
Miami
maybe,
Valley.
yeah. So they do hop around all four of the pari-mutuals every year. This year, Northfield Park was on June 6th, and then we will go to Scioto Downs on August 29th. What that program is, it's pretty much an invite-only type event, but we invite different local organizations to apply to spend an evening with us. We feed them a great dinner. We put them in the starting gate. We get them paddock tours. They interview with me on the simulcast to, help other people know about their cause. And they all get assigned a random horse in a certain race that's dedicated to charity night. And if their horse wins, they can walk away with $10,000 donation that goes back to the community.
Year-old filly Pace, going for a purse of $2,962 and a blanket courtesy of Schisler Insurance Agency. And one is Bring the Fire, owned by Julie Meyer, Sydney, Ohio, trained and driven by David Meyer. Number 3 is Miss Mickey, owned by Galliers Racing LLC of Defiance, trained and driven by Jeff Neisonger. Number 4 is Olive My Love, owned by Gail Carson and Doug Carson of Conover, Ohio, and Marjorie Pohemus of Ludlow Falls, Ohio, trained by Scott Ferguson, the driver, Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 4 is Monte Claire, owned by Mark Gator Jr. of Greenville, trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 5 is Big Loose, owned by Charles Little of Sunbury, Ohio, trained by Robbie Brooks, the driver is Pierce Henry. And number 6 is Working on a Night Move, owned and trained by Mike Sweeney of Delaware, and the driver, Curtis Harper. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. Wager early and avoid the long lines.
Race 3, the first division of 2-year-old filly Pacers, going for a purse of $2,962. That's a little bit thinner than some of the others because we have a total of 5 divisions.
5 divisions.
Yes. 5 divisions of freshman filly Pacers there, and I believe they're all full fields. Here we have a field of 6. Of course, we only score 5 wide here. But on the rail, David Meyer trains and drives Bring the Fire. This is a Catch the Fire filly out of Bring On My Beamer, a Bring On the Beach mare owned by Julie Meyer of Sydney, Ohio. Of course, no starts on the year. And actually, our rail horse is the only horse that must have been sold in private.
Yeah. Correct.
Because everything else is homebred.
Everything else just caught my eye.
Yep, everything else
that's
is
what I
homebred.
was going to say. You beat me to the punch there. Yes, really. That is good to see homebreds.
Mm-hmm.
Good to see homebreds.
You want to introduce us to the 2?
The 2 is Miss Mickey. Jeff Neisonger drives and trains a 2-year-old bay filly by Monte Mickey. Galliers Racing. This is a homebred. Galliers Racing of Defiance owns a connection there, I'm sure, to Brady Galliers. Brady Galliers took his driving skills and stable to Canada.
He did. I think he's doing quite well there, too.
Doing quite well, yes. The 2, Miss Mickey.
Our 3 Mark St. Louis Jr. drives for Scott Ferguson, All of My Love. This is a Dancing Yankee filly out of a Rock and Roll Hanover mare. This is, like we said, a little bit of a homebred, as the rest of them are.
5 Big Loose, Robert Brooks for Charles Little. This is another homebred. 2-year-old Bay Phillip, a Big Bab Ray. Pierce Henry will drive the 5 Big Loose.
I think we skipped the 4 there. we gotta get back. No, I get it. We'll introduce you to the 4-horse Hank Levan trains and drives Monte Claire. This is a Monte Mickey filly owned and bred by Mark Ader. You want to finish
out
there
the field? The 6 is working on a night move. Curtis Harper, the 2-year-old Bay Phillip, a Dancing Yankee. They're at the post. Let's go to Bill Peters for the call.
Monte Claire and Big Loose scoring in that order from the rail out in the first tier. 1 trailer working on a night move. Here they come. Here off and the first way in the middle of the track is All of My Love. At the rail second is Bring the Fire. Along the rail third is Working on a Night Move. Moving in there fourth along the rail, that is Miss Mickey. Bring the Fire. As they make the turn now, heading down the backside, a race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Curtis Harper has Working on a Night Move on top by 2 lengths. Racing second along the rail is Miss Mickey, driven by Jeff Nysonger. Third is Monte Claire, driven by Hank Levan. Racing fourth is All of My Love, driven by Mark St. Louis. Fifth is Bring the Fire, driven by David Meyer. And the last horse is Big Blues, driven by Pierce Henry. First quarter paced in 33 1/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's still Working on a Night Move with the lead. Racing in there second is Miss Mickey. Third is Monte Claire. Moving up fourth along the rail is Bring the Fire. On the outside fifth is All of My Love, and the last horse is Big Loose. Past the half-mile mark. That's Working on a Night Move with the lead, and right there second is Miss Mickey. First half paced in 1:07 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Working on a Night Move. In there second is Miss Mickey. Up on the outside third is Monte Claire. Fourth is Bring the Fire. Fifth is Big Loose. Sixth is All of My Love. Going down the backside over that 3/4 mile mark, the pace picks up. That's Working on a Night Move still by 2 lengths. In there second is Miss Mickey. Third is Monte Claire. Fourth, Bring the Fire, followed by Big Loose and the last horse, All of My Love. 3 quarters in 1:38 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Working on a Night Move by 2.5 lengths. Off stride second goes Miss Mickey. Now moving up along the rail second is Monte Claire. As they race toward home, it's Working on a Night Move and Monte Claire. It's going to be Working on a Night Move, and here the outcome. Up for second is Monte Claire. Up for third is Miss Mickey. A mile in 2:06 4/5.
.206 4/5. Curtis Harper gets the winning drive for Mike Sweeney. Working on a night move.
59 2 back half. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, so they were. Hank tried to pull. I think was it right past the half, and
yes.
then they sped up. Just another night at Soda Downs, didn't you know? We're gonna walk to the half and then run home.
Working on a night move. Curtis Harper for Mike Sweeney. Delaware, Ohio, but Patrick Sweeney. This is a homebred, 2-year-old Bay Phillip, a Dancing Yankee out of a stud named Sue. She's your daddy.
Had a lot of breakers in there,
yes.
but it's the first of the year.
Yes.
They're going to figure it out. But definitely when it comes to pacers, you just don't see it near as much.
No.
I don't know if you want to chop it up to the hobbles that help them, or their mindsets are just a little bit more intact than the trotter tends to be early on, but that's not always the case, of course. But I did see, I think Jeff Nysonger sat in the pocket that entire mile. I thought he was going to be able to pull, but I watched him right in the middle of the last turn. I was like, he's going to come off his feet because he was going a little bit. He was paced at a touch, and I think he just paced right off his feet there to make that break. I have 6425 across the wire. We're waiting for Curtis Harper.
And 6425, if they have a program at home or if they want to print a program, they can do that again this year, an hour before post time.
Yes.
number 6, Working on a Night Move. Owned and trained by Mike Sweeney and driven to victory this evening by Curtis Harper. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Schisler Insurance Agency. A big hand here for Curtis Harper and Working on a Night Move. And the Schisler Insurance Agency, the donors of the blanket. Race 3 from the top. One, Bring the Fire was 5th. Number 2, Miss Mickey was 3rd. Number 3, Olive My Love was 6th. Number 4, Monte Claire was 2nd. Number 5, Big Loose was 4th. And number 6, Working on a Night Move was the winner. Time of the first quarter was 33 1/5. The half was in 1:07 1/5. The 3 quarters in 1:38, with a mile in 2:06 4/5. From the top it should read 5:36 2:41, a mile in 2:06 4/5. The last half in 59 3/5 seconds.
Brady Galyer's looking to my right. I thought I recognized the fella. Brady and his dad look so much alike. Brady and his dad were sitting. The mom just went to the top of the grandstand. Brady's dad down there in the red. Not too far away from Defiance, Ohio, where Brady grew up.
Oh, good
in
point.
this area.
Yep. I actually, Brady's been in Canada for some months now.
Yeah, getting close. Probably. I don't know if he was at the Dayton Fall Meet last year.
I don't
he was, it
think
wasn't
so.
much.
Yeah. And
It
what
wasn't
track
much.
is he up? Did you know off the top of your head? He's been killing it, though.
Oh, yes.
He's
he-
had,
yes,
I
he
mean,
has.
when it comes to driving and training, which is great to see.
It is so tough for young drivers.
Oh.
You can be a great driver, but to break in the colony at
Especially-
Northfield
oh.
at Scioto.
Yep. It is unbelievably hard. Unbelievably
It is.
hard.
You're coming through at the wrong time right now. I mean, you go to Northfield, you got Justin Irvine, you got Danny Noble, Braden Rhodes.
Yep. Kurt Sugg drives quite a bit. There's
Aaron
a lot.
Merriman's there when he.
Chris Lems. I mean, they're
Chris Lems.
does
You
it
go to
not?
Scioto, you have
Yep.
Tyler and
Trevor.
Smith. You have Luke and Austin Hanners. Now you have David Miller when he's back. Brett Miller, Chris Page. I mean, it just never ends.
Sorry, Dad. I didn't mean to take my headset off on you.
But yeah, the driver colony in Ohio at all these tracks is just unreal.
We also have seen every once in a while we'll have people from Indiana, especially
Yeah.
Miami Valley, when
Yes.
Hoosier is closed
When
down.
Trace will come
And he
over.
does very well.
And, well, you have Sam Widger now.
Yes,
It
yep.
used to be, this is probably his 3rd year for sure in Ohio instead of Hoosier.
And we've also seen Marvin Luna
Marvin
now
Luna.
is becoming a staple and has done pretty well, and I'm sure he's going to stick
Jeremy
around.
Smith.
hmm And that's what I was, it actually kind of jarred my memory. Curtis Harper we don't see drive a ton because I think he just has his P license, but he's, I believe, in his 30s, and I've seen him warm up. He does, he obviously knows his way around a horse quite a bit, but I think he just has his P license, so that would be one of the main reasons he's going to be here at a fair versus at Scioto and etc.
Well, our next race, actually a field of 6, 5 on gate with a trailer. 3-year-old filly trotters for $4,660. And on the back side of this break, we'll be back to take a look at these 6 fillies.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
Cool Winds Farm is one of Ohio's premier standardbred breeding farms. Cool Winds stands the popular Dancin' Yankee. Jug winner Southwind Aussie, and the royally bred Western Fame. Cool Winds Farm is proud to present our yearling consignments at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 12th, and at the Standardbred Horse Sale in Harrisburg during the cool winds of November.
Headed next into race 4 of 18 this evening here at Paulding County Fair in Paulding, Ohio. Up next, we do have the first division of 3-year-old filly trotters.
A field of 6 beginning with the 1. Range the Wish, Clifton Bell for Chris Beaver. 3-year-old brown filly by the Hot in range. Out of the Cadabra mare, Spike's Wish, owned by Beaver, Yoder. BAP Internet, cousin Buckeye Stable of Florida. Yet to find the winner's circle, actually, in 2 seasons of racing, 17 career starts, has 2 seconds and 3/3, both of those last season, but last year won $64,000, a qualifying time at Delaware of 1:59.2. 4 back, finished 3rd, trotting a mile in 57.4 at Scioto Downs in the John Kaniski.
Right now we've got Rosie Weaver training and driving the 2 Viva Magenta. This is a long Tom filly out of She's Not Red, owned by Heartland Acres, but bred by Midland Acres. This will be just the 3rd start on the year, but had a pretty successful season last year at 2. $23,000 made in 17 starts, including 5 wins, 2 seconds, and 3 third-place finishes. Last start out for Viva Magenta was on June 4th, was in the Buckeye Claiming Series. Unfortunately, did make a break behind the gate, so did not walk away with any there. However, the start before that was just a qualifier up at Northfield Park and went in 2:02.3.
Number 3, Tango L. Hank LeBand trains and drives 3-year-old brown filly by Ready for Money. Out of the Tricks and Mare, Lucky Charm and Tricks. 6 starts this season, has 2 thirds. 19 starts last year with 6 wins. $33,000 last year, 59-1 at Delaware last year. The 3, Tango L and Hank LeBand.
Tango L has not had a luck of the draw lately. When you're looking at the lines at Scioto Downs,
10, 9, 9, 8.
Yeah, that's not been good, but he's going pretty consistently between 55 and 56 for Hank.
Tried the Buckeye Stallion Series last time out, finished 6th, trotted him 56-2. Kaniski, a couple starts before that.
Our 4-horse is trained and driven by John Kaniski III. What a Bell. This is a What the Hill filly out of Bell's Victory Ring, a Victory Sam mare. John also does own. Originally just a $4,000 purchase out of the Ohio Selected Sale. Very first start of the season. I don't want to say lightly started. It actually did have 7 starts last year as a freshman on the fair circuit, but didn't see a ton of luck. Did land a did have 4 third-place finishes, made about $4,200. However, was shut down early September at Upper Sandusky.
Number 5 is Rose Run Bridget. Carson Conrad, Herman Hagerman team up. 3-year-old bay Philip Watt the Hill out of the Explosive Matter mare. Explosive Lynn, 6 starts on the season with 2 seconds, 9,000 this year. A winner once last year with 5 seconds and 3/3, 29,543 lifetime. Took a mark as a 2-year-old at Scioto Downs of 201-2.
Rounding out the field and starting from the 2nd tier is the 6 Rose Run Bobby. Jamie Weller trains Rod Allens Jr. in the bike. This is an Uncle Peter filly out of a Lucky Chucky mare, Lindy on the Rocks. Very lightly started at 2, had only 2 starts and didn't go much further than that. 7 starts on the year, still looking to hit the board, however, has made $2,200. Occasionally will make a break, however you want to go back just a few starts, has been up at Northfield Park, stayed flat and shows 2 miles in at 2:02 and a piece.
Well, that's a look at the field. We are on our 4th race.
The last 2 are on their way. Get them together in the last
Getting ready for a post parade. 6 3-year-old filly trotters have to go to the gate. Gentleman listening in out there, a wealth of knowledge to pass along. This gentleman tells me Brady Galyers raced at Western Fair most of the winter, but it has since closed. He's moved on to Grand River in Canada.
Our wealth of knowledge, I'm sure, is always Jay Wolf.
I wasn't going to give the name out there and give him any credit.
Any credit. Thanks, Jay, for always being on top of it. As Doug and I are struggling through, we got to remember what we're doing over here. It's been a long time since we.
He very well, I can picture where he's at right now. He very well could be on that back porch.
Yep.
$4,660 and a blanket courtesy of Tressler Plumbing, LLC of Defiance. One is Range the Wish, all by Chris Beaver and of Radnor, Ohio, Martin Yoder of Ohio, VIP Internet Stable of New Jersey, and Cousin Bucky Stable of Florida, trained by Chris Beaver. The driver is Clifton Bell. Number 2 is Viva Magenta, all by Heartland Acres of Walhonding, Ohio, trained and driven by Rosie Weaver. Number 3 is Tango L, all by Levan Stables and Megan Levan of Woodstock, Rosemary Levan of Lewistown, and Bob Weiner of London, trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 4 is What a Bell, owned, trained and driven by John Koneski III of Pemberville. Number 5 is Rose Run Bridget, owned by Anthony Miller of Dundee and Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Carson Conrad. And number 6 is Rose Run Bobby, owned by JNR Racing of Rising Sun, Ohio, trained by Jamie Weller, the driver Rod Adams Jr. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in 4 minutes. Hurry and don't be shut out.
Jay Wolf. Probably about supper time. His wife's probably bringing him supper right out there.
We're looking forward to our supper at Delaware County Fair.
Delaware.
Not too far away, is it?
Not going to give Jay any of the credit. It's his
No,
wife
you're
that
right.
gets the credit. I think it was last year she made a mean lasagna. Was that right?
I think she always does, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think back a couple years. But there was our field for race for that first division of 3-year-old filly trotters. We kind of have them all over the board, right? Some still trying to figure it out, but we've got some nice fillies in here between the 2, 3, and the 5 horse. They've made over $20,000 a piece, mostly on the fair circuits.
Highest price horse listed 2 years ago at Ohio Select Sale was 6. Rose Run Bobby, a $21,000 purchase.
We have plenty of races here tonight. 18 total today, 19 tomorrow, and then actually we have a small break. We head next to Circleville in a couple of weekends, and then Ottawa I actually will be back at. And I think it's like a Tuesday, Wednesday post for Ottawa.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday. I'll be calling the races at the Pickaway County Fair in Circleville. That is Father's Day weekend, the 20th and 21st. I'll also be, and you will be on the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association broadcast at Ottawa.
Yes, yep.
And then we get a little bit of a break. Well, no, we have one more here at the end of the month, and that will be Marion.
And that one, that's why I brought that up. That's usually the biggest.
Yeah, that is big, just like this.
As far as the entries go, it is, it's prime time. You've got most of your 2-year-olds started.
Yes.
All of your 3-year-olds back. So when you talk about entries and long race cards, Marion for the last couple of years has had the most.
Your first 4 fairs, Paulding, Circleville, Ottawa, Marion, you're going to have a lot of races because there's
no competition.
There's no competition.
Other than
Scioto. When we get back, when we start in July, you have Wilmington, you have Bellefontaine, and there's another one in there.
I'd have to look at a schedule.
Yeah.
They all start
to
jumble together at some point.
We're going to the gate. Mike Wemkenberg's opened the wings. Got a field of 6 coming at him. Let's send it upstairs to Bill Peters.
There they come. They're off and trotting. The first horse away at the rail is Range the Wish. Up on the outside second is Rose Run Bridget. Racing in their third is Viva Magenta. Moving up fourth is Tango Well. Fifth along the rail is Rose Run Bobby. And the last horse is What a Bell. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Carson Conrad moves Rose Run Bridget up to gain command by a length and a half. Trotting second is Range the Wish, driven by Clifton Bell, and Clifton's out and on the move and regains the lead. Coming back second is Rose Run Bridget. Racing in their third is Viva Magenta, driven by Rosie Weaver. Fourth is Tango Well, driven by Hank Levan. Racing fifth is Rose Run Bobby, driven by Rod Adams. The last horse, What a Bell, driven by John Koneski. First quarter trotted in 31 2/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's Range the Wish with the lead. Viva Magenta now trots up second along the rail. Rose Run Bridget third along the rail. Moving up fourth is Rose Run Bobby. Off stride now goes Viva Magenta. Past the half-mile mark. That's Range the Wish with the lead. At the rail second, Rose Run Bridget. On the outside third, Rose Run Bobby. First half trotted in 102 3/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. They've got to catch Range the Wish. On the outside second is Rose Run Bobby. Rose Run Bridget is along the rail third. Tango Well is racing fourth. Fifth is What a Bell. Off stride sixth is Viva Magenta. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. That's still Range the Wish with the lead. Racing second is Rose Run Bridget. Now moving up third along the rail is Tango Well. Back to fourth is Rose Run Bobby. 3/4 in 1:33. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Range the Wish with the lead. Here comes Rose Run Bridget up on the outside second. That's Range the Wish at the rail with Rose Run Bridget on the outside. Tango Well right there third. As they race through the lane, that's Range the Wish and Rose Run Bridget. Rose Run Bridget and Range the Wish. Rose Run Bridget and Range the Wish. It's Rose Run Bridget. Tight for second between Range the Wish and Tango Well.
2:02 and 2.
A mile and 2:02 2/5.
2:02 2/5. I believe it was 5:13. That's how I saw it come across the wire. Carson Conrad played the long game there. Rose Run Bridget. And 7 starts now this season. Notches the very first win in 2026.
Got the 2-hole trip through Obey Phillip at Watha Hill. Gets her first of the season. Home in 2:02 and 2. Back half 59 4.
There was a lot of movement earlier in that race that I wasn't quite expecting out of this group.
Rosie Weaver came first up at the half, right past the 3/8, and with Viva Magenta, she made a break, and out to follow her cover from the back of the pack. He was setting second to last. Was Rose Run Bobby and Rod Allams, who I think hung on for second. With my eye, I was probably second, and Hank Levan with the 3. Tango Well was third. Now that's going to be very tight, but our winner was the 5, Rose Run Bridget.
For Viva Magenta with Rosie Weaver, I wonder if that's why, of course, we've seen Rosie drive.
Yes.
Many of her own. That's not abnormal at all, but especially
it very well could be.
Occasionally does make a break, and as we saw that again today. I'm sure that's.
Kind of want to figure this filly out.
Yeah, because last year she made the championship. She made the fair championship.
Okay.
So
Viva Magenta did.
Hopefully she comes back for, but that was a great performance, though, and great drive.
She shows a breaker last start out in the Buckeye
claiming
series at Scioto Downs on the 4th of June.
But here's Carson Conrad with our winner, Rose Run Bridget. Great drive. Winning trainer, Herman Hagerman.
Back into the winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from Dundee and Mount Vernon, Ohio, comes number 5, Rose Run Bridget. All by Anthony Miller and Hagerman Racing, trained by Herman Hagerman, and driven to victory this evening by Carson Conrad. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Tressler Plumbing, LLC of Defiance, and several members of the Tressler family are in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. Let's have a big hand here for Carson Conrad and Rose Run Bridget and the Tressler Plumbing, LLC of Defiance, the donors of the blanket.
Waiting for the top down. Looks like the prices are official on the tote board. 5-1-3.
5-1. Where did I come up with the 6? Oh, yes, he was back. He came first up.
Was second. Number 2, Viva Magenta was 6th. Number 3, Tango L was 3rd. Number 4, What a Bell was 4th. Number 5, Rose Run Bridget was a winner. Number 6, Rose Run Bobby was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 31 2/5. The half was in 102 3/5. The 3 quarters in 133 with a mile in 202 2/5. From the top it should read 2:63.415. A mile in 202 2/5. The last half in 59 4/5 seconds.
It's really not a bad mile at all for these trotters, these filly trotters.
No, not at all.
Say our 3-year-old Colt Pacers so far are the only ones that have gone faster, as they should, considering their division, but that was a pretty decent mile. Up next, race 5 of 18. Going to be the second division of 2-year-old filly Pacers, the second of 5. There are lots of freshman filly Pacers yet to come. Join us back here in a moment. Doug and I will introduce you to the field of 6.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to OHHA.com. That's OHHA.com.
We are back here at the Paulding County Fair. Matt Clark, Doug Ballinger, Ashley Daly. We're beginning race 5, 18 of them tonight, 19 tomorrow night, 5 o'clock post each evening. Then we take a break, as you mentioned. The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association broadcast team will head to the Pickaway County Fair in Circleville, our next stop. That is Father's Day, Saturday and Sunday, the 20th and 21st. We skip that Monday, and then we go to Ottawa, the Putnam County Fair. Take that weekend, then that Sunday and Monday at the end of the June, we'll be at Marion for Ohio Fair Racing Conference action, and that wraps it up for the month of June.
Say, of course, today is really what we would say day 1 of busy season, but it doesn't get too bad until mid-July, and then after that it's just we're crazy. Actually, this year, I can't remember exactly what weekend it is, but we have 5 fairs in a single day.
Would that be in September?
It's,
when it would
yes.
be Montpelier?
It's in September because somebody didn't change, because Labor Day's late this year, and somebody didn't change, and it kind of moved some dates around. So Matt has been in charge of figuring that out.
Somehow the state let it slip. Fairs, if you're listening out there, fairs are all based, for instance, Van Wert gets a Labor Day fair every year. Labor Day is always the first Monday of September. So it's the 7th this year, so it's as late as it can be. All of your fairs are a week late, and then they work their way back. The numbers work down. But Piketon, I ran into that trouble at Piketon with Washington Courthouse. I sent my contracts out. I knew the fairs had to switch, but I've always worked Piketon and the courthouse, so Piketon never switched, and it somehow the state let it get by, and it shouldn't have.
Gotcha.
But it did. Other than that, that's the mistake. So I know that day Washington Courthouse is going, Piketon, and also that week Bucyrus goes, but I don't know how many racings one day. But I know that in the fall, in September, we have Montpelier, we have Old Washington, we have Worcester, Upper Sandusky, and Montpelier. Could those be your 5 you're talking about?
I actually found it. I think you're talking a week later. It's actually on September 1st this year.
Oh, that's the way it is. Okay.
Yes, September 1st this year we'll have 5 fairs. It's Mount Gilead, Caldwell, Canton, Van Wert, and Richwood, because Richwood went back to...
Richwood went back. They're going to race some night racing.
Yes.
They put lights up. They had a big doings to get lights this year. But Labor Day is September 7th.
Yeah.
It is the 7th.
But because usually that's our busiest day.
Okay.
Usually that's our
Yes.
busiest day, but the way that things fell this year, actually it's the week before that's going to be our busiest. We've
Okay.
never had 5 fairs in a single day before. We've dealt with 4 here and there.
Can you OHHA
Well, I don't
handle
know. Matt, you tell us. I think he's got it figured out. Yeah, he said okay.
I know a couple years I would do Van Wert in the afternoon and head to Findlay at night. I don't know if you did that too.
Chris,
did you do?
Chris usually does the
Okay.
doubleheader.
Okay.
And I say, and I've actually on my program, on my schedule this year, I think I've got 2 or 3 doubleheaders that I'll be
Okay,
doing.
really?
Yeah, I'd say it's going to be a very, very busy summer. But it's always good. It's what we look forward to and what we like most. And I have a really cool job. I like telling people what I do, and hopefully somebody out there likes listening to me. We're a little rough around the edges today because we got to get back in the groove, but it's been good. And we said today is the first official day of kind of our busy season, but we've been rocking and rolling now for a couple of months. Roger Houston and I both co-host the Freshman Focus episode, so we've been out and about. Probably, I think it's about since Matt started recording with Roger very end of March, beginning of April, and it just kind of keeps rolling. I've had a ton of outreach programs and outreach events that we've been doing. FFA, Ohio FFA was beginning of May. Equine Fair was in April. We're currently planning something in partnership with the Ohio Farm Bureau. It's like everything we could possibly do is just crammed in this summertime, and it makes for a crazy year. But by the end of it, we miss it and want it back.
Mentioning Roger Houston, he's listening tonight from Pennsylvania. Robo, his 2-year-old trotter with Rosie Weaver, is in tonight, I believe in race 16.
Yes, yep.
And I sent him the program
Okay.
that Frank Frost sent me, so I forwarded it to Roger this afternoon. And Roger's going to be watching tonight, talking about Roger. We mentioned Bill Peters, his 67th year of calling County Fair racing. This is Roger Houston's 67th year also.
How many is this for you, Doug?
This is my 57th.
So you're 10 years behind then.
I'm 10 years behind. I don't think I'll ever hit 67. But you add those 3 up, that's 191
That's
years
a lot,
between us
yeah.
3, Bill, myself,
That's
and
pretty cool.
Roger. And I know Roger has mentioned this. I heard an interview he did a while ago. Nobody has called, or not called races, but any kind of announcer. I think it might have been a famous baseball announcer, has the world's record for the most. And Roger, along with Bill, will break that this year.
Here is our post parade.
LLC of Medina, Jackson Day of Medina, trained by James Day. The driver is Mark Hedworth. Number 3 is She's Akiba, owned and trained by Jerry Miller of Fredericksburg. The driver Carson Conrad. Number 4 is Aggie L. All Mullivan Stables of Woodstock, Hurley Racing of Dublin, Frame Farms of Richwood, Megan Levan of Woodstock, and Richard Fries of Northfield, trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 5 is Famous Now. All by Mike Sweeney of Delaware, Ohio, J.R. Miller of Dublin, Ohio, Rocky Miller of Groveport, and R.E. Heath of Columbus, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver Curtis Harper. And number 6 is Section Line Palin. All by Rick Estel of Oakwood, trained by Chad Williamson, the driver Pierce Henry. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in 4 minutes.
2 things that I learned from him 57 years ago. You always have Hall's cough drops, and you always use a red pen.
Oh, really?
Yes. Those 2 things that stick with me 57 years later. Hall's cough drops and a red pen.
I've got a red pen, but it's kind of
got
by
a red-
accident today.
By accident. Mine's not by accident. And the other thing, I heard Roger doing an interview about a month ago for his old school.
Yeah, Wilmington.
Wilmington. And he was talking how many Hall's cough drops he'll go through
Yes.
during a session. And he actually thinks, since COVID, they're making Hall's cough drops smaller, and he doesn't get as many races out of them. Can you believe that?
No, I absolutely can believe that.
Now, do you believe that? I think
shrinkflation is a
he
thing.
was just trying to pull everybody's leg. You really believe that?
I do. I
He
absolutely
made a believer out
do.
of you.
He did.
Now, I haven't figured it out yet. It might take me 3 or 4 fairs before I can
You
say
get,
that
get
he's
your own opinion.
my
okay.
own opinion.
Okay. But Roger and I actually graduated from the same college, a few years apart. But Wilmington College, of course, in Wilmington, kind of southern Ohio. But I get to go back. Roger invited me, and I think along with Deb Noble, Danny's mom.
Yeah.
We're going to go down and support Roger. He is kind of the lead, I guess, host,
Yes.
MC for Alumni Day. So we got to go down there in a couple of weeks and cheer him on. But back to what we're supposed to be talking about. Race 5 now, our second division of 2-year-old filly pacers, a field of 6 on the rail. Time is a Thief. Jeff Nysonger trains and drives this black filly by summa cum laude out of a Western Ideal mare. Originally a $9,000 purchase out of the Ohio Selected Sale.
Number 2, she's acting single. James Day trains and drives for Power Play Racing, and Jackson Day, 2-year-old bay Philip, a dancing Yankee. This is a homebred making her first career start. The 2, she's acting single.
The 3, she's a Kiba. Carson Conrad will drive for trainer-owner Jerry Miller. This is a Mr. Big filly, originally bred by Wyan Yoder of Ohio.
Number 4, Zagiel. Hank Laban trains and drives. 2-year-old bay Philip by Monte Mickey out of the Sun Beach Somewhere mare. Remy Aurora, $11,000 Ohio Select purchase. The 4, Agiel.
Our 5, Curtis Harper, is going to drive again for Mike Sweeney. Famous Now, a Western Fame mare, originally purchased out of the Buckeye Classic for $8,000.
Number 6, Section Line Palin. Pierce Henry for Chad Williamson. 2-year-old bay Philip at Western Fame. 5 on gate with a trailer. Let's send it upstairs to Bill Peters for the call.
There they come. Oh, they're off and pacing. The first horse away at the rail is Time is a Thief. Up on the outside second is She's a Kiba. At the rail third is Section Line Palin. A little action in the back tier there, but everybody's clear now. As they make the turn now, racing down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Now She's a Kiba goes off stride. With the lead on the front is Time is a Thief, driven by Jeff Nysonger. Moving up second is Section Line Palin, driven by Pierce Henry. Third is She's a Kiba, driven by Carson Conrad. Racing in their fourth is Agiel, driven by Hank Levan. Racing fifth is Famous Now, driven by Curtis Harper. And the last horse is She's Acting Single, driven by Mark Edworth. First quarter paced in 31 3/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn, they come down past the stands for the first time. That's Time is a Thief by a length and a half. Section Line Palin is racing second. Agiel is now pacing up third. Fourth is Famous Now. Fifth is She's a Kiba. And the last horse, She's Acting Single. Coming to the half-mile mark, that's Jeff Nysonger and Time is a Thief bringing the horses down to the half. Right in the Golden Chair second is Pierce Henry with Section Line Palin. First half paced in 103 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark, they've got to catch Time is a Thief. Racing second is Section Line Palin. A little farther back third comes Agiel. Fourth is Famous Now. Fifth is She's Acting Single. Mile mark. That's still Time is a Thief by 2 lengths. Section Line Palin is closing in a wee bit second now. Third is Agiel. Fourth is Famous Now, followed by She's Acting Single fifth. 3/4 in 134 3/5. As they round the turn now to head down, race for pay dirt. That is still Time is a Thief with the lead. Racing second, Section Line Palin, followed by Agiel third. As they race through the lane, that's Time is a Thief at the rail. Section Line Palin on the outside. Time is a Thief and Section Line Palin. Time is a Thief and Section Line Palin. It's Time is a Thief. Section Line Palin up for second. Up for third is Agiel. A mile in 2:04.
2:04 flat. Jeff Nysonger Time is a thief.
Gate to wire. Back half, 59-4. Time is a thief. 2-year-old Black. Filly by Zuma Kalade out of the Western Ideal mare. Lottie, I Kill Time. $9,000 Ohio Select purchase. Ran into Jeff as soon as I got out of the car on the backstretch. I guess Jeff actually asked me, how many years have you been doing this? And I said 57. I said, how old are you? And he said 45. And I called his first driving win at the Buckeye County Fair. Yes. Jeff Neisonger also drove 230 mile this morning from Lebanon, took 6 head to qualify, 2-year-olds at Scioto Downs, qualified them, got in his car, and drove 230 miles to Paulding. He'll drive 230 mile home tonight, so that is 690 miles.
I should add mine up. So today I had an interesting day. This morning, my mom, we use an Amish blacksmith, John Hostetler, and so we haul to him. So I drove an hour to Urbana this morning, Tip City to Urbana, an hour from Urbana to Mount Victory, which is where John lives, an hour back, and then 2.5 hours here, and then it's going to take me 2.5 hours to get home. So that's just part of it. I mean, you just get used to spending a lot of time in a car when you're a horseman. It's just wrapped up in this sport. Jeff is slowly making his way back over with the Summa Cum Laude filly. Time is a thief, 2:04 flat. I have 1:642 across the wire.
Circle where the winners go. Coming in from Sydney, Ohio, comes number 1. Time is a thief. Oh, Aaron and Sharon Kester, and trained and driven to victory by Jeff Neisonger. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Jeff and Tracy Flippo. Let's have a big hand here for Myron Kester, Jeff Neisonger, and Time is a Thief. And to Jeff and Tracy Flippo, the donors of the blanket.
Win number 3,987 for driver Jeff Neisonger.
So he's closing in on another milestone. Looks like
I got a good memory. I've been adding since last year.
Since last year,
we got somebody out there that knows what they're doing. They're on top of everything out there.
Oh, did you get a text message?
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we're official on the tote board.
From Delaware, Ohio, that message came.
We are official on the tote board. 164 for the trifecta.
$6.40, $5.60 for the winner, $7.40 for show money.
We had a little bit of traffic going to that first turn.
Yes.
Our everybody's fine. There was no. We got just a little close to each other. We'll say our 2-horse was on a pretty hard break. I don't know if she was afraid of the starting gate or what was going on there, but she made a pretty gnarly break and just kind of interfered a little bit into another horse.
Number 1, Time is a Thief, winner. 2, She's Acting Single. He's 4th, was placed 5th for interference going into the first turn. Number 3, She's Akiba was 6th. Number 4, Agiel was 3rd. Number 5, Famous Now, finished 5th, was placed 4th. Number 6, Section Line Palin was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 31 3/5. The half was in 103 1/5. The 3/4 in 134 3/5, with a mile in 2:04. From the top, it should read 156.342, a mile in 2:04. Again, that placing was because of the result of horse interfering going into that first turn. The number 2 horse interfered with the number 5 horse going into the first turn, and that was the reason that number 2 finished 4th and was placed 5th. Number 5, Famous Now, was 5th and placed 4th.
Well, 5 down, on to race 6, 3-year-old Colt Pace, second division for $4,872. Greg Bateson, if you're following along at home with a program, will drive number 3 Cypher. Greg Bateson listed on the 3 Cypher. Hank Levan to drive number 4 Beantown Dragon. Ashley, a field of 6. We're going to take a break and come back to take a look at this field of 6 3-year-old colt pacers.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead Sire of 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year Sugar Instead. Also standing at Dublin Valley Farms, Slay, a promising young son of Chapter 7 and Coach K Hanover by world record holder Walner. Looking for your next winner? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients are offering an exciting lineup of yearlings with current and fashionable pedigrees. Available at public auctions this year. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio.
Back at Paulding, Ohio, the Paulding County Fair, Ohio Fair Racing Conference action. Matt Clark on the camera. Doug Ballinger, Ashley Daly bringing you all the action tonight. On to the 6th. Nice crowd in the grandstand.
I was actually going to bring that up. I was a little surprised just because this is a small fair.
Mm-hmm.
They have a very big agricultural presence. That's just what this region in general, this part of northern Ohio is very crop heavy, pretty livestock heavy as well. But when it comes to the size of the fair, there's not a lot of acreage here, and actually they don't even have any fair rides. They have bouncy houses out back behind the grandstand for the kids.
Fair.
Yeah.
Their grandstand, this is probably the 5th, 6th year they redid this grandstand on the end here. It tells you what year the grandstand was built. It could be the late 1800s or very early 1900s. But these seats, it's a bench. They came, I believe, from Ball State University.
Oh.
Ball State, I'm pretty sure. Ball State or Miami, one of the two. Ball State, I guess, would be in Indiana, but came from one of those. I always heard the story. They redid their stadium, and they got they purchased these seats.
Okay. Let's look, because Miami's a little bit further south.
Yes.
From here, but Ball State
would be close.
It's 77 miles or so.
Yeah.
So they're probably from Ball State, I would think.
I think I'm right
not.
on that. What this fair noted for is homemade ice cream made out of goat milk.
I did not know that.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Did you get any?
Oh yeah, they'll be bringing it up, I'm sure, later on tonight.
Out of goat milk?
Yes.
I had no idea.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Did you go out and get a sandwich?
I had a walking taco. When I got here, and I was like, I'm not super hungry, but I knew when we hopped on air, we were going to be sitting here for 5 or 6 hours, and then by the time we rolled around, I was going to get home I'll probably get home midnight, 1 a.m.
Yep.
By the time that we actually get loaded up and out of here. It's like, I'm not going to want to eat, so I better do it right now. Actually, one of the best fairs when it comes to food that I've been to, of course I haven't been to all 66.
Everybody has their favorite.
Is Burton.
Burton.
Oh my
Never been there. Probably most likely will never get there.
I went last year. I spent a whole weekend up in that area, and I went to like Canfield. It was Labor Day weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I spent 3 days up there and just hopped around the fairs working. And I went to Burton, which is actually the home fair. One of my best friends from college, so she gave me some good places to go. And they have pierogies there that are out of this world. So not really a fair food, but I'm telling you, it has one of the best fair, I guess, as food scenes, I guess. But Jimmy Jawbreaker is also in Lancaster, is a favorite of mine.
Yes. I heard him talk about that at I think Matt.
Probably, because that line is always unbelievably long, but we make sure to get it both days that we're at Lancaster.
Lancaster is some fair in the fall.
It is
every fair is unique.
Mm-hmm.
Croton, you usually don't cover Croton.
I don't.
Have you ever been to Croton?
I'm not sure if I have or not. I don't think I went last year, so I don't think I have.
It's so unique. It's August 9th, 10th, something like that, Friday, Saturday at noon. Sets out in no man's land, out in the cornfield. Just well-kept fairground, stands or barns, red buildings all the way around the track, a little pond in the infield in the first turn, a historic judges stand. It is a historic figure. The judges stand is. They're noted for their not only good harness racing those 2 days. They're a member of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference, but that Friday night we race on a Friday and Saturday. And we have big bleachers in the infield, and those bleachers will be pretty much full. No interest in the harness racing. They're there for the night for the truck pull.
Oh.
They will get 25,000, 35,000
for the
people
truck
for
pull.
the truck pull.
Really?
They come from everywhere, and this is actually out in no man's land.
Isn't it so interesting, especially when you do as much traveling as we do around the fairs?
And Croton, real quick, is an independent fair. If they're listening, I know they would.
Gotcha.
Well, and I'm sure it's part of Delaware, Mount Vernon, and what other county?
So I don't think I've been. Well, maybe I have to put that on my list this year.
I go right through Delaware and head out to Sunbury and that way through Condit, Ohio.
We can talk about passports for a moment, and a reason to get to all the county fairs. We've expanded our harness racing passport this year, and I'll talk about it here in a moment, but we're going to let Bill Peters give you the rundown for race 6.
$6 and a blanket given in memory of Karen Takasik. Number 1 is Our Colt of Many Color, owned by CIS Racing LLC of Wilmington, trained and driven by Jeff Nysonger. Number 2 is Captain's Dance, owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, and David Jury of Bucyrus, Ohio. Rick Estel of Oakwood, trained by Chad Williams Bateson. Number 4 is Beantown Dragon, owned by Racing LLC of Massachusetts, trained by Ryan Miller, the driver, Hank Levan. Number 5 is Nighthawk Racer, owned by Ivy Holdings of Apple Creek, Ohio, trained by Robbie Brooks, the driver, Pierce Henry. And number 6 is Deputy Jack, owned by Roger Wilkin of Middle Point, Ben Thatcher of Van Wert, trained by Ben Thatcher, the driver, Mark St. Louis Jr. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows, closing in 4 minutes.
Finishing my thoughts on passports really quick. We won't go too far into it. I gave our spiel earlier, but we have expanded that program this year, and so here's your encouragement. Not only are we giving away grand prizes at the end of the season, we're actually giving away prizes to everybody who attends 20, 30, 40, all the way across. There's prizes each time you hit those milestones, and just make sure that you visit us up in the grandstand at any fair that you attend.
Okay, Ashley, better take a look at these 3-year-old Colt Pacers, beginning with the 1. Our Colt of Many Color, Jeff Nysonger for CIS Racing. 3-year-old Roan at Gilding by Fool Me Once. A winner 5 times last year. 5 starts this year, is yet to hit the board, but does have a second. $31,000 lifetime for the 1, our Colt of Many Color.
Rosie Weaver trains the 2. Braden Rose will get the drive of Captain's Dance. This is a dancing Yankee gelding out of a Captain Treacherous mare, owned by Weaver and David Jury of Bucyrus, Ohio. Just coming back for the season. This will be the 3rd start in 2026. Still looking to hit the board and make some money. Actually did start in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Northfield on Saturday. I have a line to be announced. Unfortunately, I don't know how he placed. But when it comes to qualifiers at Scioto Downs, did have a 2nd place finish in 55-4, final quarter in 28. Captain's Dance did make $29,000 last year.
Greg Bateson picks up the drive on the 3 Cypher for Chad Williamson. 3-year-old B. Gilda Son of Down by the Seaside. Out of the Bettor's Delight mare, Fine Art. First start of the season, a starter 8 times last year, had 2 wins and a 3rd. $18,950. Took a mark at the Meadows of 154-3 as a 2-year-old, the 3 Cypher.
The 4 is Beantown Dragon. Hank Levan now to drive for Ryan Miller. This is a homebred for Michael Goldberg of Massachusetts. Now this guy is a Fear the Dragon, but he's actually dual eligible to Massachusetts, and that's where he made a lot of his money last year. He won the final in Massachusetts and made $125,000 his freshman season.
Number 5, Nighthawk Racer, Pierce Henry for Robert Brooks, 3-year-old Bay Gelding by Racine Hill. $15,925 lifetime.
Rounding out the field and starting from the second tier is the 6th Deputy Jack, Mark St. Louis Jr. in the bike for Ben Thatcher. Going 2 back at Northfield, non-winners of 1. Paramutual with a claiming tag went 157-2, final quarter and 29-1. Still looking to notch the very first win of the season, but has made 9,300 lifetime. Here's Bill Peters with the call of the 6th, the 2nd division, 3-year-old Colt Pacers.
Here they come. They're off and pacing. The first horse away is Captain's Dance. At the rail second is our Colt of Many Color. Up on the outside third is Nighthawk Racer. Racing at the rail fourth, that is Deputy Jack. As they round the turn out, head down the back, to race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Out there on the front end, that's Braden Rhodes with Captain's Dance. Racing along at the rail second is our Colt of Many Color, driven by Jeff Nicehonger. Third is Nighthawk Racer, driven by Pierce Henry. Racing fourth is Deputy Jack, driven by Mark St. Louis. Fifth is Cypher, driven by Greg Bateson. And the last horse is Beantown Dragon, driven by Hank Levan.
29-4, Bill.
First quarter paced in 29 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, horses are in straight alignment. That's Braden Rhodes with Captain's Dance showing on top. Sitting right there second is our Colt of Many Color. Third is Nighthawk Racer as they race down toward the half. At the rail fourth is Deputy Jack, now moving up on the outside fifth. Now fourth comes Cypher. Past the half-mile mark. That's still Captain's Dance with the lead. First half paced in 59 seconds. Racing in there second, that's our Colt of Many Color. Third along the rail is Nighthawk Racer. On the outside fourth is Cypher. As Deputy Jack and Beantown Dragon. Heading down the backside over toward the 3/4 mile mark. That's still Captain's Dance by a length and a half. Our Colt of Many Color is racing second. Moving along at the rail third is Nighthawk Racer. On the outside fourth is Cypher. Racing at the rail fifth, it is Deputy Jack, and the last horse is Beantown Dragon. 3/4 in 129 2/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Captain's Dance with the lead. Our Colt of Many Color edging up a little closer second, and Nighthawk Racer right there third as they race through the lane. That's Captain's Dance still with the lead. On the outside coming on is our Colt of Many Color, but it's going to be Captain's Dance, and here they all come. Our Colt of Many Color up for second, up for third is Nighthawk Racer. 1 mile and 1:58.
1:58, gate to wire, Braden Rhodes.
Quite a bit
Rosie Weaver.
faster than that first division. The first division went in 2 minutes flat.
Braden Rhodes gets his second winning drive of the evening. Rosie Weaver doubles up on the training side.
Let's take a look at what the records are. Our 3-year-old Colt Pacers. The record's 1:57, so we are still an entire second slower when that record is. Dancing Fever set it in 2017.
Captain's Dance, a $20,000 Buckeye Classic purchased 2 years ago. 3-year-old Bay Gelding by Dancing Yankee out of the Captain Treacherous mare. The American, owned in partnership by Rosie Weaver of Beach City and David Jury of Bucyrus. First win of the season in 3 tries, had 2 second-place finishes. A second-place finish in a qualifier and finished second in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Northfield Park. I believe that would have been Saturday night, pacing 1 mile and 55 4.
Here comes Braden Rhodes back into the winner's circle with Captain's Dance.
And now moving down the track into the winner's circle, and the winners go. Coming in from Beach City and Bucyrus comes number 2, Captain's Dance. All by Rosie Weaver and David Jury, trained by Rosie Weaver, and driven to victory this evening by Braden Rhodes. The blanket for this race is given in memory. Aaron was a long time sponsor of races here, bringing the ladies races, especially having horses for several ladies to drive here in the ladies race. This blanket is given in her memory.
So we're going to be good with that, aren't we?
Yes. Yes. Let's have a big hand here for Rosie Weaver, David Jury, Braden Rhodes, and Captain's Dance. And those giving this blanket in memory of Karen Takasi. 4 sponsors there up by the flag, by the winner's circle. Let's have a big hand for Integrity Ford, Trueland Equipment, Joe and Friend Darmafall, and Steikmans of Paulding. Give them a big hand. They're big sponsors of the harness racing program here at the Paulding County Fair.
Looks like we are official on the tote board. 215 is going to make our trifecta. The 2 returns 760. But we will wait for Bill to give that official rundown. But the mile time 1:58 flat.
Our Colt of Many Color was second. Number 2, Captain's Dance was a winner. Number 3, Cypher was 4th. Number 4, Beantown Dragon was 6th. Number 5, Nighthawk Racer was 3rd. And number 6, Deputy Jack was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 29 4/5. The half was in 59 seconds. The 3/4 in 129 2/5, with a mile in 1:58. From the top it should read 2:14.635, a mile in 1:58.
Well, Ashley, let's take a break and we come back. We got the Director of Racing here at the Paulding County Fair, Gus Davis, to join us.
Hey kids, we invite you to join the Backstretch Buddies Club, a fun and free club for kids 12 and under who love horses and wants to be a part of harness racing in Ohio. Once you've signed up, you will be able to join Willie Winnett and exciting adventures and receive awesome surprises. Sign up today using the QR code.
Thanks for joining us this evening at the Paulding County Fair. Up next, race 7 of 18 tonight. But before we introduce you to this field of 5, we do have a guest, our speed superintendent, Gus Davis, here at Paulding County. Gus, we actually met it for the first time at Delaware. That's where we met.
Yeah, we met under the tent down there.
At Delaware, real quick on Delaware before Ashley starts to pick your brain. For how many years you've been going in Delaware in the paddock turn?
I've been there since 1979, so about 20.
And you have a bus, correct?
We had to get rid of the bus. We was on the hill there, but now they got us over right up next to the paddock. We got a beautiful seat now. We got kicked off the hill when they built the room or the tent there.
Okay.
But they did take care of us and put us up in the corner. And we got that lot, and we got the lot down in the campsites.
At the campsite, are they watching the Ohio Harness Horseman broadcast?
Yeah, that's where
Okay,
Ashley met me at down there.
Okay.
We did an interview. Actually, I'm sure we could find it on OHHA somewhere and pull that thing up. But we did an interview with Gus and his whole group. Down in the campers. And what a fun group that you guys are to begin with.
Yeah.
But
there are a lot of memories and a lot of stories, and that's why I told her some stories probably couldn't be told. Right, but we've had fun. We've had and we even have all the people that's been with us over the years. I got a big poster like out there that's got their pictures all in it. Mm-hmm. So it's not good to get your picture up there, I guess, but we like to, everybody's got a story about that person or that person.
Yeah,
you know.
Great.
But our group's kind of been pretty tight, and we've been down there for quite a while. Actually, they've been down there. I've been down there since '79. Max Pease is probably the one that started it, probably late '60s, in the mid '60s. So.
But that's a week of fun for you, but this is a week of work because you're part of the fair board here at Paulding County, and it has not been an easy go this year getting this track, and really this whole fairground's in shape for you guys.
We had some water line break on the track, and it's for the third time it broke, and I told him about doing it. Well, we was going to dig a well, but that kind of didn't work out, so we had to go clear up in a turn up here and we trench clear down here and then under the track to go out to get water back there. And then the guy I got to really thank is Bill Webb for that, because he brought his equipment over and got it straightened out, at least looking. You know, it would have been pretty bad, you know, without it. And then I got to give my wife credit. She's responsible for this winter circle because they cut through.
Ah, gotcha.
Okay, so the trench goes right inside the
yes,
pylons.
all the way down. Yeah, they didn't hit the track with it, but there was dirt probably 3 foot high, and drivers would have had a heck of a time if they'd had got into trouble, you know. And so, but Bill come over these bulldozer and really done us a favor and got us back in shape.
But you just finished that?
Oh, a week ago.
Yeah,
not even a week.
You guys were definitely on a time crunch then when it came to.
And new track lights, we're going to get a chance to see how well they work.
I watched them, or they turned them on the other night for the Demolition Derby and had them all around. Believe me, there's not a dark spot on them.
Okay, good.
So, I mean, that was a grant we got with getting that. And like I said, it's a good thing going on, I guess. You know, I keep saying last year I think we had 22 and 20 races. This year we're 18 and 19. It's not the fact I think anything special we're doing. It's just we're first off the gun. We're first off the gun. Everybody wants to see what they got, what the 2-year-old they have.
The grandstand, what year was it built? It's on the end.
1782.
1782?
Or 1870. 1872.
And the seats, where did they come from?
Them seats come out of University of Cincinnati football.
Well, I was wrong, but I was close in a way.
Yeah.
I had Ball State, Miami, University of Cincinnati.
Yeah, and Bobby Nunneman was responsible for buying them, and we put them up, and his crew done this, and we refurnished the grandstand.
Yes.
Believe me, it needed it.
Oh, yeah.
At the time.
And this is probably the 6th year, I would say.
I would say.
Was it after COVID?
It could have been right before COVID, somewhere in that vicinity or whatever. But I tell you, another person responsible for a lot of things goes on here today is Joe and Fran Darmafall. I got to give them a big thank you.
They do so much.
Yeah, they help get the singer, get Matt here, and then he's always supporting the ladies' race.
Yes.
You know, so. You know, it takes a lot of people, believe it or not. And I'm sitting up here talking, but I got to give my wife credit. She gets tired of hearing from me this week. But Bruce Forker, he's assistant superintendent. He's been real active with it. So, and I took this over, I think, 16 years ago for Mike Molitor. He was speed superintendent then. But, you know, it's total back in the back with no more room we got. It's kind of total chaos, but everybody's kind of gets along.
But everybody figures it
Parking
out.
trailer, yeah. I mean, everybody knows it's crowded, and I don't know. It's a very long day, especially when it's hot and muggy.
It's feeling better now.
Yeah.
Our sun's starting to get tucked away, but man, when I first rolled up, it's like, it's 85 degrees, but then it was just muggy. I hope the weather holds off for tomorrow. I know that you guys are already thinking about that. Even just, track conditions. But I will say your track looks great tonight.
Yeah, and like I said, that's kind of thanks to Bill Webb on that, because he brought his box over, which we do it every year. But when they made that trench, that kind of screwed a lot of things up. But it all worked out.
Let's go to the post break. Then I got a question for you.
Of Oakwood. One is Platinum ATM. Owned by Country Roads Racing LLC of Beach City, Ohio, and Marion Beachy of Sugar Creek, Ohio. Trained by Rosie Weaver. The driver is Braden Rhodes. Number 2 is Ranger Laniel. Alma Levan Stables and Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio. Ed Perry of Cable, Ohio, and Richard Fries of Northfield, Ohio. Trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 3 is Wolstead. Owned and trained by Jerry Miller of Fredericksburg. The driver Eli Schwarzentruber. Number 4 is CR Mission. Owned by David Van Atta of Mount Vernon, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Carson Conrad. And number 5 is What the Will, owned by E.G. Trot LLC of Findlay, trained and driven by Ed Greeno Jr. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes.
Did you know them?
What's that?
Did you know Paul
Yes,
Hill?
I did, yes.
He had a couple nice horses there. He was in the end of the barn, and Paul Copsey was in the old barn over here. So.
Yep. Years ago, what I want to touch real quick with bad weather maybe coming in tomorrow, do you have a plan if with 19 races what would happen if
well,
it would be
I think
rain
all
out?
they'll do is, and I look at the stakes races, what we'll usually do Wednesday at 11 o'clock is when our
you do have
our
a rain
stakes
date.
yes.
So it would be stake races if it
stake
would get
races
rained out.
only, Wednesday at 11 o'clock. I know there's a lot of issues going on. I just talked to Mike. He's supposed to go to Converse.
Indiana.
And to tell you the truth, so do I.
And then another one real quick, we'll let you go. I called races here years ago, and Paul, he was an eye doctor. He had a great trotter, a world champion, that Quetzal was out of.
Weaver?
Doc Weaver.
Doc Weaver, yes.
He was head of the races here years ago, probably in the 70s.
Probably, yeah.
And he had a great trotter.
I can't remember.
The world champion, and that's who Quetzal, the great mare Quetzal, was out of the race at the fairs.
Yep.
Got accidentally bred to a pacing boy, I believe.
I remember Quetzal. You couldn't stop him in the winner's circle.
Had 99 or 100 wins, something like that. Couldn't stop him.
Yeah, I remember him well.
Well, you do a great job here, and good talking to you.
All right, I appreciate you guys coming, and see you in Delaware.
Okay.
We'll see you tomorrow first.
Yeah. Stop back down there.
All right, here we go for race 7, a field of 5 for our second division of 2-year-old colt trotters. I believe it's supposed to be pronounced Platinum ATM on the rail with Braden Rhodes and Rosie Weaver. This is a Centurion ATM gelding, originally purchased at the Buckeye Classic for $18,000.
Number 2, Ranger Lonnie L. Hank Levan, 2-year-old brown gold son of In Range, a $7,000 Buckeye Classic purchase.
The 3, Wallstead. This is going to be driven by Eli Walston Stuber, trained by Jerry Miller. This is a Volstead colt, originally purchased from the Buckeye Classic for $4,000.
Number 4, CR Mission, Carson Conrad and Herman Hagerman team up. They're both looking for their second win. Hagerman is a trainer, and Carson Conrad is trying to double up on the driver's side. 2-year-old bay colt by Mission accepted.
Ed Grino Jr. trains and drives this What the Hill colt, What the Will, out of a Swan for All mare owned by E.G. Trott of Findlay, originally purchased for $8,000 out of the Ohio selected sale. There's your field of 5 for race 7, the second division of 2-year-old colt trotters. Here is Bill Peters with the call.
There they come. Here, off and trotting, the first horse away at the rail is Platinum ATM. In their second is Ranger Waniel. Up on the outside third is CR Mission. Moving up fourth is What the Will. Off stride fifth is Wallstead. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Braden Rhodes has Platinum ATM on top by 2 lengths. Racing at the rail second is Ranger Waniel, driven by Hank Levan. Racing in their third is CR Mission, driven by Carson Conrad. Fourth is What the Will, driven by Ed Greeno Jr. And farther back, fifth is Wallstead, driven by Eli Schwartzentruber. Past the quarter-mile mark, that's still Platinum ATM with the lead. First quarter trotted in 31 and 4/5 seconds. Racing in their second is CR Mission. Moving along third, that is Ranger Laniel with What the Will right there fourth. What the Will is now out and on the move out of that 4-hole. Farther back fifth is Wallstead. Front 4 pretty well bunched as they race down toward the half. That's Braden Rhodes and Platinum ATM bringing the horses down to the half. 2.5 lengths back. Second is CR Mission. On the outside third. Now second is What the Will. Right there fourth is Ranger Laniel. First half trotted in 103 and 2/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that 3/4 mile mark. Platinum to ATM still on top by 1.5 lengths. What the Will trots in there second. Third is CR Mission. Fourth is Ranger Laniel, and then comes Wallstead. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark. That's Braden Rhodes and Platinum ATM by 2 lengths over What the Will. Third is racing is CR Mission. Farther back fourth comes Ranger Laniel, and so further back fifth is Wallstead. 3/4 in 134 and 1/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Platinum ATM with the lead. Racing in their second is What the Will. Third, it is CR Mission. Less than an eighth of a mile to go. Platinum ATM now pulls away a little bit, but Ed Greedo's still going to work on What the Will, but it's going to be Platinum ATM wire to wire, and here the outcome. What the Will is up for second, up for third is CR Mission. A mile in 2:04 and 4/5.
2:04 and 4/5 for Platinum ATM. Braden Rhodes and Rosie Weaver. Doug, you said that should be a double for both of them today.
No, I was talking double for Carson Conrad.
Oh,
Triple now for Braden Rhodes and Rosie Weaver, up 31 and 4, 103 and 2, 34 and 1 for 3/4. Home in 2:04 and 4, back half in 103 and 2. Excuse me, back half in 101 and 2 with that half and 3 and 2, back half in 101 and 2. Those first 3 or 4 trotters looked very, very competitive.
They did.
Had a lot of trot, had their mind on their business.
So we don't get to see Braden Rhodes too much at fairs,
No.
but it seems like that might be changing if he's going to be Rosie's right-hand man when it comes to the fair circuit. But Braden has been making a name for himself.
Oh, yes.
I mean, definitely within the last year or two up at Northfield Park. He's only 21, but he's been there and done that. I think he was the youth or like the I can't remember the award name off the top of my head.
The Houghton or the Peter Houghton Award,
which is now the Hunter Myers Award. And then we actually have the OHHA also has a youth award that's a little bit different. I believe he was a winner of one of those in recent years, and he's actually the son of Bill Rhodes, who was trained up at Northfield for some time as well. But here he comes back with our winner, the Centurion ATM gelding. This is Centurion's first crop in Ohio. He's got a few racing.
Go. Coming in from Beach City and Sugar Creek, Ohio, comes number 1, Platinum ATM, owned by Country Roads Racing LLC and Marion Beachy, trained by Rosie Weaver, and driven to victory this evening by Braden Rhodes. And Platinum ATM has just trotted to a new track record for 2-year-old colt trotters, trotting that mile in 2:04 and 4/5. The old track record was 2:06 by Oversoft back in 2001. So that record stood for 25 years. The blanket for this race, courtesy of Adderman Family Dentistry of Oakwood. Let's have a big hand here for Rosie Weaver, Braden Rhodes, and Platinum ATM. And to Adderman Family Dentistry of Oakwood, the blanket.
So a new track record for the divisional. 2-year-old colt trotters originally set quite some time ago, over 25 years ago. In 2001, it was 2:06 flat, and today, Platinum ATM lowers it.
They were trotting. They were trotting. They all three look those top 3 look very, very good.
Looks like we're official on the board, 154 for the trifecta.
3, Wolstead was 5th. Number 4, CR Mission was 3rd. And number 5, What the Will was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 31 and 4/5. The half was in 103 and 2/5. The 3/4 in 134 and 1/5, with a mile in 2:04 and 4/5. From the top it should read 1, 4, 5, 3, 2 on the bottom. The mile in 2:04 and 4/5, a new track record for 2-year-old colt trotters here at the Paulding County Fair. And maybe at this time, it'd be a good time to give a big thanks to Bill Webb for coming over here and getting this track ready. Give Bill Webb a big hand. That gives us that good new track record here. Give him a big hand.
Official now for race 7. It actually, I don't want to say it surprises me because it's been like this for a handful of years now, Doug, but these 2-year-olds come out swinging.
Oh, yes.
From the get-go. And I don't know when that happened, how that happened, but I mean, I guess post-COVID that I've really noticed, but it's probably just because this is my job and I've had to notice for a while. But these 2-year-olds don't act like 2-year-olds all the time.
Oh, no.
Like, they come out
They're
so
ready to go.
professional. And Rosie's really good at that. Most of Rosie's horses, I know that she focuses a lot on the fairs and kind of those mid-tier, like BSS horses as well, but they are always professional and always ready to go. And she's just one of many trainers that whatever she's doing in her program gets these horses ready very early on.
How times have changed. 204 for a 2-year-old trotter right out of the gate. I'm going back when I got started in the 70s and that. If you had a 3-year-old trotter going 204 to county fair, that was something.
Yep.
I mean, 3-year-old pacers would. Well, I can go back. I announced a race, a horse by the name of Absalom. I can remember in 72 or 74 at Allen County Fair. Went in 2 minutes. Just I couldn't believe it. He just couldn't quite go in 59 and 4 because I'd never announced a race under 2 minutes. And I can remember as a senior in high school going to Greenville. I just graduated to listen to Roger Houston. He was my favorite announcer. J-Time was going to go for the track record with Gene Regal. Raced against a horse called Fast Clip with Hall of Fame driver Bruce Nichols, and they went in 59 and 3, and that was just unheard of.
What's the fastest mile you think you've announced?
47 and 2 or something. Fortify and Dexter Dunn filling. It was Grand Circuit race at
Scioto?
At Hoosier Park one
Hoosier.
night, filling in at Hoosier 6-7 years ago.
Gotcha. What a wicked mile. But we see it all the time now. We just saw Allegiant across the pond go how fast as a trotter. I mean, it's ridiculous, and that's just such a testament to this breed and the breeding operation behind what we do,
Getting back to the mile with J-Time, 59 and 3, being there as a spectator, Roger calling the races. I'm Roger Houston's student 50 years later. I call Charlie May 150.
Oh,
exactly 50 years later.
Really?
Who would have ever dreamed when I was a senior in high school standing there listening to Roger Houston call J-Time 59 and 3 exactly 50 years later that I would be the announcer calling a mile, probably 150, the fastest mile anywhere at a county fair, anywhere other than Delaware. Probably.
Right. It's amazing the way that this breed has exploded, and it's just a testament to the trainers. And we don't give a lot of credit to the breeders because they're the first step. We don't talk enough about the breeders and what they've done for this industry as well. It's very remarkable, the kind of athleticism that we see on the daily. We have, pictures in our barn office, just those big ones from Conrad photo of our sire stake wins.
Yes.
Just a handful of years ago. When my dad was live, so probably somewhere between 10 to 15 years ago, 2 minutes.
Yeah,
we were winning
I got
sire
a feeling,
stakes.
Fran, there's one. I always like that name, and I know there's one there in the office when we had the speed officer at Delaware.
And 2 minutes.
She a Triple Crown winner,
She is. Yep, she won as a 3-year-old. And hopefully, we're fingers crossed, we're aiming for her 3-year-old colt trotter, 3-year-old colt pacer to hopefully win the Triple Crown and notch the very last Ohio Sire Stake final. The only one my dad never won was a 3-year-old colt pace. And so we are hoping that our colt might be able to do it this year for my mom. But everything comes full circle, right? You said 50 years ago, and
it is weird how it really does.
Well, we're yapping an awful bunch, and we're headed next into race 4. Looks like we've got a couple horses out on the track, but are we race 7? Did we just finish race 7? Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know.
Matt's going back in time.
Okay. Ignore everything I just said. Race 8 is up next. We have a field of 6, just a couple on the track, but give us a few moments to thank our sponsors, and Doug and I will be right back.
Hickory Lane Farm is proud to have bred or produced 3 Dan Patch champions over the last 3 years. Located in Findlay, Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm bred and sold world champion It's Academic. We also co-bred and sold sophomore Breeders' Crown winner Yo Tilly. Our stallion in range set new sales records at the 2025 jug sale and is the sire of Set Your Sights High, who was last season's Dan Patch 2-year-old trotting filly. Find your next champion at the Hickory Lane Farm consignment.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
We are back here at Paulding, kind of clouding up. Light rain may be coming in. They say a 20% chance at 11.
It's going to say it's kind of late. We fingers crossed we're done racing by then. But we have a lot more to come though, don't we?
We're rolling right along.
It's pretty good.
Ideally, for an hour is nice to run. That's tough to do for an hour. And these horsemen are getting them out. Bill's getting them out. They're cooperating with all the warm-ups. We're on race 8, and if you want to rate it at 4 an hour, we're 6, 7. We're going to be about 10 minutes behind time, which is not bad at all for all the horses and congestion back here. And so many of the horsemen, as Gus said, racing out of the trailer. They know it when they come to Paulding what it's going to be. They do have a kind of a big paddock back there behind the speed office. It's a permanent thing and not a tent. But other than that, I believe that's it.
So
I don't even know if there's a shed road. Yeah, there is still the shed road down there.
Did they used to train full-time here then?
Yes,
Doug?
they did. A guy by the name of Paul Copsey would train here. What I know about Paul Copsey, Jim Jackson from Portland, Indiana, would drive for him. He would always be competitive at the fairs, and his horse would always have orange hobbles and orange lines.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, they used to have a big, on the backside there in the first turn, a big barn back there. Years ago, I believe the speed office was there.
Sounds like we are all out. Just kind of trying to get everybody together here for race 8, third division of 2-year-old filly pacers, going for a purse of $2,962. That's, like I said, third division of 5. There are lots of these freshman fillies here today. You're just joining us, make sure you head on over to harnessracingohio.com to be able to download your free program and follow along with Doug and I tonight. But every fair, those programs do go live for you about an hour before each post time.
Crush, all by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, and Johnny Stan of South Bloomfield, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver, Braden Rhodes. Number 2 is Bit of Bell, all by Levan Stables and Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio, Dharma Fall Racing Enterprises, Sylvania, Ohio, and Richard Fries of Northfield, Ohio, trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 3 is Mickey's Brew, all by Robbie Brooks of Van Loo and Curtis Schaub of Attica, trained by Robert Brooks. The driver is Curtis Harper. Number 4 is AVF Rick Gracie, owned by Railroad Express Stable of Grable, Indiana, and Francis Doctor of Woodburn, Indiana, trained by Leroy Eicher, the driver, Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 5 is Famous Rain, owned by AST Racing Incorporated of Belrose, New York, trained and driven by Pierce Henry. Some of that, owned by Rice Creek Stables of Rice, Sylvania, Ohio, Benson Roth of New Albany, Ohio, and Mitchell Standardbreds Incorporated of Jacksonville, Florida, trained and driven by Jeff Neisonger. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows, closing.
So there you go, a quick introduction by our announcer, Bill Peters, for race 8. Quick reminder, if you're just joining us, we score 5 wide here in Paulding, so the 6 will start from the second tier. But on the rail, we've got Gold Crush. Rosie Weaver and Braden Rhodes are going to team back up for the Summa Cum Laude affiliate of an Art Major mare, Major Crush. Rosie does co-own alongside Johnny Stan of Bloomfield, Ohio.
Going for Grand Slam.
They are, you're right. And
2, Bit of Bell, Hank Levan, trains and drives for the Levan Stables, Dharma Fall Racing, R. Fries, and Megan Levan. The 2-year-old bay filly is by Bit of a Legend, making her first career start as the rest of the field.
Curtis Harper will now drive the 3 Mickey's Brew. Robert Brooks trains and co-owns alongside Curtis Shoup of Attica, Ohio. This is a Monty Mickey filly, originally purchased out of the Blooded Horse sale for $2,500.
Number 4, AVF Gracie, Mark St. Louis Jr. for Leroy Eicher, 2-year-old Bay filly by Catch the Fire, $3,700 purchase.
And we've got a homebred leaving from the 5th post position. Famous Rain. Pierce Henry trains and drives this Western Fame filly out of an American Ideal mare. Like I said, homebred, still owned by AST Racing of New York.
And rounding out the field, a second-tier start for the 6, Zuma dis Yamantet. 2-year-old Bay filly by Zuma Kalade. Jeff Nysonger will drive and train. This in a Lexington Select purchase of $17,000. The field is at the gate. The gate is rolling. Mike Wepkenberg has them all lined up. Let's go to Bill Peters to give us a call.
Here they come. Gold Crush, Bit of L, Mickey's Brew, AVF Gracie, and Famous Rain in the first tier. Some of this, some of that in the back tier. They are off and pacing. The first way is Mickey's Brew. Second is Crush. Between horses, third is Bit of L. Moving up fourth is AVF Gracie. At the rail fifth is some of this, some of that. On the outside sixth is Famous Rain. As they make the turn now to head down the backside of the race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Curtis Harper has Mickey's Brew on top by a length and a half. Pacing second is Gold Crush, driven by Braden Rhodes. Racing in there third is Bit of Al, driven by Hank Levan. Fourth is AVF Gracie, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. Racing in there fifth is Some of This, Some of That, driven by Jeff Nysonger. And the last horse is Famous Rain, driven by Pierce Henry. First quarter paced in 30 and 250. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the first. That is still Mickey's Brew by a length and a half. Second is Gold Crush. Third, it is Bit of Al. A little farther back, some of this, some of that. Racing in their fifth as they come down to the half is Famous Rain, and the last horse is AVF Gracie. Past the half-mile mark. That's that 3/4 mile mark. They've got to catch Mickey's Brew. The closest horse second along the rail is Gold Crush. Moving up on the outside third is Bit of L. At the rail fourth is Some of This, Some of That. Racing fifth is Famous Rain. The back sixth is AVF Gracie. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark. That's Bit of L on the outside now taking over. Dropping back second is Mickey's Brew. Moving up third is Some of This, Some of That. Racing fourth is Gold Crush. 3/4 in 133 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Bit of L by 2.5 lengths. Racing in there second around that turn is Mickey's Brew. Up on the outside third is Some of This, Some of That with Gold Crush at the rail fourth. As they race toward home, that's Bit of L and Mickey's Brew. Bit of L and Mickey's Brew. It's going to be Bit of L, and here they all come. Mickey's Brew up for second. Up for third is Some of This, Some of That. A mile in 2:02 and 1/5.
Bit of L gets it done for trainer driver Hank Levan. That's a little bit of a birthday present. Fair for Hank in 2:02 and 1. I think we lost a little bit of our announcer there, so I have the fractions in 30 and 2 to the half and 101 and 3, 3/4 and 133, and again that final mile time 2:02 and 1 for Hank Levan and Bit of L.
Back half and 59 and 3 for the winner, Bit of L. Hank got away third, the mile being cut by the 3, Mickey's Brew and Curtis. Who was driving the 3? Curtis Harper?
Yes, yep.
And Braden Rhodes getting the 2-hole trip with Gold Rush. Hank got away third. Right at the 3/4, just came out first up without cover and went right to the front, and there was no doubt about it. Bit of L, the 2-year-old Bay filly by Bit of a Legend.
I'm pretty sure we saw this filly at the Urbana matinee, and she was impressive
yes,
there.
I don't know if she's the one that went head-to-head with Craig Bowman maybe had one.
I think this filly beat us.
Beat you guys, okay.
I got a feeling Fran, she's got a pacer this year, a filly pacer that we're pretty high on, and this filly beat her and was pretty impressive.
In Northfield comes number 2, Bit of L. All by Levan Stables, Dharma Fall Racing Enterprises, Richard Fries and Megan Levan, and trained to win a victory by Hank Levan. Now the blanket for this race is given in loving memory of Paul and Margie Hill. Might mention that today would have been Paul and Margie's 74th wedding anniversary. Paul passed away this past winter. And Margie passed away a few years back earlier.
We had Curtis Harper on the 3, and right before what happened in the quarter. I think that was it.
I kind of gave it because he.
Before again.
Yeah,
Okay.
he just didn't collect them until
Okay.
they got into the stretch.
All right.
Okay. When you're ready.
Oh, thank you.
Reason. And I think she was the one
Let's
that.
have a big hand here for Joe and Fran Darmafall, Hank Levan, and Bit of L, and to the family of Paul and Margie Hill for giving this blanket in their memory.
But I think we also featured her on Freshman Focus this year as well, and so.
You can see Joe and Fran Darmafall, if you can zoom in on them, Matt, walking across the track. They do so much for the sport. They were honored by the Ohio Harness Horse. Let's get the rundown here.
Number 3, Mickey's Brew was 2nd. Number 4, AVF Gracie was 6th. Number 5, Famous Rain was 5th. At number 6, Some of This, Some of That was 3rd. Time of the first quarter was 30 2/5. The half was in 101 3/5. The 3 quarters in 133, with a mile in 202 1/5. From the top it should read 4:12.653, a mile in 202 1/5.
Well, we're on to the 9th race. After we complete the 9th, we're halfway home. 3-year-old filly trotters. Lynn Range will be driven by Carson Conrad instead of Tyler Smith. Carson Conrad to drive Lynn Range. There is that homemade ice cream. Thank you so much. You've never had that. You'll be back tomorrow. You'll be back tomorrow night.
I think they gave it to us last year, and I just didn't remember because it's been a whole year.
So we're going to have to take a break so we can eat this ice cream, right, Matt? Can you double it up this time? You can do whatever we want. Well, we got a field of 3-year-old filly trotter set to come to the track, a field of 7. And we'll be back to take a look at these 3-year-old fillies right after this.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres' experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Headed next into race 9 of 18 this evening at the Paulding County Fair, kicking us off for the 2026 season. Thanks for joining Doug and I, and of course Matt Clark behind the camera, for the very first day of all Ohio harness. Well, not all Ohio harness racing, just the county fair racing.
How's the ice cream?
I actually have a brain freeze right now. I'm trying to work through, but it's very good, very good.
Now, Matt, he can sit there. He'll have that finished by post parade. We're going to have to get Matt in a conversation, slow him down on ice creams, or he'll get a brain freeze.
If they gave us vanilla ice cream, people around the fairs and the fair board, they're always so kind to us, and there are so many fairs that make sure that we are more than taken care of. And just here, for example, they gave us this ice cream, vanilla. That's my flavor of choice. Would you prefer like vanilla versus chocolate? What's your go-to?
And homemade ice cream like this would be vanilla.
Yeah. Matt, are you a vanilla or a chocolate? You know, either vanilla.
He got him out. He's shaking his head. He said yes. For those of you out there listening, he did say yes by shaking his head.
We've talked about our passports, but I'm going to promo it one more time just because we're at the beginning of the season. We want to make sure that everybody joins in with us this year. If you plan on attending any Ohio County fairs, please make sure you come up to the grandstands and see the OHHA team. You usually can't miss us because there's a big old camera and people with headsets on. Come up and hang out with us and ask for a passport. It's a free program open to everybody. You don't have to be a particular age or anything, and you just go around and collect stamps at each of the county fairs you go to. And we changed it a little bit this year where there's not just a grand prize winner, but there are kind of milestones to hit. You can hit 10, 20, 30, 40 fairs and receive different prizes throughout the entire year, and there's no timeline on that. So even if it takes you all summer long to hit 10 fairs, that is more than fine. We'll make sure that you get your souvenir OHHA Horse of the Year poker chip for joining along with us. And it's just a great way to see Ohio and all the county fairs and how unique each of them are as well.
Up next, we take about a week off. Next up is the Pickaway County Fair in
Circleville.
Father's Day weekend. They race a Saturday and a Sunday. Father's Day being that Sunday at 1 o'clock post. That's the Ohio Colt Racing Association, headed up by Lisa Swartz.
Would you believe that the 21st, Father's Day, is actually my 1-year wedding anniversent too? I've been married for a year already.
Happy anniversary.
Well, thank you. Say I disappeared there for a couple of weeks last year, and I got married and went on my honeymoon to Italy, if you remember that.
Yes, I do.
It has been, everybody always asks, well, how's married life? And be honest, it's not a lot different. We actually were living together and everything before we got married, so we just... Now I have a ring and a piece of paper, and he supports everything. And he's actually not a horseman. And a lot of people ask that. He didn't have anything to do with horses
but he does
before.
Go to the races quite
he loves
often.
it, but he just was not introduced to it before me. But he loves it now. Actually, he just came up with me to Northfield Park for charity night, and he hosted a whole charity by himself. That's what he likes to talk, and now he gets to talk about horses.
Last time you took somebody to Northfield Park, it was me.
Because we did the championship together, the fair championships.
Together,
I forgot about that.
That was last October.
I know. Time rolls on, doesn't it, Doug? So truly, once we really start rolling with these fairs back to back to back, it won't be long before we make the fair championships.
18 weeks, I believe, from the start of the fairs to the end.
Is that what it is?
18 weeks.
This is I think this is the longest fair season we've ever had because of how it's spaced out this year. So today, of course, is day 1. We go June 8th all the way through October, I think 15th or 16th this year.
Yeah, you're right. Now, yeah.
Well, first let's go over to the post parade.
Blanket given in memory of Paul and Mary Copsey. One is Princess Carolyn, owned by Heartland Acres of Walhonding, Ohio, and Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Braden Rhodes. Number 2 is Neighbor Lady, owned by Myron Kester of Sydney, Ohio, trained by Brian Georges, the driver Jeff Neisonger. Number 3 is Fancy Like Anson, owned and trained by Jerry Miller of Fredericksburg, Ohio, the driver is Aaron Lehman. Number 4 is Little Flecka, owned and trained over by Greg Diamond of Bell, Florida. Number 5 is Lynn Range, owned by Hageman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, Lucinda Belcher of Winchester, Kentucky, and Martin Yoder of Mount Eaton, Ohio, trained by Herman Hageman. The driver is Carson Conrad. Number 6 is Pleasing Al, owned by Levan Stables and Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio, Max Perry of Ohio, and Richard Fries of Northfield, Ohio, trained over by Hank Levan. At number 7 is Proxy's Photo, owned and trained by Joseph Wagler of Milroy, Indiana, the driver Kevin Detweiler. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes.
Well, this ninth race, 3-year-old filly trotters for $4,660. Ashley, the one is Princess Caroline. Braden Rhodes and Rosie Weaver team up once again. It'll be a grand slam for those trainer-driver combination. If they can hit the winner's circle and winner 3 times this year. 155 at Scioto Downs. That was just last week, the one, Princess Caroline.
Brian Georges is going to send out the 2 Neighbor Lady, Jeff Nysonger, to drive. And I want to say, did Jeff train this horse last year? Is that, yes. Matt was shaking his head. He remembers as well.
Well, Matt's got a good, he's about like Jay Wolf, but not quite that good. We can't put him up in that. You're saying yes? When I did talk to Jeff, he did say I brought a horse up for Brian Georges.
So I think this would be the one.
Could be the one.
Been under Brian's conditioning for quite some time, but I think did start her career last year with Jeff, and he's going to be in the bike again today. Still looking for the first seasonal win. However, she had a nice freshman season. 17 starts last year with 7 wins and $35,000 made, and we are actually getting close to rolling behind the gate, so I'm going to pass it on to you.
Number 3, Fancy Like Anson. Aaron Lehman drives this 3-year-old brown filly by Mr. Anson.
And then our 4-horse, Little Flicka. Greg Diamond trains, owns, and drives this Long Tom filly out of a Bands Gold Chip mare. First seasonal start, but actually had 12 starts last year as a freshman with a single win, making about $11,000 and set a record at Bowling Green in 2:06.4.
Number 5, Lynn Range, 3-year-old bay filly by In Range. Carson Conrad and Hagerman team up. 3 back, took her lifetime mark at Northfield Park in a non-winners of 156-1.
Starting from the second tier, we've got our 6-horse, Hank Levan, is going to send this one out. Pleasing L, an In Range filly. Looking for the first seasonal win. Actually has not hit the board in 5 starts in 2026. Last year, another one that had a great season. 19 starts with 4 wins, 2 seconds, and 4 third-place finishes. Over $20,000 made. Now, the last start out was at Scioto Downs a few days ago in the Buckeye Claiming Series. Looks like a race kind of tough. Post position did not help this filly at all, but she still went her mile in 1:58.3.
Ashley rounding out the field, number 7, Proxy's Photo. Kevin Detweiler for Joseph Wagler, 3-year-old bay filly by Long Tom. $6,700 lifetime. Last time out at the end of May, finished 3rd at Hoosier Park, trotting the mile in 1:58.3. Mike Wapkenberg waits the 7 3-year-old filly trotters. Princess Caroline, Neighbor Lady, Fancy Like Anson, Little Flicka, Lynn Range, Pleasing L, and Proxy's Photo. Mike opens the wings, the field. Heading that way, field of 7, as Ashley mentioned, 5 on gate and 2 trailers.
Here they come. 3, 2. There, off and trotting the first horse away is Fancy Like Anson. On the outside second is Lynn Range. Now Lynn Range takes over. Coming back second is Fancy Like Anson. Moving up third along the rail is Princess Caroline. 4th, it is Little Flicka. At the rail 5th, it's Pleasing L. Moving in there 6th around that turn, that's Proxy's Photo. And the last horse off stride is Neighbor Lady. Going toward that quarter-mile mark. Carson Conrad has Lynn Range on top by a length and a half. Trotting up on the outside second is Princess Caroline, driven by Braden Rhodes. At the rail 3rd is Fancy Like Anson, driven by Aaron Lehman. 4th is Little Flicka, driven by Diamond. 5th is Pleasing Al, driven by Hank Levan. 6th is Proxy's Photo, driven by Kevin Detweiler. Farther back 7th is Neighbor Lady, driven by Jeff Nysonger. First quarter was trotted in 30 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's Carson Conrad and Lynn Range bringing the horses down to the half. Sitting in the golden chair second, that is Braden Rhodes with Princess Caroline. 3rd, it is Fancy Like Anson. On the outside 4th is Proxy's Photo. Little Flicka races in there 5th. Moving up 6 is Pleasing Al. First half was trotted in 106 and 3/5. 101 and 3/5. Excuse me, 101 and 3/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. That is still Lynn Range with the lead, but pouring on the pressure on the outside. Second is Fancy Like Anson. At the rail, third, Princess Carolyn. On the outside, fourth is Proxy's Photo. Fifth is Little Flicka. Sixth is Pleasing Al. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. Still Lynn Range with the lead. 3/4 in 132 and 1/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Lynn Range with the lead. Now popping out of that 2-0 comes Princess Carolyn. That is still Lynn Range with the lead, but on the outside is Princess Carolyn. As they race for home, Lynn Range and Princess Carolyn. Lynn Range and Princess Carolyn. It's going to be Lynn Range, and here the outcome. Princess Carolyn up for second with Proxy's Photo for third. A mile in 2:01 and 4/5.
Another really nice mile put up by our trotters, 2:01 and 4/5. And that was all Lynn Range. Carson Conrad for
nice
Herman
back
Hagerman.
half. Once again, Ashley, 1:05. Another gate-to-wire win here. Lynn Range through Obey Philly by in range, gets her second of the season, her 11th career. She was a very nice trotter last year. Herman Hagerman and Carson Conrad team up once again tonight. They double up now. That's the second win for Carson and the second training win for Herman Hagerman. Unofficially second, I had the 1, Princess Caroline, and third, the 7, Proxy's Photo.
And that's how I saw him come across the wire too. But Lynn Range, 2:01 and 4 is actually just 4/5 off of the divisional track record here. Sweet Adeline set it in 2016, 2:01 flat. I actually, Jeff Nicelonger, a neighbor lady, I was not expecting her to make a break off the gate.
No, that surprised me. Surprised me. A lot of nice trotters are names you hear from last year. A neighbor lady, Lynn Range, Princess Caroline.
Carson is slowly making his way back. He's actually all the way on the other side of the turn still, but Herman's off to a great start already this year. We did feature him on Freshman Focus. Roger hosted that episode, but Herman also has a nice filly pacer. 3-year-old filly pacer this year has been tearing it up in the Ohio Sire Stakes. Sassy by the Sea. She currently is 2 for 2.
Now, where does he train at?
Mount Vernon.
I was going to say Mount Vernon. I wasn't for sure.
Yep. I have not seen Herman here, so I'm going to say I'm not sure if he is still on the backside or not this evening.
He is nowhere near the backside.
Okay.
He's on a cruise.
Oh.
I saw him Saturday night and asked about Lynn Range being here. He said, she'll be here, not me.
Coming in from Mount Vernon and Mount Eaton, Ohio, and Winchester, Kentucky, comes number 5, Lynn Range. Owned by Hagerman Racing, Lucinda Belcher, and Martin Yoder. Trained by Herman Hagerman, and driven to victory this evening by Carson Conrad. The blanket for this race is given in memory of Paul and Mary Copsey. Paul was a longtime horseman here at the Paulding County Fairgrounds. Let's have a big hand here for Carson Conrad and Lynn Range, and to the family of Paul and Mary Copsey for giving this blanket in their memory.
Looks like we're official on the toe board. 517 for the trifecta. Turn 620 to win. We'll wait for that official rundown from Bill, but I believe it was 5173 across the wire. Final mile time 2:01 and 4.
9 from the top. Number 1, Princess Carolyn was second. Number 2, Neighbor Lady was 7th. Number 3, Fancy Like Anson was 4th. Number 4, Little Flicka was 6th. Number 5, Lynn Range was the winner. Number 6, Pleasing Al was 5th. And number 7, Proxy's Photo was 3rd. Time of the first quarter was 30 4/5. The half was in 101 3/5. The 3/4 in 132 1/5, with a mile in 201 4/5. From the top it should read 274 615. 3 on the bottom. The mile in 201 4/5. In the upcoming race 10, number 4, Poop Daddy, change the driver to Krista Harmon. Krista Harmon will drive number 4, Poop Daddy, in race 10.
We have a driver change coming up in race 10 if you're following along with the program. Now Krista Harmon is going to drive the 4, Poof Daddy. If you're not following along with the program but would like to be, make sure you head on over to harnessracingohio.com. Those programs are free and available to you at least an hour before post time for every single race. So make sure you keep that in mind. And Doug, we are halfway there.
Halfway there?
We are halfway there.
Next up, first of 2 divisions of the ladies' pace. Rolling right along, actually.
Not too bad. It's
No,
only
not
7.
bad,
Well, a
not
little
bad
after
at all.
7:30, but not too bad. Going into race 10. Joining Doug and I here in just a moment. We'll tell you about the 4 in the Spring Haven Ladies Farm Driving Series.
Cool Winds Farm is one of Ohio's premier standardbred breeding farms. Cool Winds stands the popular Dancin' Yankee, jug winner Southwind Aussie, and the royally bred Western Fame. Cool Winds Farm is proud to present our yearling consignments at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 12th, and at the Standardbred Horse Sale in Harrisburg during the cool winds of November.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
Race number 10 coming up next. This is going to be the shortest field that we are going to see all day, but it's almost a full gate. We score 5 wide here, and race 10 is the first division of 2 of the Spring Haven Farm Ladies Driving Series, and there's going to be a field of 4 that we'll introduce to you in a moment. I don't... What?
A little history on the ladies driving series. The first race was held right here in 2015.
Oh.
Who do you think the winner would have been, the lady? Before your time, Maria Howard. Maria Howard won with straight comic in 156 3.
Oh.
And who do you think the announcer was?
Bill Peters? Was
Doug
it you?
Ballinger.
It was you.
I was filling in for Bill that year.
I didn't realize that.
That was the first year
Yeah.
the ladies driving series was held.
So last year was year 10. I didn't even realize that
Yes.
it had been a decade.
It's been a hit.
It has. It's been a lot of fun. Although these ladies don't race for a lot of money, they're collecting points to race for a final at the Delaware County Fair, and it's just the most action-packed race you will see at almost any single county fair. It's because these ladies don't race every single race,
And
so
I
when they
believe,
do go out,
one
they're
of-
swinging.
Roger Houston, I believe, sponsors that race every year at Delaware.
Does he?
I believe he does.
Here's our post parade for race number 10.
And they will also give $200 to the winning driver. For one is Headbanger, owned by Hader Stables LLC of Temperance, Michigan, trained by Greg Bateson, the driver Jennifer Main. Number 2 is BC Sweetheart, owned by Paul Cunningham of Marysville, Ohio, trained by Tom Verne, the driver Emma Wahlberg. Number 3 is Those Summer Nights, owned by Jacob Radel of Edgewood, Illinois, trained and driven by Leslie Joyce. And number 4 is Poof Daddy, owned by Krista and Riley Harmon of Jackson, Michigan, trained and driven by Krista Harmon. Horses will take one long score and go to the 8th, and Mutual Windows closing in 4 minutes.
Just a shorter field of 4 for that one.
Some old campaigners here.
Yeah, I want to say some that we have seen specifically on this
Yes,
series
year in
for
and year out.
Exactly.
Poof Daddy definitely rings a bell.
Headbanger. Jennifer Main is usually his mount every single year, but we'll go ahead and take a quick look through them again. This is just the first division of 2, so we're going to have another one later on. Make sure you stick around for that one. But from the rail, we've got Headbanger. Jennifer Main drives for Greg Bates, and this is a 10-year-old gelding by Rock and Roll Dance. Post position has not treated Headbanger well lately. He's been racing in Northfield Park in the non-winners of 2,500 last 4, and he has not drawn super well, especially on that half-mile track. Goes 8, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7. But he has been putting up some pretty decent mile times. Last start out, again, leaving from the 8 hole, unfortunately got away in the back, but still paced his mile in 1:56 and a piece. Still looking for the first seasonal win, however, has made $174,000 lifetime with a mark set at Scioto Downs at 5 in 1:50 and 4.
Number 2, BC Sweetheart. Thomas Byrne trains. Paul Cunningham of Marysville owns. Emma Wahlberg from Delaware, Ohio. Come in to drive the 2, BC Sweetheart. One start this year, finished 8th about a month ago at Northfield Park, pacing a mile in 58 and 1. Has a mark of 53 and 2 at Dayton as a 4-year-old 2 seasons ago.
Those summer nights leaving from the 3rd post position with Leslie Joyce training and driving. This is a 4-year-old mare. Has 9 starts on the year with 4 wins, 1 second, and 2 third-place finishes. Recently started up at Northfield, but back before then was actually up in Canada. Woodstock was a winner, wire-to-wire 2 back on May 17th and 1:56 and 1 on that track. $67,000 made lifetime for those summer nights. $44,000 of it was made last year.
Krista Harmon drives number 4, Poof Daddy. She owns in partnership with Riley Harmon of Jackson, Michigan. Poof Daddy has yet to find a winner's circle this year. Has 31 career wins, $158,000 lifetime, 152 and 3 at Northfield Park 3 years ago as an 8-year-old. Headbanger, Jennifer Main, Emma Wahlberg, BC Sweetheart, Leslie Joyce with those summer nights, and Krista Harmon on the outside with Poof Daddy. Mike Wefkenberg has them all lined up and ready for a start.
That's Headbanger, BC Sweetheart, those summer nights, and Poof Daddy. Here they come. Here, a horse away in the middle of the track is those summer nights. At the rail second is Headbanger. On the outside third is Poof Daddy. And the last horse is BC Sweetheart. As they make the has those summer nights on top on the outside. Along the rail second is Headbanger, driven by Jennifer Main. In their third, the last horse is BC Sweetheart, driven by Emma Wahlberg. Going past that quarter-mile mark, that's those summer nights by a length and a half over Headbanger. First quarter paced in 28 and 2/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's those summer nights by a length and a half. Racing in their second is Headbanger. Racing third is Poof Daddy, and the last horse, BC Sweetheart. No change as they race down to the half. That's Leslie Joyce and those summer nights bringing the horses down to the half. Sitting in the golden chair second is Jennifer Main with Headbanger. Poof Daddy is right there third, and the last horse is BC Sweetheart. First half paced in 57 and 2/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. They've got to catch those summer nights. Headbanger right there a close second. Poof Daddy is up a little closer third now. Comes BC Sweetheart. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark. That's those summer nights by 2 lengths over Headbanger. Poof Daddy still racing in their third, and the last horse is BC Sweetheart. Past that 3/4 mile mark, still those summer nights, and now Poof Daddy is on the move. That's the 3/4 was in 1:29. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's those summer nights with the lead, but Poof Daddy gaining with every stride on the outside, and along the rail third is Headbanger. As they race toward home, that's those summer nights and Poof Daddy. Those summer nights, Poof Daddy and Headbanger as they race through the lane. Those Poof Daddy. those summer nights and Poof Daddy. It's going to be those summer nights. And here they all come. Poof Daddy up for second with Headbanger for third. 1 mile in 2 minutes and 1/5.
2 minutes and a 1/5. Those summer nights hung midway down the backside. Definitely hung around that opening turn. Leslie Joyce gets on top with those summer nights. 4-year-old mare by J.K. End of an Air, 67,000 lifetime coming into tonight's start. 28-2 for the quarter. The half was on the board. 57-2. Pace 3/4 and 129. Home in 2 minutes and a 1/5. Up for second, Poof Daddy. Krista Harmon just couldn't quite catch those summer nights. Third was the 1 Headbanger, and fourth the 2 BC Sweetheart. Joe and Fran Darmafall trackside to make the presentation, as they do for so many of these ladies races. I know they give the winning driver $200 plus a trophy. We've mentioned them. They're in partnership with Horses with the Levant stable. Have had some good ones. They had a winner tonight. They do so much for the sport of harness racing, especially at the county fair level. And the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association honored Joe and Fran last year at their banquet in January in Columbus. After this 10th race, we do have another division of the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series, but up next will be a 2-year-old Colt Trot, a field of 5.
All by Jacob Radel and trained into victory by Leslie Joyce. Now, Joe and Fran Darrafall are the sponsor of this race, and they also have $200 for the winning driver here, Leslie Joyce, and a trophy.
So we're good for 3, 4, 1. Yes. Yeah.
Let's have a big hand here for Leslie Joyce and those summer nights, and to Joe and Fran Darmafall, the sponsors of this blanket.
Official prices posted on the tote. 341 across the wire. Returns $320 to win.
One Headbanger was third. Number 2, BC Sweetheart was fourth. Number 3, Those Summer Nights was the winner. At number 4, Poof Daddy was second. Time of the first quarter was 28 2/5. The half was in 57 2/5. The 3/4 in 129, with 1 mile in 2 minutes and 1/5. From the top, it should read 3, 4, 1, 2 on the bottom. The mile in 2 minutes and 1/5. In the upcoming race 11, number 3, What a Gypsy, changed the driver to Brayton Rhodes. Brayton Rhodes was number 3, What a Gypsy in race 11.
Race 10 now official and in the books. Turning the page, up next we have the third division of 2-year-old Colt Trotters in race 11, going for a purse of $3,728. A full gate, a field of 5. If you're following along with the program, we do have a driver's change coming up. What a Gypsy, the 3-horse, will now be driven by Brayton Rhodes. I will tell you more about him in just a moment.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from Standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire Standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to OHHA.com. That's OHHA.com.
Next up, race 11 of 18 here to kick us off for the entire County Fair racing season here in Ohio. Our 2-year-old colt trotters, third division, are up next. Of course, this is the first time we have seen any babies going for money. I want to mention, though, that the sire stakes, so that step up. We've got 3 main tiers of racing here in Ohio. We call this our grassroots, kind of our lower tier here in the County Fair racing. But we will step up into the mid-tiers, consider the Buckeye Stallion Series. The 2-year-olds actually get going mid-July for that one. And then that next step up in our top tier of racing here in Ohio is the Ohio Sire Stakes. Same idea there. There are 2-year-old colt trotters and the 2-year-old filly trotters kick us off in the Sire Stakes at Scioto Downs on Saturday, July 11th. So we are a little over a month away from seeing those bigger stakes get going and starting to collect points for those finals. But first, outside of the county fairs, of course, we will see the next generation hosted by Eldorado Scioto Downs on July 4th. That's a $150,000 stake that they will purchase a spot into. I'm sure there are still some available. But Jason Roth, the racing director at Scioto, has changed the way that you are paid into those in the last couple of years. They are always exciting. Ronnie Gillespie actually has won the last 2 years of the 2-year-old colt trotter, and I'm not sure if he's going to place anything in it this year, but he's always a hard one to beat when it comes to our 2-year-old colt trotters. And there's just been some phenomenal horses come out of the next generation, but it kind of goes back and forth. You know, it's very early in the season. They still go very fast miles. Anyway, any more the way that these 2-year-olds race, it's kind of, they're expected to be mature very early on. Some of them can handle it all season long, and some of them can't. But it's quite a bit of money that I know a lot of trainers and owners don't want to pass up if they think they have a really, really nice horse. So make sure that one is on your calendar. And I've talked about passports all night long, and I'm going to do it another time here. We've expanded outside of the county fairs, and the next generation actually is part of the passport this year. So even if you don't plan on attending too many county fairs, still see us when it comes to our Saturday night at the race broadcast. We are doing the next generation and, of course, our Super Night, Buckeye Stallion Series Final, and the Ohio Fair Championship. So there will be plenty of opportunities for you to come get your passport stamp and compete and see parts of Ohio that you didn't think that you would see before. Race 11 looks like, I think we're waiting for one more to come out. I see 4 circling, waiting for the 5th. And here we go. Now we are all gathered. I'm going to pass it over to Bill Peters to introduce you to the field.
Given in memory of Bob Weisenberger. Number 1 is Farrell, owned by Chris Beaver of Radnor, Ohio. Jim Burnett of Wilmington, Ohio. Steve Z. Handler of Worthington, Ohio. Trained by Chris Beaver. The driver is Clifton Bell. Number 2 is Uncle Fashion, owned by E.G. Trot LLC of Findlay. Trained by Ed Greeno Jr. Number 3 is What a Gypsy, owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio. Kebby D. LLC of Hudson, Ohio. David Jury of Bucyrus, Ohio. And Johnny Stant of South Bloomfield, Ohio. Trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Braden Rhodes. Number 4 is Combat Buddy, owned by Jeff Batt of Defiance. Trained by Pierce Henry. And number 5 is Smoking Mars, owned by Stephen Detweiler of Milroy, Indiana. Trained by Leander Schwartz, the driver Kevin Detweiler. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes.
From the rail, Clifton Bell will now drive Farrell for Chris Beaver. This is a Centurion ATM colt out of a Chip Hooray mare, Nessa Rose. Chris Beaver actually co-bred this colt alongside Jim Burnett, and now also co-owns alongside Stephen Z. Handler. Our 2-horse, Ed Greeno Jr., Trains and drives is Uncle Peter Colt, Uncle Fashion. Also owned by E.G. Trot of Findlay, originally a $6,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale. Braden Rhodes, slated to drive What a Gypsy from the third post position. Rosie Weaver trains this What the Hill gelding out of Gypsy Win, a Chapter 7 mare. This was actually a $42,000 purchase out of the Ohio Selected sale. And so looking at this group, definitely the most expensive of the 5. Leaving from the 4-hole, we've got Pierce Henry training and driving Combat Buddy, a creatine gelding owned not too far away of here. Jeffrey Batt of Defiance, Ohio. And our 5, Kevin Detweiler, just an 18-year-old, driving Smoking Mars for Leander Schwartz. This is a Marseille gelding owned by Stephen Detweiler of Indiana. A cheaper purchase, $2,000 out of the Buckeye Classic. I got a text earlier from Michael Langer, who also co-hosts many of our fair racing broadcasts, to tell me that Kevin, our driver of horse number 5 in this race, actually won 8 races at an Indiana fair last Thursday. So he is young, but he is game. We'll see what he does against some of our Ohio boys here. But this purse going for $3,728. If I take a flip back, we'll see what our other 2 divisions went in. Give me just a moment here. The second division went in 204-4, and that's at the new track record for 2-year-old Colt Trotter. So we'll see what this group can do, but we are aiming for a track record that was set in race 7, 204-4 for these 2-year-old Colt Trotters.
I'd like to know how the one horse got his name. I like that
Feral?
name. Yeah, I know. I've heard that described in cats and people's children, but never a racehorse
Well,
before.
hopefully he doesn't act too bad behind the gate, right?
Yeah, he was a little late coming out to the post parade.
I was
so
wondering what was going on there.
Might be aptly named. He
You
looked calm on the track, though. He looks great out on the track.
I'm definitely interested to see how the Centurion Colts and fillies get along this year, because Chris Beaver had a lot of them. And, you know, he really bought into that stud because he's a half sibling to Triumphant Caviar.
Caviar, that's what I figured.
Yes.
Thought you would be saying, yeah.
Yep, and he has not produced. This is his first year staying in Ohio. This is his first racing crop in Ohio. But he actually had a handful of horses, and I can't remember where he was standing previously, and hasn't thrown much. But, I mean, Chris Beaver, if anybody is going to put a trotting sire on the map,
yes,
I'm going to trust Chris Beaver to do that. Also, Hank Levan had a few. So it's going to be, you know, it's going to be hard to follow the in range and the ready for monies from last year, but I'm interested to see what he's going to put on the track. Centurion is going to put on the track this year, and hopefully we're going to see that with the one horse. I can't say it's always the best draw on the rail for a baby trotter. Hopefully he doesn't act too feral and live up to his name, actually. Here we go, a full gate. I'm going to pass it over to Bill Peters for the call of the 11th.
Here they come. They're off and trotting. The first horse away on the outside is Smoking Mars. Racing her at the rail second, that's Farrell. Moving up on the outside third is Uncle Fashion. Moving up fourth now is Combat Buddy. And the last horse off stride now is What a Gypsy. As they make the turn now, heading down the backside, racing over toward that quarter-mile mark, Kevin Detweiler has Smoking Mars on top by about 5 lengths. Racing in there second is Uncle Fashion, driven by Ed Greeno Jr. Third is Combat Buddy, driven by Pierce Henry. Fourth is Farrell, driven by Clifton Bell. And the last horse is What a Gypsy, driven by Braden Rhodes. First quarter trotted in 33 and 1/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn, they come down past the stands for the first time. That is still Smoking Mars with the lead. Closing in second as Uncle Fashion. A little farther back, third is Combat Buddy. Farrell is fourth, and the last horse is What a Gypsy. No change as they race down toward the half. That's Kevin Detweiler and Smoking Mars bringing the horses down toward the half. In their second is Uncle Fashion. Racing third, Combat Buddy. Fourth is Farrell, and the last horse, What a Gypsy. First half trotted in 104 and 4/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over the 3/4 mile mark. That's still Smoking Mars with the lead. 2.5 lengths back second is Uncle Fashion. Third is Combat Buddy. Farrell fourth, and trailing is What a Gypsy. Headed toward that 3/4 mile mark. Now opening up a little bit more is Smoking Mars. Racing second, Uncle Fashion. Combat Buddy third, Farrell fourth, and trailing is What a Gypsy. 3/4 in 135 and 3/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Smoking Mars now by about 8 lengths. Racing second is Uncle Fashion, Combat Buddy third, Farrell fourth, and What a Gypsy fifth. As they race toward home, it's going to be Smoking Mars, and here they all come. Up for second is Uncle Fashion, and up for third is Combat Buddy. A mile in 2:04 and 4/5.
2:04 and 4, which I just brought it up. I think that equals the track record that was just set. In race 7, yeah. Look, that horse didn't have to try. Horse wasn't pushed in any capacity. He's a nice colt. I actually do like the stride on the 2 that ended up second. Uncle Fashion and Ed Greeno, but
and a bargain at $2,000.
yeah, I was gonna say almost made his money back there. Unfortunately, we only went for a purse of $3,700 here.
Did it easy, back half in a minute. Made it look very easy.
It's a Marseille colt, or gelding, excuse me, out of a BJ's Mac mare, Max Dream. Sold out of the Buckeye Classic sale. We've always had really good luck. Personally, our little stable.
You have said that, yes.
Yeah, we've always had really great luck out of the Buckeye Classic. I be honest, we don't buy a lot out of the Ohio Selected Sale anymore just because they go for so much.
Rose Run Ulysses, your mom, they purchased him. Was he a Buckeye?
He was a Buckeye. Yep,
he's
a Buckeye Classic, and he just reached over, I think it was earlier in the year, $500,000 in earnings.
$500,000 in earnings.
But we never paid a lot for horses. I don't even know how much we bought Red for. 20. I might have somewhere between, I think, 15 and 20 is what we paid for him.
Indiana comes number 5, Smoking Mars. Owned by Stephen Detweiler, trained by Leander Schwartz, and driven to victory this evening by Kevin Detweiler. And Smoking Mars has just equaled that track record which Platinum ATM set back in race 7 of 2:04 and 4/5. A blanket for this race is given in memory of Bob Weisenberger. Bob was a longtime fan of harness racing here. I believe he was a barber over at Oakwood. Let's have a big hand here for 18-year-old Kevin Detweiler and Smoking Mars, and to the family of Bob Weisenberger for giving this blanket in his memory.
Official, that's the highest payout of the day.
Yes, $31.40.
I don't think we'll ever see that horse pay $31.40
No.
again at the county
No.
fairs. He's a good-looking trotter.
He is. I'm trying to think of what else. What else has Marseille thrown that's been nice?
Number 1, Farrell was 4th. Number 2, Uncle Fashion was 2nd. Number 3, What a Gypsy was 5th. Number 4, Combat Buddy was 3rd. And number 5, Smoking Mars was the winner. Time of the first quarter was 33 and 1/5. The half was in 1:04 and 4/5. The 3/4 in 1:35 and 3/5, with a mile in 2:04 and 4/5. From the top as you read, 4, 2, 5, 3, 1 on the bottom. The mile in 2:04 and 4/5. The last half flat. Need a representative of Coach Chiropractic, trackside after the next race for the public presentation. Okay, Matt.
Race number 11 official, race 12. Up next is going to be the 4th division of 2-year-old Philly Pacers, a field of 6. Join us back here in just a moment. We'll tell you about them.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
Hey kids, we invite you to join the Backstretch Buddies Club, a fun and free club for kids 12 and under who love horses and wants to be a part of harness racing in Ohio. Once you've signed up, you will be able to join Willie Winnett and exciting adventures and receive awesome surprises. Sign up today using the QR code.
Oh, sorry. Were you were you hearing me?
Well, we are back here at Paulding. 2-year-old filly Pacers. Purse money not too great when you split them this early in this season.
No, and it's a fact of life. When there's no other fairs to compete with and everybody wants to see what they've got.
You know, years ago, talking about purse money for first-time starters, they pretty much know it. Especially here at Paulding and at Marion, you're going to have $3,000 purses. Scioto Downs had baby races years ago. Can you remember baby races? They'd hold those before the race. It's probably been 25, 30 years.
Well,
they would go for $100.
So you're asking me to remember 25 or 30 years ago, Doug. I'm 28. I do not remember.
Okay. Yeah, they had baby races at Scioto. Gene Regal and all.
Okay.
You know, I'm going to use his name from back then. Boy, they would get their good 2-year-olds ready for those baby races. They go for $100.
Well, I mean, when you think about it, you're matineeing for no money. So if you could make $50, I guess you make $50. And it's funny. I guess I can't speak on how other county associations do it, but for Urbana and their matinee, for example, we have time bars, and if a driver breaks a time bar, they have to donate.
Yeah, I think it was
$50.
3 or 4 seconds over. I mean, you got to have
it's
a break.
like it's I think 5. I can't remember exactly.
Was 5. It's tough to do at a matinee. You don't want to discourage your 2-year-old when he's wanting to pass horses. And I'm going to win the race, and it's a 2:10 time bar, and I'm going to go in 2:05.
Yeah.
You don't want to discourage that, colt.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 ways to look at it. But, yeah, you got to have a time bar to see, how fast have we been going with these horses. I forget where it was at. This has been, like back in we used to chart lines at the matinees. And we had a national seasons record.
Really?
For maybe a 2-year-old gelding trotter or something. Could have been 2.7, I don't know, something like that. Quite a few years ago.
Say Xenia. Was it? Yeah, Xenia did a matinee for the first time this year in quite some time. I can't remember how many years ago.
Well, years ago, Sydney would have one. Salina's always had one. Greenville. Troy would have one.
Really?
Washington Courthouse is having one now, and Urbana, Harry Alltop.
Mm-hmm.
He was head of it. He would put on they had a matinee one year on a Saturday evening, and then they had a hog roast and a dance. People would camp out, and then a matinee again on Sunday.
Really?
Yeah.
Harry Alltop, he's still got horses. Actually, he's renting a stall out of my mom's barn. He's 80. He's early 80s, I think.
Okay.
And he still is just chugging along a lot. Actually, I think Rachel Onema has a lot of his horses training. But Harry still likes to play around, and he's got a horse. in the end of my mom's barn that he still likes to come up and take care of and jog.
But how things change. I mean, matinees have come back. You know, Courthouse now has had, Urbana didn't have one for 7 years. Only the two that have been around year in and year out, probably for 50-something. I think this was Salina's 55th, maybe. Greenville and Salina, probably
yeah.
the two longest.
That would, I guess, make sense because they also, you got to think about location-wise. Salina specifically brings a lot of Indiana breds.
Indiana breds.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And this horse, it went through my mind. This Smoking Mars horse very well could have raced at Salina.
Yeah.
Very well could have. But how things change from lots of matinees years ago down to just about 2. And now we're back to 5 or 6 Bussards having a matinee. And we do have some qualifiers coming up.
We do.
And the OHHA will be covering the qualifiers at
Delaware.
And that is, I want to go out
next
on a limb.
Tuesday.
Would that be the 15th?
I have to look at them. It's next Tuesday, whatever next Tuesday and the
Today?
following Tuesday.
Okay, it'd be probably the 16th maybe.
16th and 23rd.
It's chiropractic. One is Catch the Moment, owned by Heartland Acres of Walhonding, Ohio, and Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver. The driver is Braden Rhodes. Number 2 is Leonia L., owned by Levan Stables and Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio, Dharma Fall Racing Enterprises, Sylvania, Ohio, and Adam Heffelfinger of Ashland, Ohio, trained and by Hank Levan. Number 3 is Dancing Assets, owned by Lori Nowland of Hazy, Virginia, Herman Hagerman, the driver, Carson Conrad. No, excuse me. Number 4 is Taylor's Bikini. Kathy Todd of Wasion, Ohio, trained by Luda. Remember Sherry, owned by Stefan Brushu of Goodrich, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver, Mark St. Louis Jr. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. Plan to warm up.
There's your field of 6, going a little bit deeper into it from the rail. Braden Rhodes and Rosie Weaver. Catch the Moment. This is a Catch the Fire filly out of a Mach 3 mare. 8-3 OK. A $12,000 purchase out of the Buckeye Classic. Weaver does co-own along Heartland Acres.
2, Leonia L. Hank Levan trains and drives. Hank looking for his second driving win. This is a 2-year-old bay filly by Monte Mickey out of the Some Beach Somewhere mare. Beach Story. She at a $10,000 Ohio Select purchase. She's owned by the Levan Stables, Dharma Fall Racing, A. Heffinger, and Megan Levan.
Carson Conrad to drive for Herman Hagerman. Dancing Assets. This is a Dancing Yankee filly, owned and bred by Lori Nowlin of Virginia.
Number 4, Taylor's third round. Robert Brooks trains. Pierce Henry will drive. The 2-year-old bay filly by Dancing Yankee out of the Real Artist mare, Taylor's Artist. This is a homebred for Tommy and Andrea Householder of Delaware.
And the 5, Kim Pluta trains and drives, is Black Filly. Black Bikini. This is a Monte Mickey daughter out of a Better's Delight mare. Originally a $25,000 purchase, and I don't know that sale code, but I'm going to go on a limb here and say that's probably a Michigan, out of a Michigan sale.
6, Remember Sherry, Mark St. Louis Jr. for Steve Novak. 2-year-old bay Philip Amani Mickey out of the Cactus Treacherous mare. I bet you did it, Hanover. Stephen Boucher of Michigan owns a $10,000 blooded horse sale purchase last fall. So a field of 6 completing their score. They'll be heading to the Mike Weffenberg starting gate.
And our track lights just turned on for the very first time. They are bright. They are very bright. But these actually were provided as part of a grant from OHHA this year.
Okay.
Our capital improvement grant. There are things I'm not going to be able to answer because this is Susan's project. Susan deals a lot with this, but we do a matching funds grant for capital improvement, and I think we match up to $10,000.
I think you're right on
I think
that.
it's 10.
I think it's right, yes.
And for example, let's say, Paulding got it this year for 2026 for their lights. really shouldn't apply for or are not eligible to apply for 2027, but there are cases where we have money to give. We want to help people that want to help the harness racing. So the 4th division of our 2-year-old filly Pacers. Top down, we've got Catch the Moment, Liana L, Dancing Assets, Taylor's Third Round, Black Bikini, and Remember Sherry. Our 6th horse, of course, is going to be our trailer. Race number 12, passing it over to Bill Peters for the call.
They come.
That's good, yeah.
They're off and pacing. The first horse away at the rail is Catch the Moment. On the outside, second is Black Bikini. Third is Taylor's Third Round. At the rail, fourth is Leonia L. Moving in there, fifth, that is Remember Sherry. Dancing Assets. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Braden Rhodes has Catch the Moment on top by a length and a half. Pacing second is Black Bikini, driven by Kim Pluta. Racing in there third is Taylor's Third Round, driven by Pierce Henry. Racing fourth, Leonia L, driven by Hank Levan. Racing in there fifth is Remember Sherry, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. And the last horse, Dancing Assets, driven by Carson Conrad. First quarter paced in 32 1/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's still Catch the Moment with the lead. Black Bikini racing right there, close second, followed by Taylor's Third Round third. Fourth is Leonia L. Fifth is Remember Sherry, and farther back sixth is Dancing Assets. Front five pretty well bunched as they come to the half-mile mark. That's Catch the Moment by 2 lengths. Black Bikini still second, followed by Taylor's Third Round third. First half paced in 1:04 4/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. They've got to catch the moment. Right there, close second is Black Bikini. Third is Taylor's Third Round. Ranging up on the outside fourth is Leonia L. And also moving up closer fifth is Remember Sherry. The pace picks up a wee bit going toward that 3/4 mile mark, and Black Bikini goes off stride. Still with the lead is Catch the Moment. At the rail second, Taylor's Third Round. On the outside third is Leonia L. 3/4 and 136 1/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Catch the Moment by 2.5 lengths. Taylor's Third Round second along the rail with Leonia L on the outside third. As they race through the lane, that's Catch the Moment and Leonia L and Taylor's Third Round. Catch the Moment and Leonia L. At the rail coming through is Taylor's Third Round, but it's going to be Catch the Moment. Taylor's Third Round. Upper third was Leonia L.
2:06 1. That was Catch the Moment, yeah. 2:06 1. I actually thought those fillies were going a little bit faster than that. Taking a look back, I don't even know what the other divisions have
Maybe it's coming
gone
out the
in.
leader, though.
Yeah.
Maybe it's coming out Catch the Moment, 32 1/5. She did all the work up front, half and 4 4 3/4, 36 1, mile 6 1. Final half in 101 2. Catch the Moment. Braden Rhodes, Rosie Weaver to the winner's circle once again. It's a grand slam for Rosie Weaver and Braden Rhodes, the 2-year-old bay filly. But Catch the Fire. This is a $12,000 Buckeye Classic purchase, owned by Heartland Acres and Rosie Weaver in partnership.
I'm actually very surprised. We have not seen any dogs with Rosie. She usually brings Bolt and the other one, the puppy. He's not a puppy anymore. Oh, what is his name? Smokey. Smokey. Yep. She usually has. I wonder if they're on the backside. I'm sure they are.
She did say at Freshman Focus she might have to get another trailer just for them because they're getting so big. It's hard to fit
hairy.
that. Yeah, hard to fit that many people and those giant dogs in the truck.
The winners circle where the winners go. Coming in from Wahonding and Beach City comes number 1, Catch the Moment. Owned by Heartland Acres and Rosie Weaver, trained by Rosie Weaver, and driven to victory this evening by Braden Rhodes. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Kraus Chiropractic. Let's really hear it here for Rosie Weaver, Braden Rhodes, and Catch the Moment, and the Kraus Chiropractic, the donors of the blanket.
She's kind of a little filly. There's not too much to her yet.
Catch the Fire out of the Mach 3 mare. Ain't 3 okay. A lifetime mark, 206-1. First start, a winning one. She returns 960.
On the top, number 1, Catch the Moment was the winner. Number 2, Leonia L was third. Number 3, Dancing Assets was sixth. Number 4, Taylor's Third Round was second. 5, Black Bikini was fourth. And number 6, Remember Sherry was fifth. Time of the first quarter was 32 1/5. The half was 1:04 4/5. The 3/4 in 1:35 1/5, with a mile in 2:06 1/5. It should read 1:36.245, a mile in 2:06 1/5.
Well, just 6 more races to get through this evening. Do have a couple changes coming into the 13th for drivers if you're following along with the program. Horse 3, Captain Said, will now be driven by Kim Pluta. Kim Pluta drive the 3 and the 7, I Am the Sea. Clifton Bell now to drive the 7, I Am the Sea. We're going to have another completely full field for race 13, 3-year-old Cole Pacers, 3rd division. We'll introduce you to the 7 in just a moment.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Thanks for joining us all evening long here at the Paulding County Fair. Doug Ballinger, myself, Ashley Daly, and Matt Clark behind the camera. So far, so good. We've had some great racing.
We have.
The crowd is still very strong, considering it's a Monday evening and people probably have to go to work tomorrow, but it's good. We've had entertainment all night. The humidity has died down quite a bit. The sun is not near as hot as well.
You're saying people have to go to work. I would say 75% of the crowd.
Oh, good point.
Does not work
Good
anymore.
point. Good point. We do tend to have a little bit of an older generation.
Younger generations down on the rail.
Yeah, there actually are. I mean, I don't know if it's able to. The camera picks it up well at all, but definitely on the backside.
Oh yes, nice.
Where Horsemen and of course, Horsemen are going to watch, but it actually looks like people just have their lawn chairs set up all the way around.
You know, our Passport. We've been talking about the Passport. One of our sponsors this year on the Passport.
The sponsor is
the Mike Wefkenberg Starting Gates. Mike and Becky Wefkenberg do so much for the sport of harness racing. Mike, a big promoter. They are the official sponsor of this year's Passport. So a big thank you to Mike and Becky.
Is Becky starting tonight? I assume.
I assume she's
Yeah, to say I
driving,
kind of
but-
just assumed,
Yes, Becky will be driving. And Mike will be here tomorrow night, and then he does most of the Indiana fairs now. He'll be at Converse Wednesday and Thursday, and I know he had Converse a couple days last week.
but how many fairs does Indiana have now? We used to, when the money was bad here in Ohio, we had a lot of Indiana breds. Yeah.
Yeah, because you guys would race it. You spent your younger years at Hoosier Park,
I did.
right? You were
Yep.
telling me?
I did. Because my dad was stabled in Hoosier for, I think I was probably, 8 years old or so when he moved over there.
So you can remember a lot of the track kitchen. and that there?
Oh, absolutely. And I was still around when they were doing Indiana Downs, when they would flip seasons
Okay,
with
yes.
the thoroughbreds.
Yes.
Right?
So you went to Indiana Downs
yes.
also?
Yep. And I spent a lot more time at Hoosier growing up, but I was never, I had to sneak into the paddock and stuff, right? Because I was never old enough to get in there when we were stabled over there. My dad was leading trainer for a couple seasons. But anyway, where was I going with that? Indiana.
How many fairs?
Oh, yes. How many fairs?
Well, you have Goshen, you have Portland, you have Shelbyville, you have Converse, you have Frankfurt. I know I can look on my phone.
I remember, I don't know
There's
if they...
about 8 fairs.
Okay, I don't know if they still do it, but their state fair was actually held at the state fairgrounds when I was younger, too. We
Yes,
used
it
to
still
race
is.
that. It is, okay. That was fun. I
And
always enjoyed that.
big race back in, it used to be on television every year, would be the Fox State. It was big. It was big. I went one year, it was probably in the 70s, and the Crackers and George Schulte won the Fox State. It was a big race. It was a big race for 2-year-olds.
I haven't been to Hoosier. I went to the Dan Patch a couple years ago. And I actually did not get to go when they held the Breeders' Crown for the year before.
I was there. They've had it 3 years now for sure. I was there the first 2 years.
I think it was like 2017, 2018 they held it, and I got to go to that one. That was really cool. So I was, I think, a freshman in college, or earlier in my college career. And you know who I actually went with was Harrison Levan and my parents.
Okay.
Yep, so I got to hang out with them. I've always been pretty good friends with the Levan family, and so that's why I might talk a little bit about them when they're on air, but they're good people.
Oh, yes, they are. Hard workers.
All right, how are you?
So far, so good with the lights. I know we were not necessarily concerned. Rod, you want a passport, don't you? But what I was saying, sorry, was we just haven't had to use the lights yet, the track lights much, and so we wanted to make sure they work this evening, and that's looking great so far.
Need 2 of them.
2 of them? Listen, I did not expect to have to go through so many passports today, but I've only got 1 left. I don't know if you've got any competition. Are you going to try as hard as you did last year? There you go. 2 of them.
Very good. You get my message the other day?
No. On what?
I sent you a private message.
Not a text message, yeah?
No, not text. Facebook.
Facebook. Let me take a look. I've got Rod Cooper. You can't hear Rod. When did we meet? I know when you started giving me a hard time, but when did we meet? It's been a couple years, yeah. But you started giving me crap. I think it was last year at the mountain.
Cute video.
It is.
That was you as a kid.
Pretty much. I did have a barn or a bed in the barn when I was a kid. So pretty much. Looks like we are trying to gather here for the 13th race.
The 3-year-old Colt Pace going for a purse of $4,872 and a blanket given in memory of Terry Pease. Number 1 is Southwind City, owned by Mandy Jones of Greenville, Ohio, trained by Brian Jones, the driver Jeff Nysonger. Number 2 is Hot Honor, owned and trained by Mike Johnson of Southfield, Michigan, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 3 is Captain Sid, owned by the Deer Lake Stables LLC of Osseo, Michigan, trained by Thad Doty, the driver Kim Pluta. Number 4 is Trav Kels, owned by David and Patricia Jury of Bucyrus, Ohio, trained by Robbie Brooks, the driver Carson Conrad. Number 5 is Dragon Shadow, Owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, and Norman Shetler of Sarasota, Florida. Trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver, Braden Rhodes. Number 6 is Carmen's Oh So Famous. Owned by Dennis Paver of Raymond, Ohio, and Joe Paver of Marysville, Ohio. Trained by Joe Paver, the driver, Pierce Henry. And number 7 is I Am the Sea. Owned by David Beachy of Berlin, Ohio. Trained by Bill Rhodes, the driver, Clifton Bell.
Race 13. From the rail, we've got Southwind City. Brian Jones trains Jeff Nysonger in the bike. This is a 3-year-old gelding by Down by the Seaside. It was shut down really early last year as a 2-year-old. Just had a single start at actually at Paulding. So he got the entire year off, came back at Miami Valley and tried to qualify in mid-April. Unfortunately had a lot of breaks early on in that race, and so we do not have a time to give you. Hopefully he'll get it figured out today.
Actually, the 2 is Hot Honor, Mark St. Louis Jr. for Mike Johnson. Johnson also owns a $12,000 Ohio Select purchase 2 years ago. 3-year-old Bago de Sana Zuma Kalade out of the Rock and Roll Hanover mare. Hot Lemonade, 8 starts, is yet to hit the board, but 3 back, paced in 57-4 at Northfield Park.
Not sure what Bill was saying there, but horse 3 is going to be Captain Said Kim Pluta now in the bike for Thad Dottie. This is a well-said gelding out of Captain Treacherous mare owned by Deer Lake Stables of Michigan. This is the first start of the year, but he got around plenty of times last year as a freshman. 12 starts, 2 wins, 3 seconds, 3 thirds to make almost $15,000. He got shut down after Delaware and has had quite a bit of time off, but we go a few back. Wasion last year did go in 2 minutes and 3/5.
4, Trav Kelsey, Carson Conrad for Robert Brooks. This 3-year-old Bago de Sana is by Fear the Dragon out of the well-said mare, Pretty Girl Hanover. 14 career starts, has 2 seconds and 4 thirds, $8,400 in earnings. 2 back at Scioto Downs. In a non-winners of 1, finished second, pacing a mile in 55-2.
Our 5-horse Dragon Shadow. Rosie Weaver trains Braden Rhodes in the bike. Fear the Dragon gelding out of a Shadow player mare, Barbara's Shadow, co-owned by Weaver and Norman Shelter of Sarasota, Florida. This will be the 4th seasonal start. Still looking to notch a win, however, has kind of stepped it up to that mid-tier range and has been racing in the Buckeye Claiming Series.
Number 6, Carmen's Oh So Famous. Pierce Henry drives for Joe Paver. Dennis Paver and Joseph Paver own. This is a homebred, 7 starts on the year. Has 1 third last year, had 14 starts with 7 wins, 4 seconds, 2 thirds, $40,000 in earnings, 153-4 last year as a 2-year-old at Dayton.
Another one starting from the 2nd tier is a 7 I Am the Sea. Clifton Bell now for Bill Rhodes. This is another Down by the Seaside gelding out of a Rockin' Image mare. Another one that stepped up to the mid-tier and has been racing in the Buckeye Stallion Series straights. 2 back, now 3 back. Went a mile at Scioto and won 54-3. $45,000 made lifetime for I Am the Sea. Here is Bill Peters. Bill Peters with the call of the 13th.
They come. They're off and facing the first horse away, as Captain said. Up on the outside second comes Dragon Shadow. Between horses third is Trav Kels. Down at the rail 4th is Southwind City. Moving along at the rail 5th, that is Hot Honor. On the outside 6th is I Am the Sea. And the last horse at this point is Carmen's Oh So Famous. Heading down the backside over toward that quarter-mile mark. Braden Rhodes has Dragon Shadow on top by 1 length. Right there, close second, as Captain said, driven by Kim Pluta. Racing in their 3rd is Trav Kels, driven by Carson Conrad, and 4th is Southwind City, driven by Jeff Nysonger. First quarter paced in 28 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's Dragon Shadow still with the lead. Racing there, a close second, that is Captain said. Moving up on the outside 3rd as they race down toward the half-mile mark is Trav Kels. Also on the move 4th is I Am the Sea. At the rail 5th is Southwind City. Moving on the outside 6th is Carmen's Oh So Famous. And the last horse at this point is Hot Honor. First half paced in 58 3/5 seconds. All 7 pacers are well bunched. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to the 3/4 mile mark. That's still Dragon Shadow with the lead. At the rail second, Captain Said with Trav Kels on the outside third. Moving up on the outside fourth now comes I Am the Sea. At the rail fifth, Southwind City. Carmen's Oh So Famous moving 3 wide down the backside. The last horse is Hot Honor. 3/4 in 128 2/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Dragon Shadow with the lead. I Am the Sea on the outside second. Captain Said along the rail third, and Carmen's Oh So Famous is high gear on the outside fourth. As they race toward home, that's Dragon Shadow and I Am the Sea. Dragon Shadow at the rail, I Am the Sea on the outside. Dragon Shadow and I Am the Sea. And now at the rail comes it's gonna be Southwind City slipping through at the rail to win. 1 mile and 1:58 4/5.
1:58 4. Ashley, that was an exciting one.
I didn't see that one coming. I didn't even see Jeff until he snuck.
The rail opened up for him. He got away fourth. The mile was cut by Braden Road with a Dragon Shadow. Jeff got away fourth. Everybody fanned out. They were 4 in, 3 out at the half. And at the top of the stretch, they fanned out, and the rail opened up for Jeff, and he took advantage of it. 28 4, 58 3, 128 2, and home, and 158 4 final half in a minute and a fifth.
Man. Brian and Mandy Jones have to be ecstatic with that start, though. So this horse, going back to last year, only had 1 single start here at Paulding under Ronnie Gillespie, actually. Must have been a private sell over to Brian Jones. He tried to qualify this gelding mid-April and just kept making breaks, but that was a solid start by this horse. I have 157 across the wire, and man, the 7 horse, that was a huge mile for that horse too. I don't even know if he ever saw the rail. He really dug in. That was a tough race, and he will be very tight for the next start.
$42 winner. There's only 52 in the pool, so that's pretty good. Somebody just cleaned up.
Well, Jeff Nysonger doing what Jeff Nysonger does, right? That's the original king of the fairs.
Here comes Mandy Jones with a big smile
Yeah,
on
she's
her
got to
face.
be ecstatic.
The winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from Greenville, Ohio, comes number 1, Southwind City. Owned by Mandy Jones, trained by Brian Jones, and driven to victory this evening by Jeff Nysonger. The hole opened up along the rail, and Jeff took advantage of it and slipped through there to win. The blanket for this race is given in memory of Terry Pease, and members of the family are in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation.
So we're good with that.
Big hand here for Brian and Mandy Jones, Jeff Nysonger, and Southwind City. To the family of Terry Pease for giving this blanket in their memory, in his memory.
7253.
3,988 for Jeff Nysonger.
Rob, where do you go?
12 to go for that magic number of 4,000.
Oh, he'll get it quickly.
Yes.
Jeff doesn't, I don't think he will drive with the Paramutuals.
Yes.
He will. It's just not like
no.
every race type.
He could get it at Circleville, honestly.
Yeah.
If he goes both days, I'm sure there'll be plenty of chances.
If he comes back tomorrow.
Yeah, he could do it here.
Circleville or Ottawa, very easy.
Yeah.
From the top. Number 1, Southwind City was the winner. Number 2, Hot Honor was 6th. Number 3, Captain Sid was 4th. Number 4, Trav Kels was 7th. Number 5, Dragon Shadow was second. Number 6, Carmen's Oh So Famous was 5th. Number 7, I Am the Sea was 3rd. Time of the first quarter was 28 4/5. The half was in 58 3/5. The 3/4 in 128 2/5, with a mile in 158 4/5. From the top it should read 164 725. 3 on the bottom. The mile in 158 4/5.
We're rolling right along. 13 down. Just 5 to go. Mark St. Louis Jr., if you're following along at home. drive the 3 Castle on the Hill in the upcoming 14th race. 3-year-old filly trotters for $4,660. Field of 7, and we'll be back to take a look at these 7 3-year-old filly trotters right after this break.
Hickory Lane Farm is proud to have bred or produced 3 Dan Patch champions over the last 3 years. Located in Findlay, Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm bred and sold world champion It's Academic. We also co-bred and sold sophomore Breeders' Crown winner Yo Tilly. Our stallion In Range set new sales records at the 2025 jug sale and is the sire of Set Your Sights High, who was last season's Dan Patch 2-year-old trotting filly. Find your next champion at the Hickory Lane Farm consignment.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Race 14 of 18 coming up next here at the Paulding County Fair. Race 14 will be the 3rd division of the 3-year-old filly trotters. $4,660 up for grabs. If you're following along with the program, Mark St. Louis Jr. now to drive the 3 Castle on the Hill. If you are not following along on the program but would like to be, head on over to harnessracingohio.com to grab your program.
We're back at it here tomorrow night, Ashley. 19 of them.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed, 5 p.m. I'm getting a little nervous just because of the forecast, but they've done a great job on this track. It really does. I mean, as we just seen with the last mile, it looks great and it's nice and fast considering that, there doesn't see a lot of action at all outside of Fair Week here.
No, not much at all.
You know him, Doug?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We go back.
Is it Scott?
Yeah.
Okay. My grandpa and uncle used to go over to the betting parlor.
Yeah.
Where was it, Fort Wayne?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Fort Wayne.
Yeah.
We used to go over there. Well, it's in New Haven now. When it was in Fort Wayne, we would go about every Thursday in the winter. And he would work there.
Yeah, that's right. He's a teller there, right? Yeah.
And his dad winters, at least he used to, in Frostproof, Florida, the next town close to us. And I ran into his dad probably 6, 7, 8 years ago in Walmart one day. And I said, boy, I know you. Well, I don't know you. I said, I know you from somewhere. I said, is it from a horse race? Yeah, I go to horse races. I saw his dad down there earlier with him, yes. Scotty, right?
Yeah, I cannot think of the last.
Big into baseball. Isn't he a pretty good baseball player, I believe?
Yeah.
And coach.
Yeah.
That's what I'm just actually looking on my phone, looking at some baseball. I don't know. The Reds play later tonight. Checking a score. I've been getting the fall since I went here in Florida. Tampa Bay instead of the Reds.
Really?
I started to follow Tampa Bay, and then they got on a losing streak.
Yeah, I quit watching my Tigers because they were just terrible. Ever since I stopped watching, I think they've done nothing but win.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, I better just stay off of it. Justin Verlander will be pitching in my hometown of Toledo Wednesday night on a rehab assignment. So,
the Hens?
Yeah. I'll be going down there to check Justin Verlander out if the weather cooperates.
I saw that we went right before we came home from Florida over to St. Pete. I'd never been in a dome stadium, and the Reds played Tampa Bay.
Oh, yeah.
That was neat to walk in that dome stadium. I'd never been in anything like that.
When I was out in Vegas, I was asking about, what's a baseball game going to be like out there in the desert? It's not going to be a dome, but I guess they have some kind of, I don't even know what you'd call it, just kind of something over the roof where it's a little bit of shade here and there, and it's going to be hot sitting out in Vegas for a baseball game, though.
Of the Paulding County Agricultural Society. Number 1 is Having a Meltdown over the black and white stable of Kevin Detweiler. Number 2 is Supreme Dance by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, and Scott Davis of Bell Valley, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Braden Rhodes. Number 3 is Castle on the Hill, owned and trained by Jason Seymour of Adrian, Michigan, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 4 is Grapevine Disaster, owned by Michael Lee of Rudolph, Ohio, and Duke Sugg and Steve Moss of Detchler, Ohio, trained by Michael Lee, the driver Mark Hedworth. Number 5 is My Secret Money, owned by Mike Sweeney of Delaware, Ohio, and Lemmer Racing LLC of Rockwood, Michigan, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver Curtis Harper. Number 6 is Hang Tight Honey L, owned by Levan Stables and Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio, Darmafall Racing Enterprises, Sylvania, Ohio, and Hurley Racing of Dublin, Ohio, trained by Hank Levan. And number 7 is Legal Tender, owned by Chris Beaver of Radnor, Ohio, Martin Yoder of Mount Eaton, Ohio, and VIP Internet Stable of New Jersey, trained by Chris Beaver, the driver Clifton Bell. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate, and mute your windows closing in 4 minutes. Hurry and don't be shut out. Okay, Matt.
The driver, the one, Kevin Detweiler, a name rang a bell watching Hoosier Park races sometime on the internet. He has been driving over there. He had 7 starts over there, has a win this year at Hoosier, a win in 2/3 over there. So Kevin Detweiler will drive the 1. Ashley, I was mentioning, I think you could hear me in your headsets, you was busy with Mike Wefkenberg passports. Kevin Detweiler, only 18 years old, drives at Hoosier some. I thought I recognized the name.
Who would his family be? Because that last name sounds familiar to me, and it's not. I'm not clicking though.
I don't know.
But he, I mean, that's what Michael Langer, a handful of some time ago, did text me and say that he won 8 at an Indiana fair on
Indiana
Thursday.
Fair?
Yep.
Okay, Indiana or Kentucky?
Indiana.
Indiana. Having a Meltdown, Kevin Detweiler, Leander Schwartz team up again. The 3-year-old Bay Phillip, a Long Tom out of Broadway Hallmare, Flirting Filly. First start of the year, had a start last year, shows breaks in both starts.
Our 2-horse Braden Rhodes and Rosie Weaver going to team back up for this full count filly, Supreme Dance. You probably remember her a little bit from last year. She had 19 starts as a freshman with 11 wins, 4 seconds, and 2 third-place finishes to make $67,000. This year, she's just getting back into gear. 4 starts, looking to land the very first win of the season. However, she's kind of been racing in that mid-tier at Scioto and Northfield. She's had 2 starts in the Buckeye Stallion. That's straight, not the claimer, the straight Buckeye Stallion, and has been going consistently in 56 and a piece.
Number 3, Castle on the Hill. This 3-year-old Bay filly was a $16,000 Buckeye Classic purchase 2 years ago. Out of the Malabar Man Mare, My Lucky Princess. Jason Seymour of Michigan owns and trains. Mark St. Louis Jr. will drive the 3, Castle on the Hill, making her 3rd career start, the first of the season.
Grapevine Disaster. Mark Hedworth will drive for Michael Lee. This is a Long Tom filly of an Explosive Matter mare. 11 starts last year, 11 starts so far this year. Already shaping up to be a better 3-year-old than a 2-year-old. Has had 1 win, 1 second, 1 third place finish. $15,000 made on the year. If we look back, going 3 back at Northfield in the Buckeye Claiming Series, was a winner there in 2 minutes flat.
Curtis Harper and Mike Sweeney team up once again. They've had a win on the card, looking for their 2nd. My Secret Money, the 3-year-old Bay filly by Ready for Money, has $15,000 lifetime, 203 and 3 last year at Richwood.
Our 6-horse, Hank Levan, trains and drives Hang Tight Honey L, another name that you're going to be familiar with. She made $70,000 last year. Now, her last start out was a Buckeye Stallion Series at Scioto and went 56 and 3.
And rounding out the field from the 2nd tier, there's 7, Legal Tender, Clifton Bell for Chris Beaver, a $19,000 Lexington Select purchase, her 3rd start on the year. Let's go upstairs to Bill Peters to give us a call of the 14th.
Here they come. Here, off and trotting the first horse away is Supreme Dance. On the outside, Grapevine Disaster. Down at the rail third is Having a Meltdown. Moving up on the outside fourth is My Secret Money. Moving along fifth. At this point, it's Castle on the Hill, but now goes outside. Taking over fifth now is Hang Tight Honey L, and back to sixth is Castle on the Hill. Now the last horse is Legal Tender. As they head down the backside, now off stride goes Having a Meltdown. Also off stride is My Secret Money. Going to that quarter-mile mark. Braden Rhodes has the lead with Supreme Dance. Racing in their second is Grapevine Disaster, driven by Mark Hedworth. And right there third is Hang Tight Honey L, driven by Hank Levan. First quarter was trotted in 33 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. Out there on the front end is Supreme Dance. 2 lengths back, second is Grapevine Disaster. Third is Hang Tight Honey L. Moving up fourth now is Castle on the Hill. Coming to the half-mile mark. That's Braden Rhodes and Supreme Dance bringing the horses down to the half. Right there in the golden chair, second is Mark Hedworth with Grapevine Disaster, and third is Hang Tight Honey L. First half trotted in 1:05 and 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. Sail with the lead is Supreme Dance. Grapevine Disaster still racing second. In their third is Hang Tight Honey L. Farther back fourth comes Having a Meltdown. Fifth is Castle on the Hill. Racing in their sixth is My Secret Money, and the last horse, Legal Tender. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. The front three are pretty well bunched. That's Supreme Dance with the lead. Racing second, Grapevine Disaster, and Hang Tight Honey L on the outside third. 3/4 in 1:36. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Supreme Dance with the lead. Trying to look for racing room is Grapevine Disaster. On the outside third is Hang Tight Honey L. As they race to Supreme Dance and Grapevine Disaster. Supreme Dance and Grapevine Disaster. It's going to be Supreme Dance, and here the Elkheim. Grapevine Disaster up for second. Up for third is Hang Tight Honey L. 1 mile in 2:04 and 2/5.
.204 and 2/5. Supreme Dance. How many does that make?
Five bagger?
5 bagger. Braden Rhodes, Rosie Weaver. Braden knows what to do on a half mile.
Yeah. Drives it every single night, right?
Yeah. He's on the front end. Gives him a chance. Final half, 59-1. Supreme Dance, 3-year-old bay filly by full count. And the I Like a Player mare, Supreme Day. First win of the season in 5 starts. Has a second and a third. Lifetime now, a little over $76,000. Took a mark as a 2-year-old at Northfield of 159-1. An $8,000 blooded horse sale purchase 2 years ago. Owned by Rosie Weaver and Scott Davis.
Here is Rosie and her crew making their way back for the 5th time into the winner's circle here. Our reigning, leading fair trainer, Rosie Weaver. And then Braden's already on his way, well on his way to possibly be the leading fair driver.
Circle where the winners go. Coming in from Beach City in Bell Valley, Ohio, comes number 2, Supreme Dance. Owned by Rosie Weaver and Scott Davis. Trained by Rosie Weaver and driven to victory this evening by Braden Rhodes.
You're good, Mike, with that.
The blanket for this race is courtesy of the Paulding County Agricultural Society.
Mike, we're all clear. Thank you, Mike.
Let's really hear it here for Rosie Weaver, Braden Rhodes, and Supreme Dance.
No, 516.
Looks like we do have official prices posted. $246 for the try.
Top. Number 1, Having a Meltdown, was 5th. Number 2, Supreme Dance, was a winner. Number 3, Castle on the Hill, was 6th. Number 4, Grapevine Disaster, was 2nd. Number 5, My Secret Money, was 4th. Number 6, Hang Tight Honey L was third, and number 7, Legal Tender was seventh. Time of the first quarter was 33 seconds. The half was in 1:05 and 1/5. The 3/4 in 1:36, with a mile in 2:04 and 2/5. From the top, it should read 5:16, 2:43, 7 on the bottom. The mile in 2:04 and 2/5. Last half in 59 and 1/5 seconds.
Well, we're on to the 15th. We got a field of 6 two-year-old filly pacers going postward for $2,962.
We'll be right here after the messages.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
We are back at Paulding. Matt Clark, Doug Ballinger, Ashley Daly bringing it to you tonight as we open up the 2026 Ohio Fair racing season, the first of 125 days of racing that we'll be bringing to you. We're out of passports tonight.
We are. I was not expecting to go through the stack that was printed. We'll have plenty more. Unfortunately, I won't have them tomorrow because the office, my home, and Paulding are very different locations, but I already have a list started of the people that I will need to sign day one Paulding for. Which is exciting, though, that the program is growing and already has that much interest. Usually, I can't say that Paulding's just so far out of the way for a lot of people, right? Like, it's not central to Ohio. It's pretty far up there, so I know we always have fans, always have excited people that want to come for day one, but I was not expecting to go through my entire stack of passports.
And we thank all of our fine sponsors for our broadcast tonight, as well as Mike and Becky Wepkenberg for sponsoring the 2026 Passport. See, Mike, probably you get a ride in the gate, you come to a fair.
Probably. He's great about that.
Not probably, I'm sure you will.
Something we were talking about earlier, Doug, we never got to really finish, were the qualifiers coming up, the baby qualifiers coming up. Scioto will have really 2 big Tuesdays, or excuse me, not Scioto, Delaware will have 2 big Tuesdays of qualifiers. Anybody can come watch.
Yes, and they'll be on the Facebook.
They will be. We will also be live streaming. I think Susan Schroeder and Roger.
Roger will be calling them,
He calls them and he commentates in between. And I'll be there because I identify. That's my job for those 2 Tuesdays. I identify.
Okay.
And so I get there way before everybody else, and I try to track down everybody in the barns. But that is next Tuesday, the 16th, and then that following Tuesday, the 23rd. That's in Delaware.
How do they really do have a public address announcer? So how do they get them out to the track?
I actually don't know.
Do they come out pretty decent, though?
They usually do, yeah. I don't know if Horsemen are just like ready to go. I have never, because you're right, there is no, because Roger will do the announcing through OHHA, through the broadcast, but I don't think there's anybody that calls out. I just think that people are on top of it. I'll have to report back on that one. So Delaware qualifiers are coming up. Also, we will be hosting Burgers and Babies at El Dorado Scioto Downs on Monday, the June 22nd. Anybody's welcome to come to that as well, but we tend to feed Horsemen that day. We'll get burgers and hot dogs and all the good things like that and just get everybody prepared for the season. OJ Wolf corrected us. As we should have put 2 and 2 together. Mike Wokenberg uses the gate speaker to get everybody out when it comes to the Delaware qualifiers.
Mike does that at a lot of county fairs.
Yes. No, tonight I was a little worried when I saw 18, 19 on the car the next couple days. I was a little worried about how fast we were going to get out, but
we're rolling.
We are
rolling.
Yes, we are very much on pace. It's been great racing. The weather's been fantastic.
Compliments to everybody.
Yes.
The Horsemen, it's.
I hope all fair season is like this.
That would be great, wouldn't it?
The biggest stickler, though, when it comes to post-parading out on time is Roger. Through and through. He will make sure that you post-parade in order.
All right, let's get the 5 that are out there together to line up the parade. That last few drop in during the post-parade.
Race 15 coming up next. This is going to be the 5th and final division of the 2-year-old Philly Pacers, a field of 6. So a full gate plus 1 trailer. Looks like we are mostly out. Last one is stepping onto the track now.
Bring postwork for race 15. This is another 2-year-old Philly Pace, going for a purse of $2,962. CIS Racing LLC in Ohio, named by Jeff Nysonger. Number 2 is Mickey L. Alma Levan Stables and Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio. Area of Mingo, Ohio, trained by Hank Levan. Number 3 is Sally KD. Alma Marjorie Deshetsky of North Branch, Michigan, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver Curtis Harper. Number 4 is Well Motion. Owned and trained by Michael Lee of Rudolph, Ohio, the driver is Mark Hedworth. Number 5 is Be Legendary. Owned by John Weisenberger Jr. of Oakwood, Ohio, and Brantley Turner of Paulding, trained by Bruce Forker, the driver Clifton Bell. And number 6 is Heart of the Beach. Owned by Springhaven Farm of Utica, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver is Carson Conrad. Horses will take 1 long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in 4 minutes.
Let's take a deeper look from the rail. Our Gray Heart. Jeff Nysonger trains and drives this gray filly by Heart of Chewbacca. This is his first crop, yes? Has to be.
Yes, and this a half-sister to our colt of many color.
That was going to be my question.
Yes, I just looked that up real quick. Yeah, half-sister to our colt of many color who finished 2nd in the 6th race.
So Our Gray Heart is owned and bred by, do they go by CIS Racing or CIS?
I would say CIS. I don't know, really.
Well, we'll figure that out
CIS.
and report back, but CIS Racing of Wilmington, Ohio.
Number 2 is Mickey L. Another Lavelle. Another L from the Levan stable. Megan Levan, Max Perry. Hank Levan trains and drives. Hank looking for his 2nd on the card. This is a homebred, I believe. It didn't go through a sale. 2-year-old Bay filly by Monte Mickey out of the Pet Rock mare Rockin' Megan.
3 Curtis Harper now will drive for Mike Sweeney. Sally KD. This is a summa cum laude filly out of a Rock and Roll Hanover mare. Must have been a private purchase because it doesn't look to be a homebred. However, we do not have a public sale price.
Mark Hedworth of 4. Well Motion. Michael Lee trains and owns. 2-year-old Brown filly by Well Said. And the Commotion mare, Ocean's Motion.
And the 5 Clifton Bell now will drive Be Legendary. This is a bit of a legend in filly out of a Rockin' Image mare originally purchased of the Blooded Horse Sale for $6,000, owned out of right here, Paulding, Ohio.
The 6 is Heart of the Beach. This is a homebred. Springhaven Farms bred and owns. Herman Hagerman trains. Carson Conrad will drive the 2-year-old Bay filly by Bring on the Beach out of the Art Escape mare, Heart Escape. And that's a look at the field for the 15th. Talking about their track lights, pretty nice.
We're using them
pretty
now.
nice lights.
We're using them
We're
now.
going to see how well they work here in about 20 minutes, probably. If everything goes on, we got what, 15, 16, 4 races to go, so we're going to be done. Yeah, done at a little after 10.
Here they move, getting closer to the Mike Webkenberg starting gate. The 5th and final division of these freshmen Philly Pacers, going for $2,962 for this division.
They're at the post. Starting gate is rolling now.
From the top down, we've got R. Gray Heart, Mickey L., Sally KD, Well Motion, Be Legendary, and Heart of the Beach. Here's Bill Peters with the call of the 15th.
Here they come. Here, off and facing the first horse away is our Gray Heart. Moving up third is Be Legendary. At the rail fourth is Sally KD. In their fifth is Heart of the Beach. And the last horse at this point is Well Motion. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Jeff Neishonger has Our Gray Heart on top by 2.5 lengths. Pacing in their second is Mickey L., driven by Hank Levan. Dropping in their third is Be Legendary, driven by Clifton Bell. Moving along fourth is Sally. Fifth is Heart of the Beach, driven by Conrad, and the last horse is Well Motion, driven by Mark Edworth. First quarter paced in 32 1/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's still Our Gray Heart by 2 lengths. Mickey L. paces in their second. Racing in their third as they race down toward the half is Sally KD. Pacing fourth, it is Heart of the Beach. Coming to the half-mile mark, that's still Our Gray Heart with a lead. Moving along second at the rail is Mickey L. On the outside third, now is Be Legendary. Moving up fourth, it's Sally KD. Fifth is Heart of the Beach, and the last horse is Well Motion. First half paced in 1:05 2/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. They've got to catch Our Gray Heart. The closest horse second is Be Legendary. Mickey L. third along the rail. Fourth is Sally KD. Moving up on the outside, fifth now is Well Motion. Sixth along the rail, heading down the backside is Heart of the Beach. Going to that 3/4 mile mark, that's Our Gray Heart with the lead. Mickey L. now takes over second. Dropping back third is Be Legendary. And fourth and pacing fastest of all is Sally KD. 3/4 in 1:36. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Our Gray Heart with the lead. At the rail second is Mickey L. And on the outside third, as they race toward home, is Sally KD. As they race through the lane, that's Our Gray Heart and Mickey L. Our Gray Heart and Mickey L. closing on the outside. Our Gray Heart and Mickey L. It's Our Gray Heart. Mickey L. up for second with Sally KD for third. 1 mile and 2:05 2/5.
Final half in a minute flat. Our Gray Heart. Oh, she wanted to do to hang on because she could hear the hoofbeats of Mickey L. coming at her. Just about reached, but it gate to wire for Our Gray Heart. Jeff Neishonger gets his second winner on the card. Inching closer, the magic number now 11 to 4,000 for Jeff Neishonger. Win number 3,900.
So hard to go by when he's on the front end.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it is. It is. Front end at a county fair, especially
with Jeff driving.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. These drivers know.
Yep.
I was actually kind of impressed with Sally KD. Ended up
Yes.
third. Really tried to make a big mood, but I mean, had to go 3 wide going into the final turn. You just lose so much momentum when you're out like that.
We did the entry fee for it. We did the entry fee for the horse 352.
This is the homebred for Sis Racing of Wilmington. As we said earlier, they have sibling to our colt of many color that we saw second today, and then little sis comes up and gets the win.
No, in the winner's circle.
Is that Roger's cousin?
Who?
Who's that?
The
Jeff's?
the couple that's out there.
Oh.
So the couple that run the track kitchen at Lebanon Raceway Fairgrounds still.
Oh,
Roger,
really?
it's like Roger's cousin is the wife. I don't remember her name.
Roger.
Houston.
Really?
Yeah, they own the dam of this horse.
Hmm.
And there was a whole story about
Would
that from
be-
Freshman
Well,
Focus
would
a
it
couple
be-
years
will
ago.
have
Would
No,
it be-
yeah, I should have dug a little deeper before I just started
that
Well,
blabbing.
But I think-
We'll probably be getting a text because I'm sure Roger is watching.
Oh, because his horse isn't next, yeah.
Robo's in the next race.
You were asking about Jeff's nephew. Is that what you were asking about, Doug?
Yeah, that's
Jeff's nephew.
and he's got his own colors
He
now.
does, and I'll tell you about that in a second.
Oh, okay.
That's Braden Addis.
Braden Addis,
In
yes.
Ohio comes number 1, Our Gray Heart, all by CIS Racing LLC, trained and win a victory by Jeff Nysonger. Let's have a big hand for all concerned here with Our Gray Heart.
Got a
Things for race 15 from the top. Number 1, Our Gray Heart was a winner. Number 2, Mickey L was second. Number 3, Sally KD was third. Number 4, Well Motion was sixth. Number 5, Be Legendary was fourth. And number 6, Heart of the Beach was fifth. Time of the first quarter was 32 1/5. The half was in 105 2/5. The 3/4 in 136 with a mile in 205 2/5. From the top it should read 1, 2, 3, 6, 4, 5, a mile in 205 2/5. In the upcoming race 16, number 2, Passing By, the driver will be Cody Williamson. Cody Williamson will drive number 2, Passing By, race 16. Okay, Matt.
what we were saying, Doug, so that was Braden Addis that we've gotten to know pretty decently well on the fair circuit the last couple of years. That's Jeff's nephew. Last year, we would get him and Jeff confused because they wore
Yes.
the same set of colors. And he does have his own set now. Those are Braden's, and his mom purchased him those. But maybe you know, maybe you don't.
I know the story you're going to tell, which I think's great. I'm sure where you're leading with it.
Yeah. Oh, so I have the Bill Daly Foundation named in honor of my dad, and I give away at least one set of colors every year. This year I was going to give away 2 because my Uncle Jack, who was very prominent on the fair circuit, he was the king of fairs before Jeff Nysonger was the king of fairs, and he passed away unfortunately from lung cancer in February, and so I was at least going to give away two sets. And then I got a great pool of applicants. I mean, I cannot tell you how many people were deserving. I think I got somewhere between 15 and 20 applications, and I tried to get it narrowed down to 2, and I couldn't do it. And Braden was one. Braden Addis, who we just saw, was one recipient. Amelia Smith was a second recipient.
Okay.
And, oh my gosh, he's going to kill me. He works for Virgil.
Oh
my gosh.
Waylon Eubanks?
Waylon, there we go. I could see his face. I couldn't remember his first name. Waylon Eubank is my third, but I was going to give them all. I said, even if it comes out of my own pocket, I'm going to give. I like all 3 of them. I think they have great futures in this sport. So what's an extra $800? Truly. And so I gave them all a call, and Eubank needed them, Smith needed them, and I called Addis and I said, I want to gift you. He's like, I'm so appreciative. My mom actually purchased me a set. What about a helmet? So that's what we're doing. We're going to give him.
Whoa,
he's going to be my first.
Aren't helmets like way more expensive than
They're
colors,
roughly
though?
the same, actually.
Are they
roughly
really?
the
I
same.
thought-
Really?
Yep.
I thought with those paint jobs, they can add
They
up.
can be,
Yeah.
for sure. You could spend a pretty penny on the helmet, because it's not just, for safety. Of course, you've got to have them regulated, but it's the hand painting that
So
costs as much
you're just
money.
buying the helmet and not the paint job?
Oh, no, I'm buying all of it.
Okay.
Yep, buying all of it. So it's roughly $800 to do a set of colors or a helmet. If anybody's wondering, this is not a cheap sport to get into, and that's actually why I, kind of just went and ran with this foundation, is a lot of kids, even if their family's already established.
I think it's great.
And
that you do
it's
that.
hard to break into. That's a
Oh, yeah.
lot. $1,600 right off the bat just to look official out there. And of course you can, as we saw last year with Braden, you can use somebody's colors, but there's a totally different pride that comes with having your own set. And especially, I want to encourage these kids to have long futures. You got to have your own.
Talking about helmets and that, so much appreciate everybody does, I'm sure, what you do with your dad's, what you do for him. But talking about painting helmets and that, I'm going back a long way. You know, everybody had a white helmet.
Yes, yeah.
And then they had to be colored. And then this is a story I always heard. It was somewhere out in New York. You never used to have to wear white pants till maybe the early 70s or mid 60s.
Okay.
And I'm going back a long way now. And some driver out there, he was mad because you had to start to wear white pants. So he wore painter's coveralls for his white pants.
Funny how things have changed.
And I think years ago, too, also, I think even John Campbell and some of them, when they came out with a certain type of helmet, they was wearing maybe a motorcycle helmet.
Really?
When the Meadowlands started, I believe. I'd see pictures of that. Everything changes. There's regular helmet painters around in Ohio, right?
There are. Oh, my gosh. I knew you were going to ask me that. I don't know if he's still painting. That's currently what Braden is tasked with. So what I do is I make these kids figure it out. I want them to be the main point of contact when they're ordering, but I pay for it all. We'll go to post parade real quick.
Owned by David Justice of Marysville, Ohio, trained by Roy Justice, the driver, David Justice. Number 2 is Passing By, owned by Rick Estel of Oakwood, Ohio, trained by Chad Williamson, the driver, Cody Williamson. Number 3 is Roll Like I Roll, owned by Joel Shivak of Woodville, Ohio, and Suzanne Bates of Gibsonburg, Ohio, trained by Ty Bates, the driver, Pierce Henry. Number 4 is Debbie Duell, owned by Levan Stables and Megan Levan of Woodstock, Ohio, Darla Fall Racing of Sylvania, Ohio, and I guess that's all, and trained and driven by Hank Levan. Number 5 is Robo, all by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, Roger Houston of Cannonsburg, Pennsylvania, and Cabby D. LLC of Hudson, Ohio, trained and driven by Rosie Weaver. And number 6 is In Range Anytime, home with the Black and White Stable, Milroy, Indiana, trained by Leander Schwartz, the driver, Kevin Detweiler. Horses will take one long score and go to the
finish
gate.
your question, Roger Hughes was painting helmets.
That's right.
Roger Hughes, yep. Anyway, I guess we're moving right along because now we don't have any warm-ups. Looking for the 4th division of the 2-year-old Colt Trotter. How did we say this name, Doug?
Wagaduga. Wagaduga. Wagaduga is the one Roy Justice trains. David Justice drives. This is a 2-year-old bay gelded son of Centurium.
Our 2-horse, Cody Williamson, will now drive for Chad Williamson. This is Passing By, a Quattro de Julio gelding. Also, should be the first crop for him as well. Originally purchased out of the Ohio Selected sale for $12,000.
3, Roll Like I Roll. Pierce Henry drives for Tyler Bates. A $20,000 Ohio Select purchase. The 2-year-old bay colt by Watt the Hill is owned by Susan Bates along with Joel Shivek.
Dobby Duell. Hank Levan trains and drives this in-range gelding. This is one that we did feature on Freshman Focus. Originally purchased out of the Ohio Select for $15,000.
Number 5 is Robo. Rosie Weaver trains and drives. 2-year-old bay colt by In Range out of the Fireworks mare. Swing Twister. Rosie Weaver, Roger Houston, and Gabby D. LLC own a $22,000 purchase.
Rounding out the field and starting from the 2nd tier, Kevin Detweiler on In Range Anytime. Leander Schwartz does train this In Range gelding owned by the Black and White Stable out of Indiana. Purchased from the Buckeye Classic sale for $14,000. This should be our last
Stake race?
Stake race, yeah, because now we're going to go back after this. The race 17 is the second division of the Spring Haven Farm Ladies
and then
Driving
a
Series.
signature series we'll close it out
Yeah.
with tonight. And we'll be back tomorrow night, weather permitting, post time at 5 with 19 big ones. You know, we're all going different directions on the way home.
We are, yeah.
You and I are going somewhat, but you got to get on I-75 and go a little. You're probably 2 hours away.
Yeah, a little over.
I'm just an hour. Matt said an hour and 20. Just interesting, all the horsemen and everybody, what direction it takes them to get here, you know. A lot of traveling. Bill Peters is going to give us a call the 16th, 2-year-old Colt Trot, Ohio Fair Racing Conference.
Here they come. The air off and trotting. The first horse away is Roll Like I Roll. On the outside second is Dobby Duell. In their third is Passing By. Moving up fourth, that is In Range Anytime. Off stride fourth is Wagadugu. And the last horse off stride is Robo. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Out there on the front end now, that is Roll Like I Roll. Excuse me, that is Dobby Duell. Dobby Duell with the leader. In their second is Roll Like I Roll. Moving up third is In. Fourth is Passing By. Robo. First quarter trotted in 33 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's Dobby Duell by about 3 lengths. Racing second is Roll Like I Roll. Third is In Range Anytime. Racing fourth around that upper turn, that is Passing By. Coming down to the half-mile mark, that's Hank Levan and Dobby Duell bringing the horses down to the half. Sitting in their second is Roll Like I Roll. Third is In Range Anytime. Passing By racing in their fourth. First half trotted in 107 and 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark, they've got to catch Dobby Duell. Racing in their second is Roll Like I Roll. Moving up a closer third now is In Range Anytime, and In Range Anytime is flying down that backside. Going toward the 3/4 mile mark, that's Dobby Duell with the lead. In Range Anytime on the outside second. Roll Like I Roll racing in their third. Fourth is Passing By. Wagadugu is racing fifth, the last horse Robo. 3/4 in 139 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. On the outside now with the lead is In Range Anytime. At the rail second is Dobby Duell. In Range Anytime and Dobby Duell as they race through the lane. In Range Anytime on the outside, Dobby Duell at the rail. In Range Anytime and Dobby Duell. In Range Anytime and Dobby Duell right together at the finish. In Range Anytime and Dobby Duell. Up for third. It's going to be tight here for third. Looks like up for third might have been Passing By with a close over Roll Like I Roll. A mile in 207 and 4/5.
Wow. 207 4/5, and that was really just a 2-horse race
Yes.
for most of the mile.
They were heads apart.
Yeah. In Range Anytime, though, gets up to get it done. Kevin Detweiler gets 2 wins on the card for Leander Schwartz.
2 in ranges. Battled it out in the photo.
I didn't even realize that. That's a nice horse that Hank has, too.
Yes.
When we did Freshman Focus, Dobby Duell is actually named after his youngest son. Matt, you remember that story?
He couldn't really talk at the
So he
time.
would
Those
just,
were
like,
kind
chatter?
of his first words. Now he just kind of came out and started saying Dobby-doo, Dobby-doo. So they named the horse Dobby Duell.
Kevin Detweiler and Leander Schwartz double up tonight. 33 and 4, 107 and 1, 139, 207 and 4. In Range Anytime, $14,000 Buckeye Classic purchase. As we mentioned, this 2-year-old bay gelding was by In Range out of Cantab Hall mare. My Place Anytime over the Black and White Stable, Milroy, Indiana. Leander Swartz trains, and Kevin Detweiler gets his second winning drive on the card. As we mentioned, that is our last stake race of the night. We got a ladies' pace and a signature series. Is it a pace or trot tonight?
I think it's, let me look.
I think it was the
It's a trot tonight.
Trot tonight.
Yeah. Pretty decent purse, too, I think.
He's kind of a big looking colt, isn't he?
Yeah, sure
Yes, he is.
The winners circle where the winners go. Coming in from Milroy, Indiana, comes number 6, In Range Anytime. Owned by the Black and White Stable, trained by Leander Swartz, and driven to victory this evening by Kevin Detweiler.
Thank you.
Everybody's pulling double duty in the winner's circle here.
I don't believe anybody else is coming down. I don't see any activity coming down. Let's do a big hand here for Kevin Detweiler and In Range Anytime, and to the Paulding County Agricultural Society, the donors of the land.
Win.
Wow.
Man, Kevin Detweiler's put up some
Yeah.
money, put up some
Yes.
prices.
Gotta start following him around this summer.
Official prices up on the tote board, 30-20 returns. It goes 6-4-2 for the trifecta. Final mile time 2:07.4. We'll wait for that official rundown here. Should be getting it shortly from Bill. So this was Bill's and Rogers' 67th year
This is their 67th
of
year
announcing.
of calling races.
How old is Bill?
Bill
Early 80s?
just turned 80, I believe. He
Just-
told me
okay.
in December.
Was 5th. Number 2, Passing By, was 3rd. Number 3, Roll Like I Roll, was 4th. Number 4, Dobby Duell, was 2nd. Number 5, Robo, was 6th. And number 6, In Range Anytime, was the winner. Time of the first quarter was 33 4/5. The half was in 107 1/5. The 3 quarters in 139, with a mile in 207 4/5. From the top, it should read 5-3-4-2-6-1, a mile in 207 4/5. That last quarter in 28 4/5 seconds.
It did look like they were rolling there
They-
on the
yeah,
last turn. They were
absolutely.
fighting.
The upcoming race 17, number 1, Fix Your Makeup. Change the driver to Krista Hartman. Krista Hartman will drive number 1, Fix Your Makeup, in race 17. Against the barns, bring your horses on out for race 17.
Race 17, the penultimate.
Yes.
Coming up next, it'll be the second division of the Spring Haven Farm Lady Driving Series Pace. We'll introduce you to the field of 4 in just a moment.
Hey kids, we invite you to join the Backstretch Buddies Club, a fun and free club for kids 12 and under who love horses and wants to be a part of harness racing in Ohio. Once you've signed up, you will be able to join Willie Winnett and exciting adventures and receive awesome surprises. Sign up today using the QR code.
Cool Winds Farm is one of Ohio's premier standardbred breeding farms. Cool Winds stands the popular Dancin' Yankee, Jug winner Southwind Aussie, and the royally bred Western Fame. Cool Winds Farm is proud to present our yearling consignments at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 12th, and at the Standardbred Horse Sale in Harrisburg during the cool winds of November.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to OHHA.com. That's OHHA.com.
Back here at the Paulding County Fair in Paulding, day one of the two sessions of harness racing. We was talking about their track lights, and they're
bright. They're bright.
Very nice.
I didn't even think twice about it.
I can't see a dark spot on the
no,
track.
No,
really.
and that's what Gus said. He said there is not a dim area on this track. They look great. Looks like we do have 3 of the 4 horses out for this next division of the ladies' pace. They don't race for a whole lot of money. We just have a $600 purse for each division here. But really what these ladies just want to drive.
Yes.
They want to drive, and they're competing for points.
Final held at Delaware.
Yeah, and I can't
Top
remember.
8 lady drivers. I believe they moved that to a Sunday.
They did. I have my Huff's Guide.
They changed that program around last year.
Seemed to work very well for them, though.
I'm guessing it is a Sunday. Am I right on that again?
Yes, you're right. Spring Haven Ladies Driving Series Final is held Sunday, so the very first day of the 5 days of Delaware County Fair. Drivers change going into this race. The 1, now driven by Krista Harmon. Don't have too many races left, of course. We've got 17 and 18, but if you're just joining us late and you want to follow along with the program, head on over to Harness Racing Ohio. These programs are free and available to you about an hour before every single post time. Looks like our 4th and final horse for this race is stepping on to the track.
Driving Series Pace, going for a purse of $600 and a blanket courtesy of the Paulding County Agricultural Society. 1 is Fix Your Makeup, owned, trained and driven by the Heart of Jackson, Michigan. Number 2 is Bonita Joe, owned by Kevin Ho of Lawton, Michigan, trained by Ed Conrad, the driver of Tina Johnson. Number 3 is You're My Obsession, Tim Graber of Syracuse, Indiana, and James O'Toole of Batavia, Illinois, trained by Trent Stoller, the driver Christina Grubich. Number 4 is Illini Fable, owned by the Denmar Stable of Florida, Fort Myers, Florida, trained by Thomas Takasi and driven by Leslie Joyce. Horses will take 1 score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. Your attention to the barns, beginning your horses ready for race 18. Okay, Matt.
Ashley, the 1 is Fix Your Makeup. Krista Harmon owns, trains, and drives. 6-year-old brown mare by J.K. Endevenair, 123,000 lifetime. Took a mark at Hastings, Michigan as a 3-year-old of 156 and 1, 7 starts in the year with 2 seconds and 1/3.
The 2, Bonita Joe. Christina Johnson drives for Ed Conrad. This is an 8-year-old mare by World of Rock and Roll out of a Precious Bunny mare. Coming off of a very long layoff, did not start at all in 2025, and this is the very first start in 2026. I'm not sure if that's an injury. That is, just taking a lot of time. They've taken their sweet time coming back, or maybe they tried to breed her. I'm not positive on that, but however, 8-year-old mare has made 82 lifetime starts with 8 wins, 17 seconds, 14 third-place finishes to make almost $80,000 in her lifetime.
Christina Grubich will drive the 3, You're My Obsession, from the Trent Stoller stable. 3 starts on the year, has yet to hit the board. 12 career wins and 60 starts, earnings of $107,000. Took a mark 2 years ago as a 5-year-old at Hoosier Park of 150 and 2/5. The 3, You're My Obsession, and driver Christina Grubich.
Illini Fable, Leslie Joyce will drive the 4-horse for Thomas Tkachuk. This is a well-said gelding, 7 years old, looking for the first seasonal win, actually in a couple of years at least. 11 starts in 2026, made only $500, but lifetime this horse has racked up $98,000, has a mark and a 5/8 track in 1:52 and 4. So here we go, passing up to Bill Peters for the second division of the Ladies Pace, race 17.
Here they come. There, off facing the first horse away is Bonita Joe. At the rail second is Fix Your Makeup. And their third is Illini Fable, and the last horse is You're My Obsession. As they make you turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Christina Johnson. Thanks. Racing in their second is Fix Your Makeup, driven by Krista Harmon. Third is You're My Obsession. Third is Illini Fable, driven by Leslie Joyce, and fourth is You're My Obsession, driven by Christina Grubich. Going toward that quarter-mile mark, that's Bonita Joe by 2.5 lengths over Fix Your Makeup. Illini Fable still pacing third with You're My Obsession fourth. First quarter paced in 29 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's still Bonita Joe with the lead. Now edging up on the outside is Fix Your Makeup. Racing third is Illini Fable, and the last horse is You're My Obsession. 4 pacers well bunched as they come to the half-mile mark. That's Fix Your Makeup on the outside with the lead. At the rail second is Bonita Joe. Racing third is Illini Fable, and right there fourth is You're My Obsession. First half in 59 and 3/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. That's Bonita Joe regaining the lead. Fix Your Makeup racing second. Third is Illini Fable, and the last horse, You're My Obsession. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark. Fix Your Makeup on the outside takes over again. Racing at the rail second, Bonita Joe. Up on the outside third is Illini Fable, and the last horse is You're My Obsession. Past that 3/4 mile mark.
130.
The 3/4 is in 1:30. That's Fix Your Makeup with the lead. Now taking over second is Illini Fable. Bonita Joe back to third. You're My Obsession on the outside fourth. Less than an eighth of a mile to go. That's Fix Your Makeup with the lead. Illini Fable is second, trying to come on along with You're My Obsession as they race through the lane. Let's Fix Your Makeup and Illini Fable. It's going to be Fix Your Makeup, and here they all come. Illini Fable up for second with You're My Obsession for third. A mile and 1:59 and 1/5.
1:59 and 1/5 for Fix Your Makeup. Christina Harm. Wow, not Christina. Krista Harmon drives and trains that 8-year-old mare. Flipping back, who won that first division, Doug? Did you take a look?
Leslie Joyce. I don't remember the horse.
Leslie Joyce, yeah.
Those summer nights.
Was that
Okay.
about the 6th race? 7th?
It was the 10th race.
10th
was our
race.
first division of these ladies.
Back half here in 58 and 3 for Fix Your Makeup. Krista Harmon owns, trains, and drives this J.K. Endevenair, 123,000 lifetime coming in here. Had 10 career wins coming in 95 starts. Now make it 96 starts with 11 career wins. 29 and 4, 59 and 3, 130, 159 and 1, the winning time. We're going to close it out with a Signature Series trot, which should be a good one. I'm just taking a peek here who we got. I haven't even looked. I'm looking to see John Kineski always has something in here, but nothing for John tonight. Wilder rings a bell to me. He's been around a few years, 352. So we'll get the winner introduced here and take a break, and we'll be back to take a look at that Signature Series trot.
From Jackson, Michigan comes number 1, Fix Your Makeup. Owned, trained, and with a victory by Krista Harmon. blanket for this race is courtesy of the Paulding County Agricultural Society. Let's have a big hand here for Don, Kristen, Riley Harmon.
We have official prices on the board. We go 1, 4, 3.
Yeah, the official placing for race 17 from the top. Number 1, Fix Your Makeup was the winner. Number 2, Bonita Joe was 4th. Number 3, You're My Obsession was 3rd. And number 4, Illini Fable was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 29 4/5. The half was in 59 3/5. The 3 quarters in 1:30 with a mile in 1:59 1/5. From the top it should read 1, 4, 3, 2 on the bottom, a mile in 1:59 1/5. In the upcoming race 18, we have a late scratch. Scratch the number 2 horse, 352. Number 2, 352 is scratched out of race 18. Also in race 18, number 6, Wilder. The driver will be Pierce Henry. Pierce Henry will drive number 6, Wilder. And the number 7 horse, Mind Your Own Business, is in to be claimed for $8,000.
We have reached it.
Hasn't been a bad night.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't. It's before 10 o'clock, and it's actually about an hour before I expected to wrap up.
Got the free ice cream out of the deal.
We
Got
did.
free ice cream.
We've been entertained all evening. Hopefully a few of you listening have been entertained all evening. We have 124 more cards after this to entertain you. But race 18, the final, up next here at Paulding County. Join.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead Sire of 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year Sugar Instead. Also standing at Dublin Valley Farms, Slay, a promising young son of Chapter 7 and Coach K Hanover by world record holder Walner. Looking for your next winner? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients are offering an exciting lineup of yearlings with current and fashionable pedigrees. Available at public auctions this year. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio.
Should we do this online? Do we want to compare mileage for
Doug,
vehicles?
So Doug just asked how many miles are on my car. We're still south of 180, but it's getting awful close.
What year is
Really?
yours?
2015, yeah. When I bought it.
I actually thought maybe more than that.
When I bought it, it had like 17,000 miles on it, and 90% of that I would say is OHHA miles.
Yep. I have a 2021, Doug. I bought it brand new.
We talked about that when our trip to Northfield.
Yes. How many miles do you think I got?
You told me 125.
Oh, yeah. Last year, I got 160 on that thing now.
How many?
160,000 miles on that car.
160,000
I brought it brand new.
in what year?
2021. Brought it brand new. Brand new. I had it paid off, thankfully. I got it paid off in like 2 or 3 years. But I am making that thing run until it blows up. And it's going to blow up. So put a lot of miles on a vehicle.
Boy, you do.
Yeah. I mean, it's wicked. When I drive an hour and a half to the office every day. So that's roughly, I mean, with traffic, it's about 3 hours round trip is what I spend in a car on a daily basis.
Would that be 100 miles or not quite?
It's
85?
actually, it's 75 one way.
75 one way.
I was going to say like maybe 40, just the traffic in Columbus takes that long.
Yeah.
It is brutal driving on that. It's so hard on a vehicle.
And you don't even go really the same direction direction that I do into work, but anywhere in Columbus is terrible to get through right now. I mean, always, but the construction's been pretty hard the last couple of years. But we talk about Horsemen driving all over.
Oh yeah, some of the time, like even driving to Scioto, if you
real
had to go
quick,
right through Columbus.
The story about driving, I'd heard the terrible night coming home one night in January or so from Miami Valley. I heard the story on your mom.
Yes, about died. Yeah, it was bad. Everything's fine. Is fine.
And
but slid. And, and really it.
The trailer was right beside her.
She could see the trailer out of her passenger window. It was bad. It was bad.
And I know Don Speck from Slina that fills in some. He was filling in that night, taking pictures, wind circle pictures for Brad. And I thought he told me Miami Valley, we can drive it in 2 hours. Took him 5 hours to get back to Slina.
Gosh. I would have just given up.
He said it was terrible.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the bad
thing about
winter
the
racing.
overpasses, you could just barely.
It's scary, especially when you're hauling.
And I guess it just hit right before the last race or so that night.
Yep. And that's what happens. I mean, it's part of winter racing, and it's tough. And that's what I can't imagine. Thankfully, we don't have lake effect snow in the south like Northfield does. But, pros and cons, a lot of those guys stable right there or very close to there versus anywhere in southern Ohio. I mean, southern tracks, Lebanon, if you're stabled at Lebanon, you're still, it's not that far. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, but that's as close as you get. But really, it's in Dayton. No one's super close to Dayton either.
Yep.
Looks like we have how many out? 4 out? 5 out, maybe?
We need
7.
6.
7.
We got scratched.
You're right.
The 2
you're
scratched.
Like the last horse is on its way. Bring him along slowly. Try to space both up 50 feet apart if you can.
I'll give it to Bill. He's trying to roll them tonight.
Yes, he is.
It's usually not Bill's MO, but I appreciate it. He's got it going. We are scratched down to a field of 6 here. But technically, we'll still have 2 trailers, yeah? Because you can move down, you can't move up.
I'll tell the story here in a bit.
Paulding County Trot, a part of the Signature Series for 4-year-olds and up, going for a purse of $2,850. Number 1 is Moonface Boy. He's a bay horse, 4 years old, by New Balance out of Conway's Lassie by Conway Hall. He's owned by Jacob Radel of Edgewood, Illinois, trained and driven by Leslie Joyce. Lifetime earnings over $37,000. A lifetime mark 159 and 4/5. The number 2 horse has been drawn. Number 3 is Creemore. He's a bay gelding, 8 years old, by Chapter 7 out of Sunquake by Muscles Yankee. Owned and trained by Jerry Miller of Fredericksburg, Ohio. Driven this evening by Eli Schwartzentruber. Lifetime earnings over $207,000. A lifetime mark 154 and 1/5. Number 4 is Mr. Bluto's Express. He's a bay gelding, 8 years old, by Bluto out of Jesse's Express Lane by Jailhouse Jesse. Owned by the Railroad Express Stable, Grable, Indiana, trained by Leroy Eicher, driven this evening by Mark St. Louis Jr., lifetime earnings over $34,000, a lifetime mark 157 and 2/5. Number 5 is KJ Todd. He's a bay gelding, 6 years old, by Trixton out of Workwoman, owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, trained by Carson Conrad, lifetime earnings over $197,000, a lifetime mark 155 and 1/5. Number 6 is Wilder. He's a bay horse, 5 years old, by Uncle Peter out of TK's Karma by Victory Sam, owned and trained by Jason Seymour of Adrian, Michigan, driven this evening by Pierce Henry, lifetime earnings over $12,000, a lifetime mark 206 and 4/5. At number 7 is Mind Your Own Business. He's a bay gelding, 10 years old, by Lockkeeper, out of Take It Off Girl by Cam's Rocket, owned and trained by Rick Miller of Defiance, Ohio, owned, trained, and driven by Rick Miller of Defiance, Ohio, lifetime earnings over $447,000, a lifetime mark 153 and 1/5. Those are your horses for the 2026 Paulding County Trot.
Bill always does a good job introducing those.
Yes.
So what were you saying, Doug?
Real quick, we was talking about trailers, that 6 and 7 will not slide down. They'll still be trailers. And I believe it was here, I was doing the OHHA broadcast. It was probably 2-year-old filly trotters where you'll have some scratches. A field of, say, field of 7, you're going to have 2 trailers, 2, 3, 4, and 5 scratched. You have 1 on gate and 2 trailers. It happened, and I believe it happened here.
Oh man, that's got to
5,
throw
6
those
years
fillies
ago.
away
Yeah.
off.
still pretty much like being on gate. You really couldn't have your nose on the gate, but you had to be pretty much behind that rail horse.
A field now scratched down to just 6 horses for our Signature Series trot. $2,850 on the line. Bill does a good job introducing those at every fair he
saved us some work here.
He absolutely
Yes.
did. We'll go through them just real quick. Moonface Boy, Leslie Joyce, trains and drives this 4-year-old horse. Last couple starts, I should say, just last start actually, was been at Northfield Park and did make a break behind the gate, but $37,000 made lifetime.
3, Creemore. Eli Swartzen Trooper, $207,000 lifetime for Creemore.
The 4, Mark St. Louis Jr. will drive Mr. Bluto's Express. Another one the last couple starts has had some hiccups and made some breaks, looking to stay flat tonight.
KJ Todd, the 5, Carson Conrad for Herman Hagerman. They try to team up for another one tonight.
Wilder, Pierce Henry, 2 drives, had a lot of qualifiers this year and hoping to make some money this evening.
Richest horse in the field, $447,000 on the card lifetime. Mind your own business for owner, driver, trainer Richard Miller. Let's send it up to Bill Peters to give us a call.
Here they come. They're off in the Paulding County trot. Off stride goes Creemore. Up on the outside to take command is KJ Todd. Moving up second now, that is Mr. Bluto's Express. On the outside third now, that is Creemore. Moving up fourth is Moonface Boy. Heading down that backside, out there on the front end is Carson Conrad with KJ Todd. Moving up second on the outside now, as they head down the backside, is Creemore, driven by Eli Swartzentruber. Racing at the rail third is Mr. Bluto's Express, driven by Christina Grubich. First quarter trotted in 30 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's still KJ Todd with the lead. Racing second is Creemore. And their third as they race down to the half is Mr. Bluto's Express. Half-mile mark, that's KJ Todd. Then comes Creemore. Mr. Bluto's Express, mind your own business. Then comes Moonface Boy. And the last horse is Wilder. First half in 1 minute and 2/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. They've got to catch KJ Todd. Racing in their second is Creemore. Third is Mr. Bluto's Express. Racing right there fourth is Mind Your Own Business. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. That's still KJ Todd with the lead by about 4 lengths. Racing second is Creemore. Racing up on the outside third is Mr. Bluto's Express. 3/4 in 1:31 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. The lead is KJ Todd. Moving up second now is Mr. Bluto's Express. Racing at the rail third is Creemore. Mind Your Own Business in their fourth. Racing fifth is Moonface Boy. As they race toward home, that's KJ Todd still with the lead. Moving up on the outside second, Mr. Bluto's Express, but it's going to be KJ Todd. And here they all come. Mr. Bluto's Express up for second, up for third was Creemore. 1 mile in 2:01 and 2/5. The driver on that number 4 horse, Mr. Bluto's Express, was Christina Grubich.
I thought for sure that wasn't Mark St. Louis Jr.
Put up a nice mile, though, that 4-horse did. Especially, considering looking at lines, hasn't stayed flat the last few starts. Look really strong there. I have 5, 4, 3, 7 across the wire. And it was KJ Todd, Carson Conrad, and Herman Hagerman, 201 and 2. Now that should be how many wins for them? Triple for them today.
For that combination, a triple for the combination Carson Conrad and Herman Hagerman. But the big winners on the night, 5 of them for Braden Rhodes and Rosie Weaver. Jeff Nysonger had a triple tonight. He's at 3,989 driving wins, 11 shy of that magic number of 4,000.
Technically, he could do it tomorrow. I don't know if I haven't looked at the program far
he could.
enough
He could.
to see how many he's got in.
The odds are probably not. A few years ago at Wilmington, I think he won like 10, 12 races. One card.
Moving down the track into the winner's circle. We're in the winners go. Coming in from Mount Vernon, Ohio, comes number 5, KJ Todd. He's owned by the Hagerman Racing Stable, trained by Herman Hagerman, and driven to victory this evening by Carson Conrad. This race is courtesy of the Paulding County Agricultural Society. And here for Carson Conrad and KJ Todd, the winner of the 2026 Paulding County Trot. Official placings for race 18 from the top. Number 1, Moonface Boy was 5th. Number 2, 352 had been drawn. Number 3, Creemore was 3rd. Number 4, Mr. Blue Nose Express was 2nd. Number 5, KJ Todd was the winner. Number 6, Wilder was 6th. And number 7, Own Business was 4th. Time of the first quarter was 30 4/5. The half was in 1 minute and 2/5. The 3/4 in 1:31 with a mile 1 2/5. From the top it should read 5 scratch 3 2 1 6 4 on the bottom, the mile in 2:01 2/5.
That does it. 18, the first official day of Ohio County Fair harness racing is a wrap.
Went off really without a glitch. Yes,
it was good.
It was good.
And so we're going to join us back here tomorrow. 5 p.m. post. We've got 19 to bring you. Hopefully everything goes off without a hitch once again. On behalf of all of OHHA, Doug Ballinger, Matt Clark, I'm Ashley Daly. We'll see you later.
So long.